E poi vediamo. Good morning to everybody and to the people following us online. Also, today, once again, of course, we have a rather thick session with 6 illustrious scholars contributing about, well, 5 illustrious scholars contributing about the archaeology, and 1 extraterrestrial contributor who is Jürgen Fremgen, whom we have had to frame it into this session out of content. He has a very interesting contribution about pre-Islamic symbolism in the Hunza Valley and in Naguère. Okay, we will start with the paper by Professor Ruth Young and Professor Abdul Samad, who will, Professor Abdul Samad unfortunately could not come, but Ruth Young will talk about the pre-Islamic archaeology and heritage of Chitral. And this paper, well, this work that has been done and hopefully will be done in Chitral is very important in the picture of Peristani history. Chitral is a peculiar place because it has obviously not been invested by Buddhism as intensely as areas further east like Indus Khoistan or Gilgit and so on, but it has, unlike Nuristan to its west, it has been invested by Buddhist culture, and so it is a rather crucial area about the point of whether Peristan, to what extent Peristan was involved with the events of the great civilizations around it in the different periods of history, of its history, and to what extent it was isolated. Chitral in the first millennium is a crucial aspect of this issue, so we are happy to hear what Ruth Young has to report about this.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone involved in the organisation of this conference and making it run so smoothly and fantastically, and particularly Alberto and Augusto and the excellent team here. Thank you. So the aim of this paper is to draw together material from multiple projects in Chitral carried out between Peshawar University, Hazara University, the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the University of Leicester over many years. Funding for these projects has come from the British Academy, the British Council in Pakistan, and the Higher Education Council Pakistan at different stages. And from the Pakistan side, project leaders have included Professor Ihsan Ali, Professor Ibrahim Shah, and most recently Dr. Abdul Samad, my colleague for this presentation, who is absent, of course. The aim of bringing together results from the various archaeological field activities linked to these projects is to develop a picture of pre-Islamic archaeology in Chitral that helps us understand more about settlement and activity here. And I'll also summarize work carried out by other teams in order to provide context and also as wide an understanding as possible of what we know about the pre-Islamic archaeology of Chitral. And then in the final section of this presentation, I'd like to bring in some of our key findings around heritage perceptions in Chitral. So the earliest archaeological observations about Chitral come from Europeans visiting or working in the valley, such as Bidulf, the military officer, who noted one ruined stupa during his travels and suggested that there were likely to be others in the area. During his extensive travels in South and Central Asia in the early 20th century, Earl Stein visited Chitral several times, of course, and during these visits he observed and described historic period forts, what appeared to be the ruins of forts, and one old fort with tombs close to it. He also noted the presence of pre-Islamic houses, a Persian rock inscription, ancient pottery, and possibly the remains of a Buddhist monastery. He was also told by villagers about bronze arrowheads that had been collected. And Stein also recorded in some detail 2 rock carvings depicting stupas and Brahmi inscriptions that he believed were unmistakably Buddhist. Now, all of this suggested great potential here for further archaeological work, although Stein is somewhat light on detail. Up until the 1990s, archaeological work in Chitral had been limited to a season of excavation in the 1960s by Giorgio Stackel and a report by Raymond Allchin in 1970 on a pottery assemblage thought to have strong affinities with the Gandharan grave culture. As you all know, the Gandharan grave culture is the name that Professor Dani gave back in the 1960s to the proto-historic cemeteries that were first noted in an area approximately corresponding to ancient Gandhara, the easternmost satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire. Professor Stackel, however, preferred to refer to the sites as proto-historic or pre-Buddhist cemeteries. Excavations in Deir at the sites of Balambat and Timangara by Pakistani teams, and in Swat at sites such as Alagrama, Birkot Gundai, Kalakodere, Lower Banawan by Italian teams and other sites, suggested what they described as an homogeneous culture represented by similar grave and burial patterns, pottery assemblages and other artifacts. Now, the geographical core of Gandharan grave sites was extended north to Chitral in the 1960s, 1969, by Stackel's brief survey and excavation, following a chance find of what were believed to be ancient graves, thus beginning the study of the proto-historic period of the area. Stackel conducted survey and excavation at the sites of Bakamak and Noghumori, and as well as slab graves and skeletons, he recorded artifacts such as an iron arrowhead, etched carnelian beads and pottery vessels, many of which were similar in shape and decoration to those that had been recovered in graves of similar stone slab construction in Swat and Deir. The grave constructions, positions of the skeletons and grave goods led Stackel to suggest that the Chitral graves represented a later phase of the proto-historic cemetery culture of the Northwest. And this conclusion was strengthened by Allchin's 1970 study of Iron Age ceramic vessels from the modern town of Ayun. The similarity in grave construction, burial patterns and pottery assemblages combined with stratigraphic excavation allowed the construction of both internal phasing at each site and a relative chronology. Despite the different dating schemes used by different projects, the correlation between sites has allowed the development of a chronology based in part on revised radiocarbon dates. The chronology indicates the appearance of these proto-historic cemeteries around about 1900 BCE, continuing in use up to around 400 BCE. And it's also very interesting to see the more recent radiocarbon date estimates from the sites of Udagram and Gogdara 4 from work by Massimo Vidali and Roberto Masciali. And looking at these results here, the calibrated dates with 95% confidence show a range from about 1500, 1400 BCE through to around 800 BCE, which does fit with many of the older dates, although there is an earlier end date around about this 900, 800 BCE mark. Previous interpretations in the mid to late 20th centuries firmly defined this as a discrete culture, the Gandharan grave culture, where the structures and artifacts equated to a particular group of people. Archaeologists working on this culture suggested that it had been introduced into the region by incoming groups, possibly Indo-Aryan speaking peoples, and this was based on a combination of modern linguistic patterns, hypothetical language families, and the Rig Veda, and a concept of a post-Harappan Dark Age, all of which I think are open to question and discussion. An alternative interpretation, that of indigenous development, was supported by evidence from increasing excavation and exploration and the reinterpretation of existing material. For example, over the course of his long career, Stackel moved from suggesting external forces creating this culture to identifying a continuum within the Swat Valley from 1700 to 400 BCE, and arguing that the evidence supports the concept of an indigenous development for the culture. Stackel also argued that the distinctive funerary monuments may have been developed in response to increasing agricultural intensification and population pressure. Now, in 1999, a further survey by a Pakistani-British team was carried out in the Middle Chitral Valley between Aoun and Chitral town, where we were building on Stackel's earlier work, augmented by a brief survey in the Rambour Valley. Now, during this survey, 18 sites were identified, and it is clear that most may be assigned to what has been called the Gandharan grave culture protohistoric cemeteries. This attribution is based upon similarities between artifacts from illicit excavations at a number of surveyed sites in Chitral, as well as structural details exposed at those sites, and the published material from Swat and Deer that we compared it with. For example, the circular pits marked by circular rings of boulders and containing rectangular kists at Kologri site have parallels with Timangara and Zarif Karuna. Further similarities occur in the artifacts, such as 2 fiddle-shaped terracotta human figurines and a burnished redware bowl and stand from Lashtatak, and specimens recovered from Timangara, as well as some of the looted material that we looked at. Now, this discovery of 15 further sites that could be attributed to the Gandharan grave culture / protohistoric cemetery culture certainly confirmed Stackel's findings and signalled that the presence of this number of graves in Chitral strongly suggested that this was not an outpost or edge of a phenomenon centred further south in Swat and Deer. At the time of this survey, we argued that the confirmation of a concentration of Gandharan graves in Chitral had important implications, not only for the prehistory of Chitral, but also for the northwest of the subcontinent. And not only is this the most northerly discovery of these sites, but it is evident that they are present in significant numbers and concentration. And this suggested that the Gandharan grave culture, or these protohistoric cemeteries, were well established here, reinforcing the idea that the entire valley system was perhaps central to this cultural development, rather than remote or marginal. Now, the presence of 2 sites within the Rambour Valley extended the distribution of Gandharan grave sites to the very borders of Afghanistan, and we haven't been able to carry out archaeological survey over the modern border, but it's highly likely that similar burial sites with similar material culture would be found in what is now northeastern Afghanistan. And during the early 2000s, a survey and series of cemetery excavations by the Department of Archaeology, Hazara University, and the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Peshawar, were conducted under the direction of Professor Ihsan Ali. The number of cemeteries identified and the number of graves estimated within these cemeteries indicated that kist burials were intensive and widespread. Excavations uncovered a range of grave goods, including beads, identified by the excavators as carnelian, iron arrowheads, and pottery vessels in what were deemed typical Gandhara grave culture forms. The dating schemes established by Dani and Stackel placed the Gandharan grave culture between 1500 and around about 5 to 400 BC, but this had been based on work in Deer and Swat, and although there were typological similarities between artefacts and grave construction, more was needed to start to put the Chitral sites into a wider chronology. So, in order to begin to address issues of chronology, a series of small, closely targeted excavations took place in 2007, specifically to obtain samples for radiocarbon dating estimates, and 2 graves were excavated at the site of Gancarinotek, located just to the north of Chitral town. Gancarinotek is marked here. I'll try and... That's Gancarinotek there, and that's Sangur. Sorry about the red writing, it's not highly readable. Okay. So we excavated these at the site of Gancarinotek, and grave construction in the form of stone slabs with cremation burials and grave goods of pots, beads, and an iron spearhead showed similarities with comparable material from sites in Swat and Deer. Samples of human bone from the excavations at Gancarinotek, and with additional human bone samples from earlier excavations at the nearby sites of Sangur and the Pawak Cemetery, were submitted to the University of Waikato Radiocarbon Dating Lab in New Zealand. 7 samples were submitted in total, 6 of inhumed bone and 1 of cremated bone. And the date estimates provide ranges from, at the earliest, around about 790 to 420 calibrated BCE, through to 770 to 990 calibrated BCE. And this range is in contrast to the dates provided for Swat, which cluster in the late 2nd and early 1st millennia BCE, and certainly indicated that the graves in Chitral did not fit into either the region of Gandhara, and nor were they all pre-Buddhist, continuing to be used quite late. Meanwhile, in other parts of northern South Asia, various sites were being recorded and identified as very similar to, if not directly part of, this Gandharan grave culture. Some of these sites had been flagged in the latter part of the 20th century, but many were the result of a major push around archaeological survey in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the north in the 21st century. In his 2016 paper, Mohammed Zahir calculated that there were more than 250 cemeteries and grave sites with similarities in burial practices, grave construction, and grave goods. You can see here there's some 53 from Swat, 20 in Dir, 19 in the Vale of Peshawar, so on and so forth, 11 in Jammu Kashmir and other parts, 69 in the Momand and Bijur agencies, and following all the work of Peshawar and Hazara University teams, there are up to around about 47 historic, proto-historic cemeteries in Chitral. So from quite contained beginnings in the 1960s, by the end of the second decade of the 21st century, the style of burial and associated material culture that was labelled the Gandharan grave culture or pre-Buddhist cemeteries had been identified across a very wide region, far bigger indeed than the satrapy of Gandhara, and had a chronological spread that suggested it continued, at least in Chitral, much later than first estimated. Now, there's also huge potential here for more scientific analyses, such as the very interesting DNA extraction and modelling undertaken by Luca Olivieri, Roberto Masciali, Massimo Vidali, and Mohammed Zahir as part of a bigger project on skeletal material from selected Swat and Chitral cemeteries. And their genetic analyses have shown fascinating evidence for the spread of steppe ancestry into South Asia, potentially transforming our understanding of the movements of people at different periods in prehistory. And this kind of work allows for understandings on different scales of things like family groups, places of origins, movements, and ethnic groupings. I think we also need to do some re-evaluation of the Chitral material in light of findings from the Udagram and Gogdara cemeteries and the very interesting analyses and interpretations of local burials by Massimo Vidali and Roberto Masciali. So what does this mean for archaeology and archaeological understandings in Chitral? Well, I think it has implications for how we approach and understand cultural development in Chitral itself. The sheer density and longevity of these burial styles in Chitral show that they were clearly important here, and that Chitral was not just a backwater, not just secondary to Dir and Swat, that we're seeing connections over a wide area and a long time. Chitral was part of a bigger network and would have contributed to, as well as absorbing, ideas and change. There would have been a lot of movement of people, goods, and ideas through this region in antiquity, from South to Central Asia, in both directions. And if we see this in the structures and artifacts from these burials, what about in other areas of archaeology and other sites? Well, up to this point, I've focused on the Gandharan grave culture, as this certainly absorbed the most archaeological time and effort. But in the 1990s, just prior to our survey in Chitral, a joint French-Pakistani team carried out survey in the Upper Yarkun Valley in northern Chitral, with the express aim of finding sites and other data to explore Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic cultures in the Hindu Kush and Pamirs, and their links or relations to regions to the south. This team located and recorded 6 sites in total, being lithic finds and some associated rock shelters, and these sites were then dated to between 8,000 to 3,000 BP, to around about 6,000 to 1,000 BCE. And these sites were all located at heights between 3,000 to 4,000 meters in the valley. And the findings of this project demonstrate early human activity in this region at very high altitudes along the route of one of the main passes, which links Chitral and areas to the south with Central Asia. And now I want to move on and talk about the archaeological survey undertaken in Chitral across 2009-2010, again as part of one of our Pakistani-British projects. And the main aim of this project was to identify and record archaeological sites from as many chronological periods as possible and representing as many different past activities as possible, with the aim of allowing us to then begin to understand the nature of human activity here, to characterize it in prehistory, particularly later prehistory. A further aim of this work was that we wanted to introduce and test systematic survey approaches in order to move beyond typical village-to-village surveys and produce more objective and robust data to work with. This map shows the approximate location of the survey area, and in this broader area of 15 by 35 square kilometres, we generated random transects and we walked 35 transects, each 5 kilometres in length, with a team of 6 people walking in parallel up to 100 metres apart. In total, we identified 105 new sites, some of which were also noted during a village-to-village survey, which we continued to carry out in 2009, so colleagues were still able to do something familiar alongside this new way of locating sites. And you can see from this table that apart from sites where the period is unknown, by far the most sites are assigned to the early historic, followed by the later historic. And I do think that in this context, these dating schemes need some rethinking. This is something that I think we do need to do as archaeologists. This terminology ideally needs to be specific to Chitral rather than just transferred from other parts of KP or Pakistan, which is what we currently have. Now, in terms of the types of sites and materials being recorded, pottery scatters dominated, followed by structures. And the structures included forts, watchtowers, mosques, walls, rooms, and buildings. Rock carvings were clearly important, along with caves. Grave sites were recorded, but in smaller numbers than other types of sites and in smaller numbers than the 1999 survey, possibly a result of the placement of our transects. And that's definitely something to pursue further, to learn more about the location of graves and cemeteries in the valley slopes. And some good GIS work is something that we plan with these results and would be really helpful in figuring out the impact of topography and geography on our site locations. In terms of chronology, the sites represent prehistoric activity right through to the very recent historical periods and modern pastoral activity, although around 1/3 of the sites do remain undated. The relative absence of later historic period pottery scatters is also an area of interest. The structures that we recorded were built from stone, and 4 or possibly more of these buildings were thought to have been built for defensive purposes. There are possibly some very broad trends evident from this work. Firstly, there are sites that range from later prehistory through to modern pastoral activity in refugee villages. Secondly, there is a concentration of sites in one period, which we've called the early historic period. Possibly we could also say that there aren't really that many sites that we've identified, that we're not looking at a huge concentration of sites. But I would say that probably our most important achievement is obtaining data through the use of a clearly documented systematic methodology. For the remainder of this presentation, I'd like to talk about and highlight some of the key results from a heritage survey that we undertook in Chitral. We undertook a series of interviews, and 13 people were interviewed, 8 self-identifying as females and 5 self-identifying as males, spanning ages from 18 to 80, with very mixed educational backgrounds and employment. 3 people gave their religion as Muslim code, 2 as Ismaili Muslim, 5 Kalasha, and 3 did not offer any ideological or ethnic affiliations. As well as asking about an awareness of the history of Chitral, we asked people what they thought the cultural and heritage resources, the main cultural and heritage resources of Chitral were. 7 people said that the Kalasha valleys were important and festivals were also considered a significant resource, being noted also by 7 respondents. 4 people referred to polo, including the Shandur festival. 5 people considered dress, including items like Chitrali caps, to be important, and 5 people said that landscapes were. Language, culture, forts, museums, dances, and fresh air were also noted by individuals as part of the heritage and culture of Chitral. Music was noted by 3 people and poetry by 2. Other things mentioned were food, the valley's history, traditions, and hospitable people. 10 people thought that natural resources were a key part of the cultural resources of Chitral, and this is really interesting to think about in terms of post-humanist understanding of place and identity. Everyone thought these cultural heritage resources were important or extremely important, both for their role in identity and as part of tourism. 12 respondents talked about the need to maintain these things for future generations, their role in group and individual identity, which was seen as critical, and being unique because they are an essential part of unchanging lives. An essential unchanging part of life, sorry, the wrong way around there. Museums were thought to have a role, and also government or special bodies, and with regard to responsibility for managing cultural and heritage resources, most people felt that the government should play a part, but that the responsibility did not lie entirely with government, but also that local people should be taking control of cultural resources and that individuals definitely had a responsibility. We asked about international tourism. We asked our interviewees what they thought it was that attracted foreign visitors to Chitral, and unsurprisingly, I guess, 9 of them replied that it was the Kalasha people and culture that was the main attraction. 5 also said that polo, particularly the Shandor annual match, was a key attraction. In this slide you can see, as well as the Kalasha children outside the museum, the Shandor polo ground and then the polo ground at Rashun. Valleys and scenery were noted by 3 respondents, and hiking festivals, diverse cultures and ancient cultures were each mentioned once by different people. We then asked what they thought attracted national visitors, and the Kalasha were noted 4 times and landscape 5 times. Culture and polo were both noted once by different respondents. And it seemed clear from these interviews that Chitrali people do, of course, have ideas about what constitutes their culture and heritage, and they are also aware of a need to manage, preserve and promote these things, though how to do this was not clearly articulated, also understandably. It is also interesting to observe that there is a relatively set list of things that make up culture and heritage here, and there's not a huge difference between the evident culture listed by McMahon at the end of the 19th century, where he talked about dancing, music, shooting, polo and groups of male and female Kafirs, and the responses of people in the 21st century. Younghusband also noted the social and cultural importance of polo, dancing and hunting in Chitral in the late 19th century. Now, 5 minutes. Yep, sure. The importance of the Kalasha as a cultural resource is also clear and has had a great fascination for visitors for many years, for example, from Curzon onwards in 1889. It would be interesting to explore the relationship between external interest in Kalasha culture and its reception within Chitral, alongside tension between political pressures and determination to retain a group identity. The need for a strategic, thoughtful overview of heritage management and development in this region is supported by some of the more informal comments our interviewees made, as well as a move towards enabling local people to make their own decisions. The manipulation of heritage and culture in order to present very different understandings of the past from a majority viewpoint is a very real risk, and because of this we think explorations of archaeology and heritage in the Kalasha valleys need to be handled with great care. Not only is it important to avoid universalism of heritage and culture, which risks destroying the very distinctiveness much of it rests on, it is also critical that those involved in any aspect of heritage recognize that it is not an innocuous, apolitical or even secular study. We also see the chronological outline that is beginning to take shape through archaeological survey as one way for local people to gain some degree of agency in terms of handling their own heritage. But we're not suggesting that this is the only way to obtain agency or even necessarily the best way. So what does all this mean in terms of the archaeology and heritage of Chitral? Well, first and foremost, I think it shows that Chitral has had centuries, even millennia, of contact and exchange of ideas and goods, and doubtless movement of people as well. The presence of distinctive burial types similar to those being found in great numbers across a large part of North and South Asia attests to this and tell us that Chitral was not a backwater or peripheral at all times in relation to this cultural phenomenon. What we haven't yet found are settlements linked to these burials. In fact, we are quite light on settlements or other non-burial structures in almost all periods and places where work has been carried out. There are lots of possible reasons for this, but we definitely need more work here and more work on the material that we already have, including targeted scientific analyses. The heritage work has also shown that people of Chitral have a distinct sense of their own cultural identity, although arguably this has been shaped by colonial forces and then become received wisdom by those within and outside Chitral. And I think that it's critical that more work is done in order to recognise agency and enable expression of heritage. That's it from me. Thank you all very much for listening.
Questions?
Thank you very much, Ruth. This is brilliant. This is something is long waited about Chitral, a proper archaeological survey, and also these sites that you mentioned. I have two questions.
Taj, please say your name. It is Taj Khan speaking. All speakers, please say your name.
Yes, I am Taj. I am from Mumuret, Krakar village. I see that you mentioned about the Kalasha site. So are you looking at the Kalasha burial sites? Because that's one question. Or in how the open burial sites, because it seems like it would be quite difficult to do archaeology, even it's a open air grave site. Second is like what in relation to the Kalasha you have results that you have. Where do you chronologically place the Kalasha in Chitral? And and this relates to the heritage and progression. I know that there is a big contested idea about how much the archaeological department should intervene in the culture, because on one side, if you're protecting sites and places, you're also creating conflict with the people living there. And you know what happened in Krakow with the Kalasha graveyard and the hotels and so on. Your comments on that, please.
Okay, so to start with the archaeology, there has been some archaeological survey work done in some of the valleys, which I haven't really talked about here because I think that there are lots of challenges around it. I mean, you've touched on some, the ideas of looking at these older actual burials, the things that we've been calling Gandharan grave, that clearly, you know, we need a new name for it, and they're not just pre-Buddhist, not just proto-historic, they're something much bigger, and that's a separate piece of work that needs to be done. But our work in Chitral has challenged what we know, along with the other work, you know, people like Massimo Vidali. It's being challenged all the time. We need to reevaluate that. And we've definitely found these types of graves, these kissed graves, slabs, sometimes with circular stone settings above them. Certainly found those in Bumbaret, in at least one of the Kalasha valleys heading up towards Afghanistan. So we know that those types of graves have been present. Quite what that means in terms of Kalasha activity, I can't tell you yet. I don't think we know enough. We need more work there, and that's been a little bit challenging to do. Abdul Samad and a local team have done more survey work in the Kalasha valleys, and that I think is a separate thing to talk about on its own, I think, to do it justice. Again, there haven't been a huge number of sites, but there were quite a lot of actual Kalasha graveyards, you know, the above-ground burials. I hesitate to call them excarnations, but above-ground burials. A lot of those were identified, some still in use, some not still in use. And I think that does need separate work again to be treated as something, you know, a category of archaeological material culture on its own. And I think that needs to be handled with a great deal of care because, of course, as soon as you start dealing with human remains, there's a whole extra bundle of ethical issues that come in. So I do know that in the work that Samad and Co have done, they've noted and recorded the sites. They haven't done any collection work. Nothing has been interfered with or taken from the sites, because I do think that there are different ethical issues there that would need to be addressed with care. But I think that actually, it's something that we should be doing. We should be doing more archaeological work there. We should be getting in place. I say we, actually. I'm not entirely convinced. The older I get, the less convinced I am that Westerners should be interfering at all. Well, I've had a great life and a great career working in Pakistan, but maybe it's time for us to back off a bit, or maybe me anyway. So I think there are issues there, and when you're dealing with heritage and material culture in relation to living groups of people, you come across all sorts of difficulties. And we see this all around the world. When UNESCO start getting involved and start designating places, World Heritage Sites, where people live. I mean, there's an example in the UK where Saltaire, which is an industrial site, but it's a living village, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The impact that has on the people who live there is great. And I think we have to be so careful not to try and fossilise people, not to try and fossilise living groups, whether it's an industrial town or the Kalasha or whatever. Change is continuous and endless and ongoing, and I don't know if it's good or bad, it just is. But to try and fossilise things in the name of heritage, it's a problem. And again, there are big ethical issues there that I'm still untangling in my own head. Okay, was that both your questions, or do you have more? Sorry. You sure?
We have only 3 minutes left
okay.
for questions, and there are other questions. Many questions. We have to be extremely synthetic. Ian, please.
Jan Hegard, University of Copenhagen. Thanks a lot for your paper. Was puzzled about so many of you, the people you interviewed, said natural resources were important. How did they phrase it? Did they say, we like the natural resources here, or did they say, we like to go hunting, or the good life is we have fresh water, or how did you ask about it?
Well, we had a series of interview questions, it's sort of standard interview practice. We went out. We asked what they thought the culture and heritage of Chitral more broadly was, and natural resources came up many times in different ways. People would say the landscape, nature, fresh air, all of these things, which I think is really interesting because there's a very clear idea, there's a real identity here, and having natural landscapes come up, I think it's very important about, how we understand culture and heritage. It's a post-humanist idea, if you like, and I think that's very interesting. We've published the results. They're published in International Journal of Heritage, I think, if you would like them.
Hello, my name is Hidayat Rahman, and I don't have any question, but some comments. And mostly what happened in the Chitral, in 2007, I have visited a place called Masjid Bukht. It was not a masjid, a mosque, but it is a stupa type inscription like Pakhturdini, like Qalandar Batur Bukht in Turku. This was located inside the Chitral Gol. Inside the Chitral Gol. People call it Masjid Bukht. In Char also same situation. Now I draw the attention to the various archaeological departments, officials, and also DCO, but they didn't notice. Now the stone is nowhere. People cut it and used in the houses. One thing. And the second thing, and since the Bedalf's visit to Chitral, I think he was the first man to discover this inscription in Pakhturuddini. But later on, Orelstein and some other archaeologists also noticed some other inscription, and that were since 2003. There were only 3 Buddhist inscription in Chitral, and right now 2 Sarada inscription have been discovered in Arandu, and which is noticed by the archaeologists. Now a paper on the Sarada Hindu inscription. I think 1,000 SC. So my comment is, we have also discovered around 30 to 50 more inscriptions in Koh Valley, in Jurgol, in Chumurkon Valley. But since then, the government didn't notice, they didn't protect, and they did nothing for the protection of these sites. So, you know, in Chitral, there is now the issue of mineral usage. So people are now trying to cut, to demolish the mountains. So it is now a challenge to these sites must be protected, and government or some agencies put pressure on the local people not to destroy the archaeological site in Chitral. Now it's around 50 inscription in Chitral, Buddhist inscription, mostly located in Kuh area and Chitral proper.
That's fascinating. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah. Great. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for other questions. We're already late, and we must head on. Because we have so many other interesting papers, and many questions will be about the other papers also. Sorry. Thank you very much, Ruth, for the most interesting contribution. Now we have, I must make two quick announcements about publications. John Mock will show you a slide later with all the information about the journal of the American Association of Afghanistan Studies, which is called Afghanistan, which used to be published in Kabul and now has been reborn in America. And John has asked us to inform you about this and invite you to contribute to the journal if you like, and he will screen a slide about this. Also, I would like to call your attention, I'm very bad at advertising myself, but I think it is of interest, there is a useful publication for all of you, which will be out within this year, hopefully, which is the updating of the bibliography of Yetmar's Magnus Opus, the Religions of the Hindu Kush, which was translated into English and published in 2018 by Orchid Press, with the original 600 titled Yetmar bibliography. Then they asked me to update it, so we are publishing now a separate book with about 1,200 titles, in which I think all of your works, I hope, all of your relevant works ought to be of people present here, and of course many other titles. There is like a leaflet about it posted on the wall out there. Okay, no more kvach, and Jason, please. Jason Neelis, from Kasharajia to Dardistan, steps towards a regional macro history in the first millennium CE.
Okay. Thank you, Alberto, for chairing this session, and also to you and your brother Augusto for organizing the conference. I'm honored to be given an opportunity to join other wonderful scholars giving great presentations on various aspects of what you call the roots of Peristan. And I'd also like to express my gratitude to Ismeo and the team here for hosting the event in Rome. My talk will address problems that have occupied many scholars in the field of Peristan studies, including Giuseppe Tucci, in his final contribution on SWAT, DARDS, and connected problems, which was cited by Adriano Rossi in his opening address as president of ISMEO. I also need to acknowledge support from the Canadian Social Science and Humanities Research Council for the project I direct on epigraphic and petroglyphic complexes of the Upper Indus. Some of those, I won't be presenting results from that project, but I'll be drawing on some of our work in Pakistan since 2017. In this presentation, my goal is to understand how and why terms referring to groups of Daridas and Kashas, which have very long pedigrees, are still used today in rather bewildering and befuddling ways. So I want to examine how those terms were used by writers during the first millennium CE, in accord with this panel's focus on antiquity, to refer to inhabitants of this cultural region are counter-civilization, as Alberto proposes to call Peristan. I need to start by qualifying my use of the term Dardistan in the title to my talk, which was a 19th century neologism coined by G.W. Leitner, very interesting, fascinating, and controversial figure who pioneered interest in the people, languages, and history of this region, as well as Gandharan Buddhist art. I'm not advocating for retaining this term instead of Peristan, or even attempting to directly tie the epigraphic and literary references to contemporary inhabitants or linguistic groups. Scholars in our respective fields of study must adopt conventions and deal with contested legacies, and we need to continue to improve our terminologies, methods, and models that we use and attempt to justify. We can also try out critical approaches to historiographically reviewing how ancient extant writers, from Herodotus to Kalhana, the author of the Raja Tarangani, which Wolfgang Holsworth mentioned in his talk on Wednesday, how they portray the Daridas and Kashas and other borderland mountain peoples without history and perhaps societies against the state, extending the critique by Pierre Clastres and other heuristic dichotomies to the pre-modern context of Peristan in antiquity. So as Tucci, oh, that's interesting. What happened with one of those pictures? Anyway, I just noticed it. So anyway, it's supposed to be to give you a context for the scenery, but it's vertical instead of horizontal. Anyway, so as Tucci and Yetmar, Karl Yetmar, and many others have emphasized the Dadikai are included included with the Gandharans, the Gandharioi, in Herodotus' list of peoples inhabiting the 7th Achaemenid satrapy. References by Alexandrine classical historians, such as to the Daedalai, which is how Curtius refers to them in Latin, where they share exoticizing topoi with groupings of the Daridas and Kashas, with other inhabitants of the northwestern borderlands in Sanskrit, Buddhist, Tibetan, and other sources. So in this talk, I'll begin by sifting through these sources as a starting point to address long-standing questions about the regional locations, languages, and cultural and religious affinities of these and other groups that have been associated with a Hindu Kush, Karakoram, Western Himalayan macro culture, using Alberto's characterization. Local historical sources from the first millennium CE are sparse, but a few epigraphical references to Kashas and Daridas among the large corpus of over 4,000 brief and informal graffiti inscriptions written on rocks with tens of thousands of petroglyphs along the upper Indus since the Karakoram Highway was constructed between Pakistan and China, and the recent publication of a seal with the name of a Darida king provide a basis for re-engaging with questions about localization of Darida and Kasha polities written and visual evidence of cultural and religious affinities, and relationships with neighboring powers in Gilgit, Kashmir, and other more firmly known centers peripheral to Peristan. I'll briefly review the state of the field with particular attention to the Palola Shahis of Gilgit in order to identify advances in scholarly knowledge for anchoring a regional macro history and to identify very large gaps that remain to be filled by reopening old questions about political and cultural interrelationships. My intention is to take another step towards revealing overlapping layers in the regional macro history of the northwestern borderlands between South Asia and Central Asia during periods before around 1000 CE, which I hope to maintain was a dynamic period of long-distance mobility and interaction. So as I've previously discussed in a monograph publication on early Buddhist transmission and trade networks, these ancient toponyms are sometimes connected with fantastic narratives in South Asian and other literary traditions. Indian and non-Indic literary sources link common topoi about the Daradas, Kashas, and other peoples to the frontiers with a wonder, which is kind of portrayed as a wonderland of marvelous riches in the distant, impenetrable mountains in the mysterious north of the Indian subcontinent. The motif of gold-digging ants that Herodotus first reports and which Strabo connects with the Derdai also appears in Indian sources, including the Mahabharata and a Pali commentary by Buddhaghosa. The titles and citations are given to you here that connect ants with gold. Another interesting topos in Sanskrit sources connects production of gold to a kingdom of women, the Stri Rajya, in the mythical land of Uttarakuru. In narratives that find their way into the Chinese account of Xuanzang's 7th century visit to northwestern Pakistan and India, and in Tibetan versions of the Inquiry of Vimalaprabha, the female progenitor of the golden Gotra, the Suvarna Gotra, belongs to a land that produces gold of the best quality, located to the south of Khotan. Khotan's located on the southern rim of the Tarim Basin, and what's called in those sources is the Great Snowy Mountains, so the Himalaya, Western Himalaya, Karakoram, Hindu Kush ranges. Al-Biruni testifies to gold mines in the Dardar country on the upper Indus River, where Soniwal prospectors still pan for gold. So the point I'm making here is that while there is a veneer of, a fantastic quality to these topoi, there is some actual basis in terms of the mineralogical resources and the economic activities still being carried out along the banks of the upper Indus and other rivers. So motifs of immense material wealth located in a region populated by people with special ways of life may have provided additional incentives for commercial and religious mobility, especially perhaps for itinerant traders and other groups such as Buddhist mendicants. According to many normative texts, people living in the northern mountains were apparently not constrained by Brahminical prohibitions against encounters with impure foreigners, or mlechas. The heterodox beliefs and practices are attributed to marginalized inhabitants of the North Country. This term, North Country, or Uttarapata, was also connected with a kind of broad network of arterial routes that connected the Ganga-Yamuna Doab through the Punjab, through Mathura and the Punjab, up to the northwest frontiers of Gandhara, Swat, and ultimately also to our areas, the Pamir and Karakoram regions. Okay. So this term then of Uttarapata contrasted with the term for Aryavarta, are of what's called Madhya Desha, the middle country between the Himalayas and the Vindhya range, which was supposed to extend from the confluence of the Ganga Yamuna Doab to the place where the Saraswati River disappears in the deserts of western India. Peculiar practices of northerners, according to a passage in the Baudayana Dharma Sutra, translated by Patrick Olivelle, include selling wool, drinking rum, trafficking with animals with teeth in both jaws, making a living as a soldier, and traveling by sea. In the Mahabharata, the Sanskrit epic, the Mudras, who lived in the Punjab, are criticized for being outside of Dharma Bahya, because they engaged in antinomian practices of drinking alcohol, eating beef with garlic, eating pancakes, flesh and figs, singing crude and crazy songs similar to the sounds of monkeys, and dancing with women. Yudhishthira's, in the ceremony of Yudhishthira's consecration in the Mahabharata, his, the conventional claims of world conquest in a Digvijaya, conquest of the directions, are said to include victories over the Daradas, Kashas, Kambojas, one of the terms that came up in yesterday's talk by Richard Strand, with other groups in the Northwest, where he also encountered otherworldly beings, like the Kim Purushas, before he was turned back by the gatekeepers of Uttarakuru. Such references in the Dharma literature and the Mahabharata and other sources like the Puranas lead the Finnish scholar Klaus Karttunen, who's looked at both the Sanskrit sources and the classical sources, to note a general unorthodox character of the Northwesterners, who were thought to be degraded kshatriyas. Gerard Fussmann, whose name has come up a couple of times at this conference, dismisses, and I'd like to say, who we sadly lost this year, is one of the pioneers in the field of Peristan studies, not only in terms of his linguistic atlas of the Dards and Kafirs, but also, as I'll show you today, he was also a pioneer in reading some of the inscriptions along the Karakoram Highway and especially at Alam Bridge. Anyway, he also commented insightfully on this. Well, he commented dismissively by saying that these characterizations of the impure practices of the people in this region in normative Sanskrit texts would really exclude everyone, almost the majority of the Indian population, to a kind of degraded status, because it was really only the people living in Madhya Desha, the only India which matters, that would be considered orthodox, or orthodox to be true Brahmins. Okay, so notwithstanding their bad reputation for deviating from normative stereotypes, what do the available sources report more definitely about Daradas, Kashas, and their northwestern neighbors? So up to this point, I've been talking about these kinds of external sources that are highly normative, that are kind of looking from a kind of putative center up towards the periphery of Uttarapata. So now I'd like to turn our attention to sources that are actually from these regions around Kashmir, Gilgit, and the Northwest. So I'd like to just share a couple of references to Kashas and Daradas in Kalhana's Raja Tarangani, which Wolfgang Holsworth referred to on Wednesday, But here I'm focusing on the period before 1000 CE rather than the successors to Kalhana who continued to compose their own Raja Taranganis through the second millennium CE. Okay. But I'd like to add some caveats here to these references, which you can see go back to the time of Mihirakula. Mihirakula was the son of one of the Alkan Hun rulers, Toramana, in the middle of the, well, we can say precisely now, the late 5th century CE. And so there, Mihirakula, who's oftentimes depicted as this awful destroyer of, Buddhists and Kashmiri people and so forth. Well, he also tried to destroy the Kushas. Now, the other rulers that are listed, the other citations are listed here, which are associated with the reigns of different Kashmiri kings who's, who are kind of chronicled in the Raja Tarangani up to, say, the 11th century CE. That you also see that they also kind of engaged in conflicts with the Daradas. So one of them, Lalitaditya Muktapida, he couldn't tolerate their wine drinking, which kind of resonates with the kinds of passages we saw in the Mahabharata about the bad reputation of the northerners. Others intervened by placing their subordinate rulers between the Daradas and Turushkas. Turushka is kind of a general catch-all term for any sort of foreign ruler. And then we also see that by the 11th century, by the time of Sangramaraja and Ananta, the Daradas are actually intervening directly into the politics of the Kashmir Valley. And one of them, Achalamangala, the Darada king, invaded Kashmir with 7 other princes. Okay, thanks. So the caveat I want to make here is that were these Daradas and Kushas, from the perspective of the Raja Tarangani, societies against the state? Is this bias against their northwestern neighbors just a conventional matter of xenophobia? Perhaps the statecraft model of a mandala theory, which idealizes the directional conquests against a circle of enemies by interacting with an outward circle of allies, just figures into the kind of courtly composition of the Raja Tarangani. Okay, so I'll make a quick transition to the Polola Shahis, who have been studied extensively by Oscar von Hinnuber. A couple of the citations, especially his, the 5th volume of Antiquities of Northern Pakistan is cited here. It's very interesting because the Polola Shahis, over the last 50 years, have come to light as a major regional dynasty centered in Gilgit. We know about them not only through their royal inscriptions written on stone, like at sites like Hatun and Dainur outside of Gilgit, but we also see, we also have them noted as patrons of an exquisite atelier for the production of bronze Buddhist sculptures and in the colophons of Gilgit Buddhist Sanskrit manuscripts, which were found very close to this kind of colossal image of a standing Buddha carved into the cliff face at the, in the Karga Valley near the town of Naupur. So I tend to think of the Polola Shahis as representing some kind of apogee of of elite court culture, of royal patronage, of literary and material remains that flourished from the late 6th century until the Tibetan-Chinese conflict in the middle of the 8th century, which I think John Mock is going to talk about in his presentation. Now, the point I want to make, though, about the Polola Shahis is that while their dynastic history and chronology has become more firmly established through the writings, through the efforts of scholars like Tucci, Yetmar, and Oscar von Hinnuber, and now Harry Falk has also published a very interesting article about a sale contract. their links with the Kashas and Daradas remain unclear. In fact, it's kind of surprising because you would think that the Rajatarangani of Kalhana might take notice of the Palola Shahis. They're completely silent. You might expect that the Palola Shahis, in their inscriptions, might take notice of the Daradas and Kashas, which are mentioned in the Rajatarangani, who we think may have been located somewhere on the frontiers. So the Palola Shahi sources are completely silent on the Kashas and Daradas as well. So anyway, there's a difference between these kinds of sources and their orientations to neighboring peoples. Okay, so since I only have less than 10 minutes left, let me turn now to the specific references to the Daradas and Kashas in inscriptions that are written on rocks along the upper Indus River and its tributaries of the Gilgit and Hunza rivers, which kind of comprised what I've called a network of capillary routes that connected the northwestern artery of the Uttarapata with the so-called arteries of the Silk routes in Central Asia. So this map just gives you an orientation to some of the sites I'll be discussing, such as Alam Bridge here at the confluence of the Gilgit and Indus rivers. I'll be going downstream on the Indus to sites around Chilas and across the river at Tulpan, and then I'll be going to Shatial. Now you'll notice that there's also a marker here for the dam being built at Basha. This will submerge the vast concentrations of over 30,000 rock drawings and close to 4,000 inscriptions at dozens of sites, which a team from the Lahore University of Management Sciences is currently using latest advances in digital imaging technology to create 3D models of. I won't talk about that project because my time is limited here. But I just wanted to highlight that this is cultural heritage under threat based on the comments after the talk by Ruth Young. So the first site I'll mention is the site of Alam Bridge, which is overlooking a crossing on the Gilgit River, which formed a kind of critical juncture or node in this network. Thanks. One of the inscriptions there is a Kharoshti graffito, first read by Gerard Fussmann, and later also read by Helmut Humbach, who noticed kind of a formulae in many of these inscriptions in which a Gandhari subratu corresponds to Sanskrit samprapta, meaning arrived. So most of these inscriptions are graffiti with these kinds of formula of arrival. Sometimes there are dates, sometimes it's names of visitors and patronyms as well. But this one is particularly interesting because it refers to a Daradaraya, or an arrival in the Darada kingdom, by an official who is named Sampi Oja Batu, who's given the title of Usturaga, which is a kind of a title that we also find in the Nia Gandhari documents as well. And I'll just mention real quickly that also among the Brahmi inscriptions, we see this ethnonym of the Palolaja bhikshus, or monks, who also came here. So by this time, by the time of the Brahmi inscriptions, which date to around the 4th to 6th or 7th century, we do see that there is kind of this established ethnonym of Palola. But just to give a little bit of general background, the Kharoshti inscriptions belong to earlier centuries, from say the 1st to 3rd or 4th century CE. So this would be our earliest actual reference to a Darada in an in situ source, in situ epigraphical source. There are also references to Darada kings, or Darada Maharajas, with actual names in the Brahmi inscriptions at Chilas, further downriver on the Indus, and also at Tulpan, directly across the river from Chilas. And you can see, just from looking at these inscriptions, that the script is rather ornate, right? And the way that the king Vaishravanasena calls himself a subduer of enemies, a Shatru Damana, is making a kind of claim. So this raises questions. What was Vaishravana Sena a king who subdued his enemies at Chelas, or did he come there to subdue his enemies at this place? But here we actually do see that there is not only a kind of society against the state, but the Dardas are claiming to be the state. Okay. Now, recently, just last year, Oscar von Hindenburg published an important inscribed seal, which reveals another name of a king of the Dards named Vaishramana Varman. So this seal inscription depicts, whoops, I'll go back, depicts the god Kubera, the god of wealth. Okay, so one of the ideas that we might be able to do is to connect this depiction of Kubera on the seal of Vaishramana Varman to the names of donors that we find in other inscriptions at Chelas and Tulpan, such as Kubera Vahana. Kubera Vahana not only donated and is depicted kneeling down before this donation of an ornate petroglyph with a Buddhist Jataka narrative with his teacher portrayed on the other side, but he also donated other images and narratives of Buddhist drawings, like the awakening scene underneath the Bodhi tree. But we also see other local donors with local names like Singhota and Gamanashura donating these standing images of Avalokiteshvara and Maitreya there too. So my point is that if 1 minute. Okay. All right. So these were my three. I had one more point of evidence from the site of Chatial Bridge. I won't talk about the array of epigraphical evidence or petroglyphs there. They're kind of summarized on the slide. One of the most impressive image there is a triptych of a stupa that was published with the inscriptions by Gerard Fussman, and also in the second volume of Materials for the Archaeology of Northern Pakistan. But at Chatial, one of the Brahmi inscriptions refers to a visit to Kasha Rajya by this visitor whose name is Jiva Varma Jata. He came here. So this again would be another in situ evidence of a reference to the ethnonym of the Kashas. We don't know exactly where the Kasha kingdom was. It's a question. It's a gap that remains to be filled. So maybe I'll just make some conclusions by asking some questions instead. Can patterns of long-distance mobility, cultural interaction and exchange, and religious transformations reflected in the epigraphical and petroglyphic corpora be connected with a trans-regional microhistory? Which other gaps need to be addressed? Not only gaps, like specific gaps, like where were the Kashas located, but maybe instead of assuming that Peristani history must conform to patterns of South Asian dynastic chronology by kind of placing Peristan within the context of the Indo-Greeks, the Kushans, and the Guptas, as is commonly done, perhaps we should be looking at other groups like the Sakas, like the Kambojas, like the Kashas, like the Daradas, the Alkan Huns, the Shahis, who actually mattered in the region. How should we take regional historiographical tendencies into account? Instead of looking for probably non-existent elite sources, which is not an empty hope based on the progress that's been made with the Palola Shahi dynastic chronology within the last half century, maybe we can read between the lines and take a closer look at non-elite written and visual records of graffiti, petroglyphs, pictographs, rock sculptures, wooden carvings, and the kind of costume designs that we were presented with here yesterday at the conference. So I have to admit that establishing a relative chronology without references to written sources or archaeological stratification, since we don't have the kinds of excavations that have been taking place at Chitral, like Ruth Young discussed, happening in Gilgit-Baltistan, this kind of establishment of historical framework will require special attention to methodologies, but it is possible to discern cultural layers that are subject to changes over time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for another most interesting presentation. We have broken into the Q&A time. I'm really sorry that we have so short time because these matters are so interesting. Klaus-Peter, please.
Extremely interesting and exciting, I have to say. I had to say very many things on this, but
Klaus-Peter, you need the microphone. It is Klaus-Peter
here's
Zoller.
Klaus-Peter Zoller. The kashas are very much alive until today. For instance, you find the term throughout Himachal Pradesh and in Bangan. Many people with whom I worked and with whom I still work, they call themselves Kash. And further, and they're very proud of this because they associate this with their martial past and martial traditions. When you go further east, you come to Central Garhwal and Kumaon, you find these terms also used everywhere, but there it has a rather pejorative meaning because the Brahmanism is stronger in those areas. You go further east and you come to Nepal. The Nepali language is also called Kashkura, means Kaskura, Kasha language. And there was a Kasha kingdom in the medieval times in western Nepal. I think Tucci also had written about that. I'm not quite sure. This is about the Kasha gold washing. You have gold washing still going on in the upper Indus Valley. There are gold washing groups still making a living out of this. And Uttarakuru, yes, Arjuna was defeated, but when Pandavas was set out for dying, they went through the Himalayas to Uttarakuru. So also really an important point. Maybe I stop here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, so the Kashamala dynasty is known from Western Nepal, but it's unclear from the Shatial inscription where that particular Kasha kingdom refers to. Did it refer to somewhere closer to Shatial than, say, this area of the western, than to other areas of the Western Himalayas? It just raises questions about just like some of these inscriptions raise questions about these Darida kings as well.
Bernard Sergent.
Oui, je parle en français, hein. Vous?
Oui.
Oui, d'accord. J'aurais beaucoup de choses à discuter. Alors, seulement une sélection. D'abord, sur le royaume des femmes. J'ai plusieurs références. Hein. Alors, le royaume des femmes, l'île des femmes, le village des femmes, c'est un des mythes les plus répandus. Hein. Je pourrais vous donner beaucoup de références là-dessus. Deuxième point que je voulais signaler, dans le Ramayana, un des problèmes qui se pose, un des problèmes qui se pose, c'est que le frère de Rama, je n'ai plus son nom en tête, est parti loin vers le nord-ouest. D'après les indications, d'après les noms propres des endroits où il passe, on a l'impression qu'il a même atteint la Bactriane. Et il est absent. Donc c'est un des problèmes qui se posent dans l'histoire. D'accord ? Bon, sur les Uttarakuru, j'ai écrit quelque part que les Uttarakuru pouvaient être les Indiens, des gens de langue indienne, attestés par des inscriptions, qui se trouvaient dans le sud de la dépression du Tamir.
Okay. Maybe I can help with the. Can you help me understand?
Du Tamil. La dépression du
Tamir. Comment ça s'appelle
dans le sud, le Tamil Nadu.
Le Xinjiang.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
okay,
the
all right.
Xinjiang.
Yeah.
Ouais.
Yeah. Okay.
Hein. Dans le sud du Xinjiang, on a découvert un royaume indien. Voilà. Donc j'ai fait l'hypothèse, quelque part, que, que les Uttarakuru pouvaient être ce royaume indien. Bon, et alors, vous avez mentionné les Mleckas, il y avait 7 rois Mleckas qui interviennent. J'écrirai un jour un article sur les Mleckas. C'est des gens très intéressants.
Merci beaucoup. I'm not sure I caught the very end.
They could be this Indian kingdom that was in the south of Xinjiang, the
Yeah.
Uttara
Kuru, right?
the Uttarakuru.
Yeah.
It's une hypothèse, bien sûr.
Yeah.
Hypothesis, of course.
Yes, yeah. So this Uttarakuru issue, whether I characterized it as a mythical land because that's the way it's presented in the epic and Puranic sources, but just like these legends of the ant gold, there could be some basis for an actual historical resonance, perhaps in the fact, like with the Sri Rajias, that there were matriarchal societies in some of these more peripheral regions that deviated from the norms of where normatively it was only males who were supposed to rule, but we know throughout history, Indian history too, that there were powerful female rulers of these kind of acephalous kingdoms, presumably, who may have been lost to history but get reflected through these kind of literary topoi.
Alina Bashir.
One of the Chinese writers you mentioned talks about the kingdom of women.
Yes.
So why did he characterize it as kingdom of women? Any specific observations he made about this?
Well, this is in the account of Xuanzang, the famed 7th century pilgrim or traveler to across Central Asia to India. What he was doing, in terms of when we look critically at his account, and this is a lot of work is being done on this by Max Daig. He's kind of just compiling everything that he's been told. So all of the stories that have to do, in many cases, with places he did not visit himself. So he's not claiming that he went to Sri Rajya or the Kingdom of Women, but what he's saying is that there are popular associations between this country ruled by women and gold production.
Okay, so 2 comments in regard to Kingdom of Women.
Yeah.
We are already over time, so very briefly.
Okay, there is linguistic evidence of female goddesses in Gilgit region. There's a paper called In Search of the Goddess by Peter Hook. Should read that in connection with Kingdom of Women. Also, the trope persists today, as you reminded us, Oratistan. Yeah. Chitral is sometime. Auratabad, I've heard Oratistan. Anyway,
Okay, cool.
people still today are fond of calling Chitral the Oratistan or the Kingdom of Women. So.
Oh, okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much to Jason Neelis. Sorry, again, we don't have time for more extensive discussion because we want to save the time of John Mock, who has an important paper about the Tibetans in Gilgit and Wakhan with new data and new implications.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Augusto. Thank you, Ismail, for hosting us here, organizing this. Years of effort, really. Thanks to all of you for coming and being here. It's great to meet you. I work alone very much, and it's wonderful to meet colleagues and see other people who are interested in these interesting topics. Thanks for coming. The purpose of my talk here today is to present some new archaeological data on Tibetan inscriptions in Wakhan, in Yasin, and in Punyal. And let's see, to work this, this is moving forward.
Forward and the red is back there.
Okay, here's one of those impossible to read maps, I'm sorry. Hopefully you all are a little familiar with the territory.
You have the pointer,
So that you can-
The pointer is down. This one is the pointer.
So you can see Hunza, Gilgit, Yasin over here, Yasin Valley, Ishkoman Valley, and then Gizr down here, and then of course Wakhan, Afghanistan up there. I went to Wakhan in 2003 as soon as it was really practical to go there after the Bonn Agreement and it opened up to people. And I was working with the Wildlife Conservation Society out of New York, headed by George Schaller, the biologist. And I was tasked with community conservation issues as we attempted to establish a national park in Wakhan. So that gave me an opportunity, along with my wife, Kimberly O'Neill, to visit all of the villages in Wakhan and to visit all of the pasture areas, to survey the sheeps and the goats and the yaks and everything. And as I walked through all these mountain areas on paths with local people over which nobody else had really been on from outside of Wakhan, I noticed a lot of interesting inscriptions, and that's what I'm going to show today. And I hope to be able to talk about how they add to our perception of regional history. So our knowledge of Wakhan and Tibetan presence in Wakhan is based primarily on the old Tibetan annals and the annals of the Tang dynasty, and complemented by Arab and Persian histories. Let's see here. Additionally, we have epigraphic evidence from, for instance, the well-known Tibetan inscription near the Darkot Pass, and from the 7 Tibetan inscriptions that were found on stones near to the village of Gakuch in Punyal. So you can see there's an inscription over here and a chort in here, and it's a typical type of formulaic inscription that says so-and-so donated this inscription, a meritorious donation of a chorten like that. So we have these. And all of these inscriptions that I mentioned have been dated to about the mid-8th to the mid-9th centuries, when the Tibetan Empire and the Tang Empire vied for control of these long-distance trade routes that Jason has been mentioning that came through Wakhan and the Pamir and into Gilgit from up in the Tarim Basin, from Khotan and from China, over which these Chinese pilgrims traveled and all. So we have never seen any of this evidence of Tibetan actual presence there. We just know it from textual sources. So this is interesting. One of the notable events of the period was a famous Chinese attack on a Tibetan fort located in Wakhan at the entrance to the Brogil Pass in the year 747, as we can determine. It was recorded in detail in the Tang annals. And I've proposed elsewhere that the remains of a large fort, which you see here, whose local name is Kansir, on the northern side of the Wakhan side of the Brogil Pass, is likely that very fort. If you look closely at the base here, you can see the layered stonework and then the typical mud bricks, and you can see it's kind of in dilapidated shape, but it's a massive fort, very typical Tibetan style, very different from the other forts in Wakhan that have been documented by Soviet archaeologists, notably M.A. Bubnova on the Tajikistan side there. The fort was evidently garrisoned and supplied from Little Balur Little Balor, which the Tibetans called Brusha or Brushal or Bruja, all of these names. And the king of Little Balur married a Tibetan princess in the year 740, as recorded in the Tibetan annals. Well, the Chinese didn't like this very much, that their area was being encroached upon by these Tibetans, rivaling them. So the Chinese sent an army. Coming from Kashgar in China, the army came across and divided into 3 groups, probably up in this part of the Pamir, and proceeded down here to Sarhad. One came down this way, one came up this way, and another came the long way around. And they met Christopher Beckwith, who was at Indiana, has actually given us a date for when this happened. On August the 11th of 747, the year, they all combined in front of the fort, and in a great battle, they defeated the Tibetans and drove them out. The Chinese contingent then proceeded over the Darkot Pass into the Yasin Valley and into what is known as Little Balur. They pacified Little Balur and took the Bruja king and his Tibetan queen prisoner. They then returned with their comrades who'd remained near the fort to their comrades in Wakhan via what the Chinese referred to as the Red Buddha Hall Road, which is a topic that I've dealt with in a separate publication. So that's as much as we know from the Tang and the Tibetan annals. In 1984, before I really was into this stuff, I photographed these rock carvings of Chortens and some Tibetan writing in the Tui Valley, just where it meets with the main Yasin Valley. And this is unknown. No one's seen this stuff before. And I've learned, unfortunately, that road construction has apparently blasted this boulder. So it's kind of gone. You can see some Tibetan characters here. They don't really say a whole lot. Dege Blo, which might mean something like meritorious or honorable tendencies or something, but it seems partial and not fully complete. But we can see 1, 2, a third here, and a fourth Chorten up there of the typical style that we find there. So this is, again, our only known actual physical evidence of Tibetan presence in Yasin. I'd tentatively assign these Chortens probably to this same era of Tibetan imperial activity associated with the conquest of the fort. However, other later dates are plausible, and I'll talk about that later. In Wakhan, I located some previously unknown sites with numerous Tibetan inscriptions. One is along a previously unrecognized route that fits the description the Chinese gave of one of their routes to attack that fort. And this site, if it is indeed what I think it is, would provide an answer to what were the routes that the Chinese took on the ground, actual on-the-ground confirmation of the routes there. Previously unknown, I think I maybe have been the first or the second foreigner who'd ever been through there. So this new physical evidence, along with the Chinese and Tibetan textual evidence, supports, I think, attribution of these sites to that era of the Tibetan Empire, i.e. the mid to late 8th centuries in Wakhan, right? And these are located in a valley that local people call Chapdara. It's not at all helpful. It just sort of means the left valley. But that's what they call it. My field work also indicates that there were other routes that the Tibetans were using to go to and from Wakhan, which has been a subject of some debate as to was there one route or several routes. So here's some inscriptions at a second site that I located along with some Chortens and things. And this is along a route that leads from Wakhan over into what would be the Chapursan or possibly the Upper Ishkoman Valley by 2 passes there that I've been at least over one of them, not both of them. But clearly it indicates that the Tibetans were moving there. There's no other reason to go up to this sort of a place. And here's also at the same site, this is the Little Pamir in Wakhan. And right in here, there's actually a Tibetan Chorten design with an inscription that, interestingly enough, translates into English as saying, easy to go. Because if you've come through those mountain passes and you get here and you see the whole Pamir out in front of you, you go, oh yeah, that's a lot easier than what we just had to do. And so the Tibetans left a little like, cheer up guys, you're almost there, kind of a little sign. So this is again, physical documentation of Tibetans using a separate route through Wakhan that we weren't even aware that they did. I mean, we thought they might have, but there was no answer. So why these sites? What were the Tibetans doing up there? The inscription sites that I found are all on old routes. They all have nearby walled structures. They're all near water sources. So I've proposed that what these sites probably were is what the Tibetans referred to as hill stations. In other words, watch points along the routes where small contingents of soldiers who would keep watch and send signals with mirrors in the daytime, with fire at night. We know this existed in Hunza. We know this existed in Chitral, Pumvarash, which I've written about elsewhere, the fire signaling towers that we have there in Chitral as well. So these soldiers would have been garrisoning these stations. The inscriptions. Nearly all of these inscriptions that I found in Wakhan give the name of an individual, presumably the person who made the inscription. Some inscriptions are dated in a 12-year cycle, which was the calendar cycle used by the Tibetans. And in some cases, they include a season, which is invariably the autumn season, which, of course, if you've been up there, that's the time of year you can actually get through these areas before the snow in winter and when the summer river levels are low so that you can pass through them. So these factors are favorable for the movement of troops and also for the stationing of soldiers in these areas. Like this one says that in the middle autumn month of the dragon year, in the 20th day of the middle autumn month of the dragon year, a man whose name was Kyungpo Gyal Tsan dedicated this stupa description. That's his name. So we have a bit of information. Now trying to figure out actually what date was that, I mean the 20th day of the middle autumn month of the dragon year, I mean, okay, once every 12 years you get that, so you can't really assign without some other evidence. And since all I can do in Wakhan doing this work is just take pictures, no excavation, we don't have any datable material, no remains, no fire sites, no charcoal, no anything that we could use to try and really pin it down. And I don't know when that'll happen because, as you know, the situation in Wakhan doesn't seem to be so good. Some of the clan names, however, given here in these inscriptions are quite interesting. Some of them are attested in old Tibetan documents from the time of the Tibetan Empire. Most of them are associated with western areas of the Tibetan Empire or with the erstwhile kingdom of Zhangzhung, an almost mythical kingdom that was out there that was incorporated into the Tibetan Empire in about the 7th century at some time. Like this name, Kyungpo. The Garuda people. Kyung is the flying eagle sort of figure that's known as a Garuda in Hindi. So these are the Garuda men. He was of that clan, and he made this inscription. Others are clans with interesting names like Rei Shin. There's that name again, Shin, probably from Zhangzhung. So most of those are attested in the old Tibetan annals. Other clan names bear a resemblance to classical Tibetan clan names, but they're not entirely identical. Like there's one here of the Nampo Shud clan, may or may not be the same as the central Tibetan Shudpu clan. We also find the same clan name in Gakuch on the stones that were published by Karl Jetmar and Sagaster in a publication in 1994. Still other clans attested in these inscriptions from Wakhan are not found in the Tibetan imperial documents, such as the clan Meor, and the clan Smer. This is our Shudpu clan inscription here. It says in autumn of the monkey year, Nampo Shud Putse inscribed this. It's again that kind of graffiti, so-and-so was here. You could see a soldier sitting there, literacy, chipping something out. So these local names that we find are probably indicative of the type of administration that we found under the Tibetan Empire and the Chinese Empire as well. And I can add that when the Turks were there also, where local officials would be working for them in a kind of client-patron relationship, a typical type of a governance pattern that we find. So interestingly, there's one clan called the Smer clan that's well known from Ladakh. The Moravian missionary August Hermann Franke documented a number of inscriptions with a clan named Smer from around the village Khalatse in Ladakh. And subsequently, Giuseppe Tucci, I believe that's who we're looking at, yes, here on the wall, photographed more than a dozen inscriptions with the name Smer along the road. And they were studied also by Philip Denwood of University of London and the late lamented Tsuguhito Takeuchi of Kobe University in Japan. Officials from this family were very important. They held high ranks at that time. And more recently, the work of the Mission Archéologique Franco-Indienne au Ladakh has documented additional inscriptions in Ladakh of this same clan. So in all, we know of at least 25 inscriptions with this clan named Smer. And a colleague of mine, a recent PhD, now a postgraduate researcher at the CRCAO and Peristan College de France named Niels Martin, has conducted some really groundbreaking research on Smer clan inscriptions and history. We communicate on it. And we know that this was a very important clan in Ladakh at the time of the kingdom of West Tibet. This is separate in many ways from the kingdom of Central Tibet, which was the Lhasa kings and the Yarlung dynasty and all. What we have for that, though, is we have the annals of the kings of Ladakh that have been translated by Luciano Petic and Roberto Vitali, of course, and those have been studied. So we know that after the collapse of the Tibetan kingdom and the Central Kingdom in the year 842, one of the great-grandsons of the last Tibetan emperor migrated west into what was an area called Guge and Purang around 912. And he extended his control over the ancient kingdom of Zhangzhung, and his three sons collectively divided this kingdom into three countries, which they called Mariul, doesn't mean the land of butter, Lahul and Zanskar, and Guge Purang, which were collectively known as the three kingdoms of Nari. One of this king's grandsons, who also ruled in Purang, became dissatisfied with Buddhist practice at that time. This is the famous Dharma king Yesheo, who ruled at the end of the 10th century, the beginning of the 11th century. He became a monk, and he initiated the revival of Buddhist monastic traditions that became known as the second spread of Buddhism that reached all the way back to central Tibet. His grandson also ruled there, and his name was Ode. He was not a monk like his father. He was a fighter, and he raised an army, and according to what we have in the Ladakh annals, in the year 1021, he extended his rule as far as Khotan in Central Asia. And his authority over Brusha, i.e. Little Balor, is attested in a recently translated inscription by Niels Martin that's located at the village of Karul, which is the confluence of the Shingo and Suru rivers. This is really obscure geography. But it's about 5 kilometers north of Kargil, and there's a name you might know, and it's directly on the line of control. So this line of control has really prevented us from doing a lot of work, but he's found this stuff. And it identifies a minister of an area called Brusha Kiris. Now, we don't know if this Kiris is the same Kiris that we kind of know from up in the Gilgit region or not, but Brusha we're pretty sure we know about. and it identifies a great minister of that time. And because we can associate this with that military movement, Ode, and because it has a year assigned to it, we can tentatively date this to the year 1028, when this Western Tibetan army was moving back up into that area. Sorry, I messed up on my papers here. So we also know that Brusha and West Tibet had friendly relations because this King Ode married a queen from Bruchal. Her name was Urgyanne, and they had a son who they called Bruchal Tsa, which means of Bruchal origin. And Ode, however, met an untimely end because he was then captured in, we think, the Gilgit region by the Karakhanid forces, who is who they were contesting with, and held prisoner, and he apparently died there. Before he was captured, though, in 1037, according to the Ladakh annals, he did send an army back up to Brusha, but he was defeated as he attempted to go up to Kotana and was captured, as I said. So I think it's not unreasonable to assume that the Karakhanid routes for attacking Bruchal would have been through Wakhan. I mean, if you go from Khotan down to Gilgit and all, you kind of got to go through Wakhan. And the same routes that were used by the Chinese and Tibetan. It also seems likely that the Western Tibetan army may have used these same routes and these same passes. So what I found in Wakhan, interestingly, is that one of the sites actually gives some inscriptions with this clan named Smer, which wasn't known from earlier on in the imperial era, but is known from this later era in this 10th century from the Western Tibetan kingdom. Yeah, more pictures of these things. Very interesting. So this is one inscription here. It's just a name. It says Smer Tsug Legs. That's all you have. But you have a clan name, Smer. You have that. Then here's another one, and these are not so easy to read. I work with a Tibetan scholar at the University of Chicago, Carmen Nodup, who's a native Tibetan person, who helps me with this because I know a little about a lot of languages, including Tibetan, and it helps to have an expert with you. This is an inscription. It says, in the bird year, Smer Dar Gatong wrote this, right? And, yeah, sure, fine, I'm good. And and here's another one that's a little trickier to read. This one also was in the bird year, and it says Smer Sargatong inscribed this in the mouse year. In the mouse year, he did this. So what's interesting is that we find this same name also in an inscription from Ladakh, Smer Sargatong, that was documented by Takeuchi. Now, finding the same name in two places does not necessarily mean that it was the same individual, but it does indicate that the Wakhan site was occupied by troops during the Western Tibetan military movement into Wakhan, because we see these people, clans that were important in the Western Tibetan kingdom, also writing their names in Wakhan. That wouldn't have happened in the earlier era when the troops were from central Tibet and not from the Ladakh region, and that clan hadn't come into prominence at that time. One of the stones in the Gakuch inscription also indicates this as well. And so there remain then some tasks that we can do, and can't go to Wakhan. But the Gakuch inscriptions were kind of handled, I don't know what happened, but I mean, Yetmar and Sagasta mixed up an inscription from another location in Baltistan with one of the ones there and gave a mistranslation of it. And when you look at, they keep saying these inscriptions are Bonpo Dharanis, which are Bonpo mantras, spells, and things. They're not. They're names of individuals. We can read the clan names. So they really need to be re-examined we have the digital images, but they didn't really always focus on the inscription itself. So after this conference, I intend to go back there, and I think I've located where all these stones may be and dispersed in lots of places, contacted the people. I hope to be able to see them. So was this 11th century, when we have the Khmer inscriptions, the only time these sites were occupied by the Tibetans? I don't think so. The paleography, the onomastics of the names, and all the textual evidence that we have of the rivalry between Tibet and China, I think show that there were probably 2 periods when Tibet occupied as far north as Wakhan and maybe extended all the way to Khotan. The time when Khotan was taken over by the Karakhanids is a fuzzy one. It's debatable. Was it full control, weak control? Bianca Horleman has written about this and other things. So the only way I think that we can resolve these questions, at least right now, would be to go back to these sites in Wakhan and do some more work and get permission to be able to do some excavation. And I just don't see that happening given the current state of affairs in Wakhan, unfortunately. So this is all we've got, and I'm happy to be able to show it to you. It's all new, my own photographs. Thanks for looking. So.
Thank you very much,
any questions
John,
or anything?
also for staying strictly within time. Questions?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Microphone.
Stefano Pello.
Thank you for this very mesmerizing presentation. It was absolutely
Thank you, you're kind.
rich and interesting. I don't know anything about the specific subject, but you touch a point which somehow illuminated a thought, which is this connection between Tibet and Khotan, the later one. As seen from the text that I work on, Persianate literary sources, from the Ghaznavid times, it is quite interesting that, and I was wondering Sunday before for other reasons, there is a overlapping between, not by chance, I mean, between Khotan and Tibet, as far as the musk is concerned. So you know the musk, the perfume, which comes from the kind of gazelle. The Moshke Khotan or Moshke Tobat, in older sources, tend to overlap in a quite interesting way. So I wonder if this can have any kind of relationship with what you're saying, as far as seen from Ghaznavi literary sources especially. I'm talking about the beginning of the 11th century.
Yeah, it's, you know, Jason has written a lot about, Jason Nealis, who's here with us today, has written a lot about these long distance trade routes. And one thing we didn't get into is what were they trading, for goodness sakes? Well, that's certainly one of the things. And just because the Tibetans were controlling and taxing the trade doesn't mean the trade didn't happen. And the Chinese were out there, and, you know, Turks and the Ghaznavids and the Karakhanids and all of them, they were doing this, and that was one of the luxury goods that was being traded, definitely.
There's an
along
article
with
about
our
if I don't go wrong.
lapis lazuli, you know, out of from the mines in Badakhshan up at Sarisang up there, you know. That's the source. That was what was being traded. So these are all things there, and you know, if again you do excavations and maybe you find signs of this or you find some documents or something, but Tibet was very involved in Khotan. I mean, they were, you know, if you read these. You know, there were monasteries that were built in Khotan. There were relations with Hunza. There were all these linkages with Bruchal and all the way down to Gandhara and things. So that Khotan was very important. And also Khotan, remember, that was the source of the jade. Those rivers coming down from the mountains, that's where the jade and the finest white mutton fat jade was coming out of those rivers. These were the luxury goods being traded. These were important things in all these times, and even still today. I mean, you know, so yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I was thinking of this article, I don't remember the author now, which is in this book, Islam and Tibet, Tibet and Islam, or Islam and Tibet.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, that's a nice book.
Which is a very nice, yeah.
Very nice
indeed.
book, yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you.
Wait. Wait, wait, John. One comment with question. I like to connect John's contribution with the previous ones because they all contribute to pose questions and give new directions to the study of Pakistani history in this period. I want to recall attention to both comments by Taj Khan and Hidayatur Rahman. The one by Taj Khan, you see, this is about the openness and closedness of the area at different times, of course. The fact that you have found how many Tibetan inscriptions you had discovered yourself? How many, more or less?
No, 15, 20.
15, 20. It's not nothing. It's it's quite a number that nobody had seen before. Of course, points to
Except the people who made them.
of course. No, surely many locals had seen them.
The
no
locals,
scholars.
they tell me when I say, "What are these?" They say, "Oh, they were made by the fairies."
Of course. That's about everything. Any kind of petroglyph or inscription, always by the fairies. Surely the fairies were there looking while they were being made. There's no doubt about that. But so many locals surely had seen them, but no scholars. Hidayat mentioned 55 new inscriptions, and these are things that point in the direction of openness, and also they are sort of a warning about the fact that these very important documents might disappear, as Hidayat said, and as I have heard from young Pakistani archaeologists who have worked in the Gilgit area,
Yes.
that they told me again of the inscriptions that have been blasted in road building.
Right, there's that, and then, I mean, look at what happened in Bamiyan with the Buddhas, and, you know, fortunately, these are all at 14 to 15,000 feet in elevation, and really Taliban don't like that elevation. So far as I know, they aren't up there trying to, you know, but they could be fair game, you know, if they wanted to efface and destroy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Taj Khan's comment about the Kalasha cemeteries I consider very important because it is a big problem that most archaeologists don't think about, that the Peristani type graves, since we have that testimony by Curtius Rufus from Alexander's time about these above ground wooden coffins in Alexander's time. This it is a very rare kind of burial, as I said on the first day. It points very strongly to the possibility that this kind of burial lasted throughout these 2,000 years. The only problem is that we'll never have an archaeological trace of that. And the graves that are not above ground burials that Ruth has been describing and that have been excavated in Chitral are likely not to belong to Peristani cultures, to be something different. Of course, I'm talking as a profane, I'm not an archaeologist. Of course, things change, but they're not what we know as typical of Peristani. And that Taj Khan, I think you showed pictures of a revival of above-ground burials in eastern Peristan, right? So, I mean, we have very good traces of this kind of above-ground burial also in eastern Peristan, all along, in Upper Swat also. I would like to add to what Taj Khan says, and then I would like to know your opinion about this, that not only the graveyards, but also the villages of the Kafirs were very often built on very steep hilltops where any trace of the village disappears completely very, very quickly. The village of Grom in Ursun, which was the village of Ursun still in Robertson's times, but still in the early 1900s in Morgenstern times. It was photographed by Morgenstern. When we were there in the 90s, had almost completely disappeared, and you could only see traces of a few stones. And it is obvious that in 100 years, there will be no trace being on this very steep hilltop, like most Kafir villages were built. So this means that we might have no archaeological trace of the entire counter-civilization that we have been talking about. And thanks, Jason, for evoking Pierre Claston's societies against the state. We might be in the condition of not having any trace of the societies against the state because only the state has left traces. And I would like to know what John thinks about this. And of course, I also would like to know what Ruth and Jason think about this. And perhaps we will have time to do it.
Well, one of the challenges of that kind of work is the physical challenge that you mentioned. To go to the tops of these hills, to go to the tops of these ridges, these dry places, and look and see what's there. Just even the discovery to begin to find them, and then the work that Ruth with a whole team of people has been able to do to map them out, and Jason building on the work of the great German teams going there and documenting the inscriptions and map them out. So we try and put these pieces together, but it's a challenge. I mean, the way my wife and I approach this in Wakhan is we tried to think, okay, if this was 1,000 years ago and we were on a caravan or something moving through here and we were trying to monitor it somehow and be a post of people watching the routes, where would we put our fort? Where would we sit and want to watch that would be comfortable? And we would look around and we would go, that looks good, and we'd walk up there and, my goodness, there's something here. So when you have to take yourself out of the mind of just like, we're on a route just following the path here, or we have to complete our trek, and think of like, how were people living and occupying this landscape? What was motivating them? What were they doing? And when you think like that, you put yourself into the mindset as close as possible of those people, and then you visualize them, you see them. And you go to the places and you find that was there. And, and people say, oh, welcome home.
That's the mark of good archaeology, I would say.
It takes a different kind of approach.
Okay, I have to announce that we have a change in program because and Cristiano Moscatelli, who will present the paper by Anna Filigensi and himself, will be here only in the afternoon. So practically all the rest of this session is extraterrestrials, that is non-archaeologists, because we will have, I forgot to mention earlier, apart not only Jürgen Fremgen talking about pre-Islamic symbolism and I'm sorry. I was told you were not here. I'm sorry. Then there was a misunderstanding. Okay. No. Yeah, we have the pause now. So no problem. We will have Cristiano Moscatelli after Jürgen Fremgen, and finally we will have Hidayat ur-Rahman, who has been moved from the first day because of his belated arrival for visa problems. But right after the pause, we will take 5 minutes to reply to the questions that were posed from Pakistan by Fakhruddin Akhundzada and Zaman Sagar. So let's have the pause now.
Just an announcement about the hotel bill. Many of us received this letter saying that the reception is open only between 11 and 2 o'clock for the bill. But I called the lady, and she said she'll be there tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. So the bills can be paid tomorrow morning. She will be from 7 o'clock. I mean, she won't be at 7 o'clock and then go away. So I think she'll stay at least until 9 and past. She'll be there at 7 o'clock. So again.
Question about this hotel bill. We were told that Ismail was paying some number of nights, but this bill is for all the nights. So what to do?
You know, this is a question that the secretaries know, but they'll be refunding.
Yeah, it's just an advance payment that will be refunded, but please discuss these things with the secretariat. Scusa, vorrei dire una cosa. Okay. Good morning to everybody, to the people who are listening online. 3 minutes to answer the questions from the first day that were left behind. One was from Fakhruddin Khunzada, who was asking how many generations ago the people of Gobor arrived in Chitral. In this case, the count of generations is not very important because we can tell with a certain precision the date. They came around 1850. That the first ones, the very first ones, who were of the party of Fazil, who was one of the brothers of Kon, who was the father of Kanmara. So around the mid-1800s, before the two Sheikh Hanandes in Bumburet and Rumbur, and this is for Fakhruddin about Gobor. The other question about from Zaman about what was the religion of Swat before Islam. Zaman says we find people who are still writing today that the people of Upper Swat were Buddhist until they became Muslims. This opinion has absolutely no factual foundation in any kind of source, and it is very unlikely. Of course, we have so much still to learn about Peristan that everything is possible. Everything is possible. So we might discover 300 Buddhist inscriptions in Upper Swat, I don't know. But as far as we can tell now, Buddhism, no traces of Buddhism have ever been found in Upper Swat. That is Torwal and presently Gaurier, the Bahrain and Kalam. And the religion they had, these are areas of very late conversion, which probably converted around the early 1800s or the late 1700s. And the religion they had before Islam was quite certainly a kafir type of religion. The people of Kalam came from Dir Khoistan when the Pathan pushed the kafirs of Dir up the valley and away from the main valley into Dir Kohistan and beyond the pass into the upper valley of Swat. They speak the same language, Dir Kohistan and Kalam Kohistan. So the answer to the question, what was their religion before Islam, is certainly they were Peristani. What exact kind of Peristani we know very little about, but there are some data. Yetmer even had collected some data, and I have also collected some data precisely with Zaman, whom I would like to thank for his assistance in this research that I made in 2006. Okay, that's too much.
I think I have to push here. Right?
Dr. Jürgen Fremgen will speak about pre-Islamic symbolism in the material culture of Naguère and Hunza, and he will have his 40 minutes because that's...
I will shorten, I think, my presentation a bit to give some more time to my friend Max Klimburg also. When I got that kind invitation by Alberto and Augusto to participate in this conference, I thought to myself, my God, I don't have probably anything to offer in terms of working on pre-Islamic heritage of that area where I did field work, because besides doing short-term field work in Harban Valley, in Harban, in Indus Kohistan, I mainly focused my ethnographic field research in the 1980s and 1990s in Naguère, opposite Hunza. So in the Hunza-Naguère Valley, you need the arch enemies of the Hunza Kurds, so to speak. And my main topics in those days, being a disciple of Karl Yetmer, was the traditional political system of the segmentary state, of the sacred kingdom, on processes of settlement, and in addition also on the veneration of Muslim saints. And finally, of course, as I became a curator in a museum, it was the arts and crafts and the material culture. But what I'm going to present is some notes on the pre-Islamic symbolism in this field of, better to say, materialized culture. But for the proceedings of the conference, which will inshallah be published at some point, I have prepared a paper on called Animal Motifs on a Wooden Box from Hunza, together with my colleague Ejazullah Beg, the curator of the Baltit Fort. But I thought it would have been a bit too boring for you just to focus on a single object. I'm going to show it later on at least. But yeah, it is a marvelous and unique piece of folk art from the late 19th and early 20th century. But I would like to broaden the subject a bit, because it is probably nice for you to get some, to see something more about these arts of Naguère and Hunza both. Here we have a picture just that you see the landscape and the settlement area. It's the village of Boroshal, which is part of the oasis of Hopar, one of the highest settlements in Naguère, which has also changed. You see all these fortified villages, they are under a tremendous change since the opening of the Karakoram Highway in 1978. There is a tremendous material modernity introduced in the valley. So also the architecture is changing, and often fortified villages are simply left to decay. And yeah, here we do have a map, and you see the location of these former segmentary states indicated here. This had been Naguère, also with an outlet there on the other side of the valley. Just that you know where we are. The population of Naguère is really much higher than of Hunza. Here we do have the villages of these centralized micro-states or former sacral kingdoms of Naguère. It was independent until 1972 and Hunza 74. And the picture I showed before, that was from Hopar, which is here in this area. earliest settlements are Hopar, Hispar, and Sumayar in this region. And yeah, in those days, in the 80s, I visited almost every village to talk to the elders and to collect all traditions and local memories about the process of settlement. Yeah, just to give a glimpse also on material culture, something which is probably a bit also surprising for you to find such royal crown there. It is one of 2 or 3, 4 royal crowns of which I'm aware of. They were published already in the late 90s in a museum journal in Germany. And this is, yeah, as you see, the youngest son of an important Mir and ruler, Mir Sikandar Khan, who ruled in the colonial period. He came into power actually through the British, and his father ruled from 1905 in Uyumnagar, which had been the capital of that small state I showed you before. Raja Karim Khan, in his royal attire, when they used to appear during the traditional festivals held in the cycle of the year. And this crown was manufactured in the 1920s or 30s, late 1920s, in Kashmir, in Srinagar, made of silver, gilded, and following a model of British crowns. But in addition, it has also this, what we call in Urdu, the jiqah over there. You see, in German, we would call it an agrafe. There are, almost every prince had the honor to have such a crown. It was given to him by his milk father, and the other crowns were mostly made of textile, and also quite impressive, actually. But they showed, of course, their right to for their inherited rulership. Similarly here, Mir Jamal Khan on the right side, the last Tam or ruler of Hunza, sitting on a kind of balcony in the Baltit fort. So this royal attire had been very important also, of course, to an art of presentation, of showing the power and prestige during the festivals of sowing and harvest and in other occasions, and when foreign guests and diplomats were received by the rulers. And of course, as we know from the first day also from a lecture, shamanism had been a very important cultural trait, both in Hunza, Nagar, and in other neighboring kingdoms and principalities. So here we have Bitan Rahimo, one of the last dancing shamans. Irmtraut Stellrecht, our colleague in Germany who is not participating, she is really the most knowledgeable expert on the aspect of shamanism in Hunza. And of course, we know that there were not only male shamans, but also female shamans. And the most powerful or experience of them, they were coming from the Shina-speaking area, as also the fairies are used to speak in Shina language. And this is a cultural trait probably more related to the Shina-speaking Dards from the wider Gilgit area. To show you at least, to give you an idea of architecture, there is actually not much found in Nagar besides beautiful Shia assembly halls dating from the mid-20th century, very beautifully decorated there. But on the left side, you see the ancient first mosque, the oldest mosque, which has a date also inscribed on it, and it is 1128 of Hijri. I am in that context because I found during my fieldwork a number of documents written in Persian language of deeds of that land was handed over or people were exempted from taxes. And I'm again very thankful to Wolfgang Holzwarth, who is among us, that he read these documents, which are so important also to have another chronology to juxtapose them with findings from all traditions. And yeah, on the left side, the Kamal Masjid related to Kamal Khan, who is the one who really introduced Islam in a more solid way in the early 18th century. On the right side, a building which is no more, as so many of these historical monuments, an old mosque built in the time of Shah Ghazanfar in Baltij, but it is no more there. Yeah, and I come, of course, to a subject which is very dear to any museologist or people focusing on material culture, namely the jewelry. By the way, the Museum of Ethnography in Munich has probably the only collection outside Pakistan on Hunza and Nagar. It's about 450 objects. A large number is dealing with jewelry, also from neighboring area of Gilgit. And here, luckily, because I could talk to the owners of the jewelry, I could even inquire the names of the princess who was wearing this piece of jewelry. What is important, maybe interesting for linguists, and Hermann Berger was quite helpful in checking the Bruszewski terms of the jeweler. So this kind of special language used by local craftsmen. So the whole entire vocabulary we could note. And this is a tumar, a typical triangle motif, which is so common throughout the Middle East and Central Asia. Tumar, an amulet, but it's only the shape which has this apotropaic significance. There is no paper amulet with the Quran verses inside. The region was Islamized about the 16th, 17th, and early 18th centuries to Shia Islam, and first earlier also to Sunni Islam on a more superficial way. If we relate to symbols, of course, these bird-shaped fibulas come into mind. They were worn on the breast of the costume, and we had this excellent and fruitful, I think, thought-provoking presentation yesterday by our Russian colleagues. Very inspiring. And the bird, of course, within folk Islam, so to speak, we have this idea of the soul bird, probably. This is not as pronounced in the indigenous religion in Nagar and Hunza, but there are at times, yes, that somebody died and his corpse was enclosed, for instance, miraculously in a huge boulder or stone, which miraculously opened up and the body was enclosed in that stone, and then a bird was flying off, carrying most probably the soul away. So there are folk stories also collected by Lorimer where some of these animals appear. But we do have that depiction of birds in jewelry. Here again on a pectoral with addorsed birds, not affronted, now addorsed birds from the upper Gilgit Valley. Some of the jewelry I could really obtain through local people in Nagar and Hunza, or by the jewelers, or in the bazaar in Gilgit, and also got to get the information by the jewelers. Of course, there are some Gilgiti jewelers from Kashmiri origin, but later on people from the upper Hazara area, from the area around Mansehra and Abdabad, they migrated to the north because Kashmiris in Gilgit took on other occupations and job opportunities. So the silver and filigree work is most important there. Going to the textiles, of course, many of you are well aware about these cross-stitched embroidery on these pillbox caps worn by the women, by ladies, and they have been studied. The different motives and ornaments, stylized flowers, geometric motifs, and for instance here on the brim, this kind of motif which appears to a flower to us is called fiti, so it's a brat motif, and the arrow and or bat, tatapal, on the plate over there. Different interpretations, of course. This is just one glimpse from this field of textiles. Of course, it was not an old cap. This style of caps was introduced from Wakhan through princesses from Wakhan married to Hunza. And of course, between Hunza and Naga, there was always a barter trade and trade relations and intermarriage within the royal family and among some families of the nobility. But before, there were other woolen bonnets worn, and it was hardly possible for me to get photographs about that. But that was probably more an ancient headdress comparable to those worn in the Kohistani regions further to the south, because also the migration of these farmers living in Nagerkuts mostly point to the south, to the area of Gor Chilas, Sai Gor Chilas. And this is an interesting, of course, and complicated history of settlement. Yes, having another look on one of such caps, and you clearly here see these stylized birds up there. And here again also. But nowadays people don't give more information or explanations for the use of these birds. Again, bird motifs in combination with flowers on a brim of a cap, and cross-stitch embroidery. Usually they use nowadays cotton, but they also use silk. By the way, also locally produced silk in one village in Nage, in Rolmet, at the foot of the Rakaposhi. There's one village where the raising of silkworms was introduced quite late in the early 20th century from Kashmir, mainly to get the income from taxes. The villagers were forced to do this work. And so we have very fine embroideries where you have 100 knots on a square centimeter, so extremely nicely done. And here again, a motif on a plate, the so-called Turyankish. These are these motifs, sorry, here, there. It's like an ibex horn, isn't it? No? Yeah, ibex horn. Or from Marhor, it's differently, it's a very nice cap also. And motifs explained as tamuts, as snow leopards, but probably more inspired by motifs of the cock from the Pamir, or even of the dragon, because we have these cultural relations to China, to Xinjiang, since through the Hunza traders over there. Yeah. I was really delighted to see all these historical photographs yesterday in this presentation on the costume history, and I have only to contribute this single photograph of an older man, and old so-called, had the reputation of being very old-fashioned, and I'm luckily at least to get that, to see this gentleman who was still a somewhat older dress wearing this. And I promised to show at least one photograph of this beautifully decorated Shia imambargas all over Nagar. It's a unique style which I didn't find neither in Baltistan nor in the Gilgit area, and still now is changing. I think the high time has gone. It was more a period from the 40s, 50s, and when also this color material was available and beautifully carved, and it was a prestigious thing to have a village where people put their money together to decorate such an imambarga. And now I come to this unique wooden box with animal motifs, which we find in the Baltit Museum, probably made in Ganesh, one of the three oldest villages close to the river. By the way, the what we all read in the books, the Hunza Valley or river. In Burushaski, this river hasn't a special name. It's simply the valley and the river. So, but as all the people read the books written about Hunza and hardly anything is known about Nagar, Nagarkots complain that this is still the Hunza Valley. So I propose to call it now this part, this section of the valley, the Hunza Nagar/Nagar Valley. And you see this box has 4 panels. Interesting. Here, and you will see it. We have some music, I don't know. Gone. So, and on these 4 panels, you have all in all 46 animals depicted there. The box is carved out of juniper wood. 46 animals, mainly ibexes, of course, but also other motifs which are unique here. And this is then the topic of that paper, which I'm going to send you then. We see a pair of affronted peacocks. And I want directly direct your attention to these small snakes you find inside the stomach of these ibex. Here are snakes inside in each one. And that is a popular Islamic legend borrowed from outside, that the peacock was somehow in paradise and accidentally or not observing correctly, it swallowed a snake and brought the snake into the paradise where it seduced, as we know, Adam and Eve. So, so this is probably this legend which traveled by word of mouth to Hunza and Nagar, and maybe also through literary works reaching the area throughout the 19th century. On top of these affronted peacocks, you have 2 more snakes here, which the whole thing later on, this symmetric composition of the carver, it also can be interpreted or seen as the horns of the Marco Polo sheep even. But it's obviously, of course, a snake because the head is there, it's opening. And of course, here we have this ancient mythological theme of the snake as the Stonian subterranean animal related to the earth, which of course also gives fertility and should not be killed even in Hunza, but it's more the dark side. And then you have the peacock or the bird in general representing what Skylar Kaman said, the old Asiatic sunbird, and which often sits on the tree of life. But this basic motive of snake and bird was coming from outside. Of course, it is not necessarily maybe a peacock, it could also be a monal or an impatient pheasant, as these animals also found and even depicted on the rock carvings. And in addition, we have the ibexes, as you see. And here is the other upper panel, also nicely carved, and you again can see the snakes inside the stomach of the peacock, and we have also sometimes very beautifully carved ibex on the left side here, showing the horns. Of course, we think immediately of the indigenous hunting religion and where the fairies are herding these ibexes. They're under the protection of the fairies. They are considered the most sacred and pure animals depicted on the rock carvings on that side of Haldeikish, near Ganesh, which was already shown, I think, probably by Jason Nealis before, Haldeikish. So we have this interplay of indigenous motifs, plus, by the way, also, that was maybe the previous slide. Can I have the previous slide? Don't know where to push, I will make a mistake. Aha, yeah, thanks a lot. Because here we have these predators, which I forgot to mention here and there. Probably dog or whatever, a wolf, because wolves were also in Naga, predator. This is, again, so indigenous motive, 2 dog-like predators. all in all, on all these 4 panels, 46 animals. A unique piece, really. I was so surprised. And let's come to the silver pectoral. And I just suggest the idea to reflect on that. Maybe what is your idea, what could be depicted? Is it this niche motif? Is it somehow resembling a Buddhist stupa or not? Because in the village, Nagar village of Tol, we had a stupa where Sir Oral Stein found the remnants. So I would love to know your opinion about it. I still put in my publications a question mark against this interpretation. This is already the last file. Oh no, I just need 1 minute. Yeah, you have the sources. This is that new book which there is some information given focusing on the myths, traditions, and indigenous rituals and the festivities of the Nagerkots of the Karakoram. The Arts and Crafts book is still available with Oxford University Press. And then a book in German on the textiles. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now we have the photos by Max, and then we will have the questions. Is everything ready, Max, for your photos?
Thank you for being, having another possibility to end up my talk, because it was cut short, and I was very unhappy that I couldn't really finalize, and I missed a few slides which were not shown. So I'm going to add all this little bit. It's just a question of a few minutes, and I start with that village I have shown before. It's the Kamdesh village where Richard Strand spent much time, and of course Robertson. Now, another remark given by Alberto about the villages on hilltops of Nuristan or of the Kafirs, I didn't find any village having been built on a hilltop. It's all on the sides of the mountain slide, mountains. What do you call it? Mountain inclines, mountain slopes. That's a good word. And of course, in steps, as is well known, except one example, and this is Achinu to the south of Varna, and they moved away from that hilltop location to a better one, being better able to cope with the environmental situation. I'm sorry, I'm overly tired because I didn't sleep well. So it was better off when I gave my talk. So just in short. Now I showed you this picture published by Robertson about all those mounted ancestor figures. Among them, there's none of them, but among them were also horses with two heads, a motif which were picked up by the Kalash. I have no picture of them, but this particular case made it, of course, the feasts related to having that figures set up much more expensive. But anyhow, this is typically for culture very much settled and being very keen on having the family traditions shown by putting up that one. It was a very much secured upper class. It was an elitist society, so to speak, keeping their positions strongly defended by giving these huge feasts called mö, and of course being man killers as well. That is of course a condition everywhere found. Now next one. Now, back to this. Back. Now I may have shown this picture, but I didn't comment on it. This is the only surviving mounted figure and it's in the from the proper Nuristani, from the proper Kafirs, because in the east, in Kalash and so on, there are so many of them. But that's in the Kabul Museum. And look at this, and to the right-hand side, it's exactly the same one, because it had been chopped up totally by the Taliban, and I had made it possible for an Austrian restorer from Südtirol, South Tyrol, to come with me to Kabul and have it really pieced together again in a perfect way, really. Now, it's not shown at the moment, and in the Kabul Museum, I was told all the Kafir statuary has been removed, but not damaged up to now, into the depots. But I want to be confronted with all those unbeliever statuary. Now, the next one. I show this only. I've shown this one because I was very much in touch with Jürgen Fremgen, because when I managed to bring it to Europe, then of course I was very happy to donate this to the museum, and he was then in charge of that department, and he had received it. But isn't it a perfect? I'm very proud of having found it and can present it to you as a truly copulating copy. I was very keen, of course, of getting the dirt out of where the penis wasn't seen properly to make it better visible. Yeah. No, only 1 minute. And this is what I said before about the Islamized Amul being, of course, having been, of course, Islamized, and then, of course, had lost their old posts, and those are then given instead. They're all with new decorations, always very much with horns, crisscrossing, and so on. And that is the second. No, there are only two slides left. This is a very famous Amul, which has been described by Robertson. A temple of Mara. Now look at this. There were, of course, deity figures on both sides, and look at this. What you see now, and in the cellar, I found remains of what was there above. Look at this. There you see the horse, which was, of course, with Mara on top, shown before. I had to. Luckily, the photography worked out with flash. It was, of course, pitch dark. And as a last picture, last slide, I pay homage to the Kafiri, to the Prasun people, whom I like very much. They're very friendly and peaceful and so on. And the Paruni, I don't call them Prasun, as you know, I call them Paruni. At Wasse, they call themselves. And that is one of the main occupations of those, not by handicraft, by special craftsmen, but by people who had learned this craft by making digs like this, pots, being exported to all over Nuristan. And they exported also deity figures to other parts of Nuristan. Again, I have to finalize now my talk by just pointing out that these three cultures I discern very clearly from each other, which I said before about the Kati being the settled one with their ancestor figures. Then there were the warriors of the Weigel and Oshkun, and with their very clear sexual symbolism, which of course really makes them very clearly different in many, many ways from the Kati, also the Weigeli and the Oshkun. And then, of course, the priestly religious culture of Prasun, which with all the deities and figures and all their priests called Mund. And that society in Prasun is my present think I'm writing on it. I'm going to finish the text this year, so it will go then hopefully to be funded by the German Research Foundation. But this will be finished very soon, and then again I will point out that society of the Paroni, very dominated by priests, in particular by two priests, by the Mund of the again, and the Mund being supposedly or claimed by that clan to have descended from Mara, the main deity, and this made it, of course, that that clan dominated physically or politically as well as in religious terms, which made it another very interesting factor in Parun. So thank you for that. Professor Botry.
Thank you very much to both. Unfortunately, we have no time left for questions because it's too late. I'm very sorry. One remark.
One remark for Max and one for Jürgen. About the villages. In the Kalasha valleys, there is no doubt that villages were built in very high positions. In Gingeretku, I've been pointed at the very top of the ridge, and that's where they said the ruins were. And in Rumbur, I've seen an incredible rock, Rawellik Kot, where I was afraid of walking, and there had been a village there, and some wooden remains were left. So actually, for archaeology, there would be something.
Grom is on a hilltop. We may add Topinogor, that Hidayat knows, Topinogor. It was an ancient thing on ridges they were. Besides, you know, where is Max? I don't know. Whether hilltop or a slope, from the point of view of archaeologists, the same thing. Nothing will be left of a village on those very steep hillsides in very few centuries.
I just wanted to make one little comment, because we always hear that the Kalash people were taking everything from the Kati and so on. But most of the oral traditions of the Kalasha people, especially from Batrik, it seems that they say that they moved from Parun. But could it be so that the Kati were taking these effigy building traditions from the Kalasha people or the Bari people, they were only the sponsors of these traditions because they were dominant and they could ask these artisans to make them, but it wasn't their own culture. They adopted it from other people, or could be Kalash or any other ones, but it wasn't their tradition of the effigy building. Just a thought.
This would need maybe a lengthy response, but the Bari may have been ancient prisoners from the surrounding civilizations. It's true, it's maybe not the Kata themselves, but they had this class. Some places are more than at the top of a slope. This Rawellik Kot, this place I mentioned, it's really, you need mountain climbers to go there. To imagine a village is absolutely incredible, to see a village there. For Jürgen, I was wondering, the posts in the Baltit fort, I was quite stricken by these posts because they're very similar to the posts that you see in the Kalasha, Rikini, and Gestakhan, the capitals especially. And I don't know if you will be able to answer because there's no time, but the guide that was accompanying me explained one of the carvings as totally Buddhist, and he imagined, or he saw, or someone had told him, that there was a Buddha in the lotus position in this carving, and the whole Buddhist story told me about the different layers towards illumination in this carving. I couldn't see it myself, but I could imagine how that story could be told about that carving.
We have absolutely no time to answer this interesting point, but look, this conference, I hope, will only be the beginning of... Sorry? Great, absolutely. After Max's Opus Magnum, that we are very pleased to hear that it will come out, his work on Prasoon, long awaited. You have said it will be out this year, and we expect, no, next year, sorry. And we expect it next year. Okay, now we have, I'm sorry, but I really want to protect the two speakers who have to come, including Hidayat, who has some important things to say, and Cristiano Moscatelli, certainly not less important. Cristiano, please come, who presents a... Cristiano is archaeologist, and Hidayat is an extraterrestrial to archaeology. Cristiano has this paper he wrote with Anna Filigensi, who was with us these previous days and will probably be back this afternoon, on this, I consider, a most promising field, non-Buddhist customs of Buddhist people. Second, because they have already published on this subject, a shifting perspective on wine, goat deities, and connected Dardic, in quotes, themes in Gandharian art.
Thank you. So the Dalit question in Gandharan studies is not a novelty. Already Giuseppe Tucci, in a paper published in 1977, strongly advocated the necessity to inquire into the local Dardic substratum and into its interaction with the diverse agencies that affected the cultural history of the region, particularly Buddhism. And yet such a perspective has been somewhat neglected over time. And only recently, thanks to a number of discoveries made by the Italian Archaeological Mission in Pakistan, and thanks to the debates that these discoveries have fostered, the Dardic question has become again central to Gandharan studies. In a paper published 3 years ago, Anna Filigensi discussed the cultural Dardic substratum in ancient Gandhara. Such a definition is purely conventional, as it's borrowed from linguistics, where it is used as an extended geographic reference that embraces all the Indo-Aryan languages spoken in the Northwest. We know very little about the Dardic people mentioned by Indian, Greek, and Persian sources, and vaguely located in these areas. It is not clear whether in ancient times a true Dardic kingdom ever existed, or rather we have to think of several Dardic political entities, somehow connected with each other. So define historical, geographical, and cultural characterization of this Dardic world, so to speak, is still lacking. Hence, for the sake of simplicity, we use the term Dardic as a general reference to the local substrate of an agglomeration of culturally related areas, such as Svat, Buner, Gilgit, etc., which are all part of what today we refer to as Peristan. Anna Filigensi provided a thorough review of a number of archaeological data that no doubt can be linked now to this substratum, including material evidence on winemaking and alcohol consumption in Svat from protohistoric to historical times, connected Buddhist literal and visual sources, the rich and still cryptic non-Buddhist religious imagery depicted in the painted rock shelters of Svat, which are likely to be connected to communities of transhuman pastoralists, the very communities we venture to call Dardic, a number of stone tanks, probably wine pressings, that were documented nearby, in one case inside these rock shelters, and a small yet special group of stele, one of which excavated at the urban center of Baricotte by the Italian Archaeological Mission, depicting unidentified local deities, which are linked to alcohol consumption and goat sacrifice. This stele too can be traced back to the same pastoral communities. Drawing on Anna's paper, today I will share some observation on the iconographic themes that form a significant part in the decorative programs of the Buddhist stupas, while being not Buddhist. Although my observation leave a number of still puzzling issues, I do hope to contribute to our understanding of this local or Dardic cultural substratum. It is a fact that the Gandhara non-Buddhist repertoire, which includes nature, spirits, tutelary deities, and the so-called erotic and Dionysiac scenes, may provide information on the social structures, secular values, customs, and tradition of the contemporary society. These subjects have been variously discussed by Gandharan scholars, each differently contributing to the matter. The debate has been mostly centered, and still is somehow, on iconography, with a special focus on Greco-Roman visual models borrowed by the Gandharan workshops. However, while the visual borrowing is an established fact, it is now clear that Western interpretation of these subjects cannot explain the essential meaning in the Gandharan context. There is no doubt indeed that this non-Buddhist imagery conveys different layers of meaning. However, one cannot but notice that this the visual language employed in the reliefs can be considered as an expression of a single yet articulate ancestral concept, that of the cosmic order. As we shall see, the cosmic order stems from a delicate balance between opposite archetypes, the masculine and the feminine. The former must be understood as vehiculating active and sensitive energy, the latter as incarnating the generative and maternal power, both benevolent and dangerous. In this cosmic order, the interconnection between layers of existence is established. In the immanent world, the order is manifested in the human being, the family system, and the civil society. In the transcendent world, in the divine and nature. These latter were perceived as dominated by unsteady forces, which only the prescribed rituals could regulate. Overall, this set of beliefs, with its customs and norms, was clearly not rejected by Buddhism, but was rather acknowledged and sometimes reshaped and imbued with new meanings. This is the case of Hariti, a demigoddess whose origin must be sought in the vast group of pan-Indian folk female entities associated with epidemics, and who act as the source of both disease and cure if duly worshipped. Hariti was and still is a smallpox goddess. Buddhism did not get rid of its trait, but used it as the foundation for her role within the doctrine, that is that of a divine mother. Her cult was popular in Gandhara, as testified by the many sculptures found in Buddhist shrines, and her legend is well known. To sum up, Hariti is forced by her own nature to devour the children of Rajagruha because of a weak vow she made in her previous existence. The citizen asked the Buddha for help, and he eventually succeeded in converting Hariti. Thus, the Buddha promises her that she and her children will be given the sustenance from the monastic communities. The conversation symbolically acts as a doctrinal justification for Hariti entering the Buddhist pantheon, and at the same time, it shows the will of establishing the doctrine as a source regulating all forces that undermine both natural and civil world. Besides Hariti, the so-called tutelary couple formed by male and female deities conveys the idea of secular welfare. They appear frequently as sculptures in Buddhist cultic area, while being never mentioned in Buddhist sources. I will not discuss here the identity, but I want to focus on their symbolic meaning. According to symbolic dimension, these images manifest rigid gender division of the roles and responsibilities that men and women were assigned to in their contemporary society. In particular, strong body language stresses the relationship between the two poles. Couples are indeed variously shown in physical and eye contact. However, one can perceive a sort of imbalance between the two in the gestures that each figure performs. For instance, it is the female figure that always extends her arm towards the male thigh and never the opposite. The meaning of this action is quite obvious, and we can see it as a clear allusion to the male sphere controlling the female energy, the latter being channeled towards fertility and generation. After all, the role played by body language in human communication is well known, and particularly in Indian culture, where it permeates all aspects of everyday life, from religion to the arts. In this connection, let's consider now the so-called erotic couples, with a male and female figure pursuing sexual intercourse. The male figure is always shown performing a distinct gesture that, to the best of my knowledge, has so far been neglected in scholarship. He is garlanding the woman's head. Together with the body language, this gesture may contribute to a new interpretation of the erotic couples. I shall limit myself to 3 reliefs, all coming from the Buddhist center of Bhutkara 1 in the Swat Valley. As you can see, there are variations in the iconographic scheme as for the positions and gestures performed by both figures. For instance, in the first 2 reliefs, the woman is grasping the man's phallus, while the couple in the third relief totally lacks physical contact. The garlanding, however, is a persistent motif. According to both Pali and Sanskrit Buddhist texts, it was customary for men to give women a garland as a sign of both marriage proposal and betrothal status, a custom close or likely identical to the Vamal of the Hindu tradition. So the texts themselves make clear that the marriage garland is thrown or laid around the woman's neck. Nonetheless, the iconographic codes employed in these scenes suggest that we are confronted with a similar, if not the same context. The same textual sources provide no explanation for using a garland, and a hint is probably to be found in the prescribed rituals of passage, such as childbirth and marriage, described in late Vedic texts, where the garland is mentioned in different occasions, including marriage rituals. As a wreath of flowers, fruit, and leaves, the garland was believed to embody and convey the generative power of nature and life, an ancient notion still so firmly rooted in pan-Indian thought. In this light, we question the label of erotic couple. As a matter of fact, erotic only stresses the sexual arousing and not the whole semantic content embodied by the figures. From a symbolic point of view, this content definitely conveys notions of pregnancy and birth, in a word, the sphere of life. See, for instance, the male figure touching the woman's womb in the first relief. When vagueness is at play, as in the third relief, the content and meaning are, however, made implicit by the values associated to the garland. Now, few words on the underlying motif that permeates the Gandharan Buddhist imagery, namely the grape. The fruit is attributed to Hariti. It is the most characterized one among the fruits overflowing from the cornucopia. It appears in the erotic couples scenes, and that the fruit is a powerful corollary to the idea of life, renovation, and generation is quite obvious. On the contrary, the possibility that an ancestral allusion to blood may be found in Gandhara and wine-related symbolism has been little addressed. For instance, while Buddhist legends do not strip Hariti of the potential threat she can cause, the iconography seems to maintain this ambiguity by the grape, or better, its juice, as to recall the goddess' thirst for blood. After all, the allegory of wine as like the earth blood, or wine as a blood of grapes, is transversal to human thought. Food for thought is offered by the feminine attribute par excellence, the cornucopia. Actually, what in Gandharan studies is generally described as a cornucopia is a hybrid of 2 different containers. The body matches the regular large horn-shaped container overflowing with the fruits, but the termination recalls the rhythm, an animal's head-shaped container. Both the regular cornucopia and the Gandharan cornucopia are attributed to female deities associated with abundance and fortune within their respective cultural context. As stressed by Italian scholar Niccolò Manassero, the rhythm bore several symbolic meanings, including fertility. There was also a connection between the container and the animal sacrifice, since the first would represent the emblematic substitute of the later because of its shape. The wine running out from the hole would symbolize the sacrificial blood. One can thus wonder whether the Gandharan cornucopia may hold a reference to sacrifice, and particularly to God sacrifice, since the head of this animal always shapes the termination of the container. According to the evidence we have, the goat, whether domestic or wild, was the most suitable animal to be sacrificed in Gandharan. Besides the Dardic stele and a few depictions found in the painted rock shelters of Svat, I shall limit myself to recall here the bronze rhythm in the form of a centaur holding and offering an ibex from Gilgit, now kept at the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. And just as a note, I wonder whether one can recognize here a complete assimilation between the sacrificial blood, wine, and the seminal fluid, since the hole was drilled in the figure's phallus. I'm leaving philologists to deal with references to goats in literal sources. A few words on the deep tie between goats and wine. This seems to find explanation in a fact that one can easily observe in nature, and that is basically shared by all pastoral cultural tradition. These animals are particularly hungry for grapes. For instance, goats eating vineyards are a recurrent picture in Dionysiac myths. For instance, in the Metamorphoses, it is said that a goat was led to death for browsing the vines of Bacchus. Images showing goats eating grapes or vine shoots are already attested in Sumerian art. And we have similar depiction in Gandharan art as well. Here, in an outside setting, you can see two goats eating the leaves and fruits of a vine. And now, let us now take into consideration those reliefs depicting winemaking and alcohol consumption, dancers and musicians, and figures pursuing sexual intercourse, which constituted a conspicuous part in the decorative programs of the Buddhist monuments. They were often part of the main frieze, running over the scenes, displaying episodes from the Buddha's life. Traditionally known as Dionysiac or Bacchic for being formally derived from Greco-Roman models, such scenes, as is now supported by a rich corpus of evidence, can be more appropriately considered a vivid picture of local practices that were already performed in the area prior to Alexander's campaign. And this is the picture described by Alexander's historians, who recorded Dionysiac cults among the Dardi population, and who described Nisa, a city said to have been founded by Dionysus himself at the foot of Mount Meros. Atop the mountain was a temple towards which the citizens used to move to in a Bacchic fashion. We don't know the local name of this Dardic Dionysos-like deity. Nevertheless, it is clear we are confronting here with a Greek interpretation of local beliefs and rituals with which the Dionysiac mysteries shared many traits, like the outside setting, the orgiastic nature, wine and alcohol consumption, music, dance, and so on. In other words, what we exactly see in the Gandharan reliefs. Let me briefly recap the observation Anna made on two Gandharan reliefs coming from the Buddhist era of Saidu Sharif I, probably belonging to the same monument. These reliefs show a nobleman here and here, a nobleman sitting over a throne with different figures converging towards him, some of them bearing wine vessels, and one figure carrying a goat. As Anna rightly pointed out, the scene is set outside, possibly in a kind of vineyard, and is ceremonial in nature, as suggested by the goat, no doubt destined to sacrifice. Based on a revelatory presentation by Max Klimburg at the Austrian Academy of Sciences in 2010, Anna recalled the ceremony that in autumn took place in the Indrakhun, once an important Kalash cultic place in southern Nuristan, where dance, animal sacrifice, and wine consumption were performed in honor of Indra, the Vedic Indra. While the Indrakhun offers similarities with what is shown in the Saidu reliefs, one can wonder whether the lavish repetition of wine-related symbols and motifs may be considered a codified language to define the exact period in which the representations are supposed to take place by the contemporary society. If so, this period would be then the autumn season. This is the period of the year during which, among the Kalash communities, grape harvesting starts and the New Year festival is approaching. As in many Indo-European traditions, New Year stands as the most important festival in the Kalash calendar. Culminating with the winter solstice, it celebrates the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one. In other words, the regeneration of the world. And as now widely known, the winter festival involves goat sacrifices, wine consumption, free sexual intercourse, and many more. What this would have to do with the Gandhara and Dionysiac imagery? Well, Gandharan scholar John Irwin was the first to claim that the stupa was nothing but an architectural representation of a cosmogonic myth. In this view, the stupa is the cosmic mountain. Despite criticism, we do believe that this theory holds some truth, and that may suggest to understand the Gandhara and Dionysiac imagery as a picture of a cultural context similar or even cognate to the New Year festival. From an iconological point of view, this will be in turn cognate to the symbolic meaning of the stupa. While it is true that this interpretation is based on fragmentary and patchy materials, we don't have a fully preserved decorative program. All the pieces generally appear as nuances of the same concept. We have the grape, a fruit being special for several reasons. It is one of the very few that grows in autumn, thus prior to the winter, the later universally considered as the hardest moment of the year. And it is the only fruit, the juice of which, if duly processed, affects the mind. And there is no need to recall the implication from a religious and social point of view. We have both human and divine figures associated with the notion of cyclic generation. The later is, in turn, is rooted into the notion of social and cosmic order. The Dionysiac reliefs that follows the Buddha's life scenes in the stupa frieze, suggesting two different cycles, a Buddhist and a lay one, which were somehow associated. We have motifs like the door, within which the couples are depicted. The door not only is a structure that separates two different spaces, either of the same or different nature, but also a common symbol of passage from a condition to another, from a phase to another, and so on. If the stupa is nothing but a cosmic mountain, it may not be random that figures of the tectonic world are sometimes carved on the body of the stairs, the lowest element forming the monument. In this view, it may not be random as well that the stairs were sometimes decorated with reliefs showing processional subjects. From a physical point of view, the stair led the devotee to the Pradakshinapada. From a metaphoric point of view, it is a symbol of an ascension to the mountain. We cannot help but think of the backing procession described by Alexander's historians. Of course, I'm not claiming that the stupas were built as a sort of act celebrating the end of a temporal cycle and the beginning of a new one. We do have little evidence that some of the stupas were built during specific period of the year, but this interpretation would be far-fetched. That this Dionysiac imagery may hint, however, to a non-Buddhist cultural context somehow similar to a New Year festival may be more than a simple hypothesis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the most interesting presentation and once again for staying in the time. We have 8 minutes for questions.
Yes, this is Jason Nealis. Thank you, Cristiano, for the presentation. I have one general comment about the broader hypothesis, and then I'll ask a specific question. So with the hypothesis of stupa symbolism being related to kind of this, cosmic mountain, this is, of course, going against the general framework in which the stupa is the Buddha in human form. But I wonder if you don't necessarily need to choose one hypothesis at the expense of another, because on the stair riser motifs, this is where we also have the previous birth stories, or the Jatakas, also depicted, oftentimes in a kind of alternating pattern with the processions and wine drinking scenes. So I'm thinking that the previous birth stories obviously are a kind of ascent to the current birth of the Buddha, with the scenes depicted around the stupas in terms of the present life story or hagiography of Shakyamuni. So in other words, there's not necessarily a change from the symbolism of the Buddha.
After all, the Buddha is the source of the order and so on. So yeah.
Yeah, the Buddha's relics are in the stupa, so that has to be the primary function in many ways. But maybe there is a way of incorporating this chthonic symbolism, which would help to give us a better explanation of why we have these alternations between previous birth stories and this other kind of imagery. The question I had to ask was about the door frames from Budkara. He's shown on one of the slides. I noticed that there is the couples previously identified as erotic couples are framed within these triangular structures. So I'm wondering, do those triangular structures, are those intended to be a particular kind of shrine or a particular kind of building?
I believe.
Cristiano, let's maybe have the question from Ruth Young, so you can answer both.
Okay.
We can hope to have time to answer both.
Thank you. And it was kind of following up what Jason was saying too, because I don't know if you've ever thought of looking for comparisons a little further afield, maybe in...
Sorry, to looking?
Looking at comparisons a little further afield. So there's a site in comparative sites. There's a temple in Sri Lanka called Nalanda Gedage. It's near Martale in Sri Lanka, which has a lot of erotic tantric carvings. But we know it was used as a Buddhist monastery. And I'm just kind of sort of also thinking that certainly in Sri Lanka, the idea of a stupa as representative maybe of Mount Meru is not uncommon. So, you know, possibly it might be worth looking at.
Yeah, honestly, I stayed inside the outline of Gandhara, but yeah, it's something I have to do.
Sort of struck me as similarities, and when it's an interesting point that Jason picked up about you could have this duality about meaning, and I think it's certainly true elsewhere. So,
thank you. Yeah. So regarding the door, I don't think that. I mean, it's just a reference possibly to an urban context, maybe. The door represented in the here. It's a door of the Indian type, quite similar to which it may works like a kind of reference to a specific setting, and that setting will be given the representation of a lay couple, a urban context, to me.
The slide I was asking about was where you have not only this kind of arch structure, but then in the other Oh, sorry. I was actually asking about a different slide of Budkara reliefs.
Sorry, yeah.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, probably they are a general representation of what we would call a vihara, in the sense of a temple.
Okay. It's interesting, and the reason I'm asking is because in one of the slides I showed of the Chatial triptych, there is this kind of triangular roof, which has kind of defied explanation up to this point, and I'm just wondering, because in the middle picture on the slide, you do have the couple standing under like what looks to me, not being an art historian or architectural expert, the same kind of rounded archway as you had with the other more detailed relief. But on the two on the side, it seems like this is not just a sort of it does seem to have some kind of shrine-like structure. I just don't know which kind of shrine it might be.
We have to leave this point there because we have one last question and only really the seconds left.
Hi, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm Joanna Lawrence. I also had a question about these erotic couples and your interpretations of them. And perhaps these are naive as someone who's not very familiar with South Asian archaeology, but I've studied erotic or archaeology of sexuality and imagery in other places. So I was wondering about your connections first between these erotic scenes and the concepts of fertility and childbirth, and if that is something that is established in other modes, because, and I know this sounds like a slightly silly question, but in some contexts, I think connecting especially agricultural fertility with human sexuality isn't something that we always want to take for granted. But then the other question, if there's time, is also, you said something about on the other image that there was a connection where the woman's gesture indicated the male control of her gesture and the bringing of her into the male sphere. And I was wondering why, what was behind that interpretation as well. Again, perhaps naive because of my unfamiliarity with the region. Yes. Thank you.
No, sorry, maybe I wasn't clear or I didn't understand, but I meant that it's the man that controls the female energy.
Yeah.
Yes, but why is the man in control of the female energy?
Because it, well,
thank you.
This is quite hard to explain because the male figures appears in a sort of how can I say, as the it's kind of the female figure is serving. I know this is a very bad way to express the concept, but it looks like it's the female figure is serving the male. Let's say in a broader context, sexual and so on. And there is also this kind of gesture. Now the piece is cheaped, but this kind of gesture, the male figure is laying these arms over the female figures, which kind of suggests a sort of a control over them. I don't know if it's...
Male chauvinism.
There are various possible interpretations, but we must leave it there.
Thank you.
So, thanks a lot. We have now Hidayat Ur-Rahman, who we will taking a leap from the mid-first millennium CE to the late second millennium CE in Chitral. Hidayat will present a paper about Shah Khairullah that was supposed to be on the first day, his relations and policy towards the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. Here we'll have some new perspectives about the presence of the Kafirs in the area of Chitral.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me here. Hello. I did come lately in the first day of the conference, so I missed the paper. So now I'm going to present my paper. Hello. The topic is Shah Khairullah, Relations and Policy Towards the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. It is a very lengthy paper. Now I concise the paper and now going to share with you. The primary sources of this study of the research consist principally of the manuscript materials that have been produced and retained in private collection within Chitral and neighboring areas. The original and reproduction of the manuscript collecting during the expedition in Chitral and surrounding areas of Badakhshan, Nuristan are currently housed in Hidayat Archives, Jugur, Chitral. Apart from these documents and traditions of the era of Shah Khairullah are also mentioned in the records of former Judicial Council of Chitral State. We have different books and paper from the 19th and 20th century, but we have relied, especially in the Mirza Muhammad Siyar's two manuscripts. One is Shahnama of Siyar, a historical book. Another is Safinai Hayat, his autobiography. He was an eyewitness most of the events of the Shah Khairullah's times and his opponents. A secondary primary source is also Siyar al-Bilad. Second primary source is written by Mughal Beg in 1793. He was a Central Asian Turk survivor from the British who worked in the northern frontiers of India. He himself visited Chitral during the period of Shah Khairullah himself. And exactly what Holzbart says, around between 1786 to 1789. Siyar al-Bilad outlines a vast areas of the routes around northern India, Afghanistan and Balochistan, only a fraction of which Raverty translated in northern Afghanistan, and in his another book call it Kafiristan. As noted in 1923 by an editor of the Indian journal, Raverty says that Raverty does not always translate well and gives information not found either in Siyar al-Bilad's two manuscripts. He does not name Mirza Mughal Beg once. For this research, I have also used the unpublished manuscript of Munshi Rahmat Nizar, which is a very important book. It was written in 1943 on the Kafir population in the southern Chitral. This is still not published, this book. This book is the most important source for the researcher on the pagan population of Chitral. Furthermore, Asadullah Beg is another chronicles manuscript. Tarikh Asadullah Beg has also been used. Don't confuse, this is not Asadullah Beg of Hunza, but is Asadullah Beg of Chitral. This was written in 1830 in the village of Washich in northern Chitral, which we call him Torko. Furthermore, another important source of the history of Chitral is Shahnamai Muzaffar, which we called Tarikh Shaleku Lal, has also been used. This manuscript is written 1850. Around a manuscript of Zafarnama, which is also a poetical compilation of the same author, which also has an important for the history of the Chitral, has also been used. Along with some scattered sources of the local and western right, we have used the work of Mirza Muhammad Ghufran, Nasir Mulk, Ghulam Murtaza, Peter Parks, Alberto Cocopado, Augusto Cocopado, Wolfgang Holzwarth, etc. And finally, we have also used some oral tradition collected during my field research between 2003 to 2011. Introduction and family background of the Shah Khairullah. Shah Khairullah was the son of Shah Azmatullah, ruler of Mastuj, of Khoshbaht line of Chitral's royal lineage, and brother of Shah Khoshamat. Shah Khairullah's mother belonged to a humble family, while his brother mother belonged to a noble family. His date of birth is not known, but on the basis of different sources, we may suppose he was born around 1730. There is no specific evidence about where he was born, because around that time, as Hosbat know better, Chetral was ruled by Shah Mahmud, son of Shah Nasir, of the royal rivals of the Rais dynasty. At that time, Shah Khairullah's entire family was in exile, so we can assume that he may have been born in the tribal areas of Darel or Jilas or trans-border area of Shagnan of present Afghanistan. Administrative domain and leadership style. Different historians have given the different date about the reign of Shah Khairullah, often without evidence and research in the light of the contemporary reports of the Mughal Beg and Haji Hussain. We can conclude that the Shah Khairullah must have been killed during 1790. More work has to be done regarding the date of Shah Khairullah's assumption of power, but we can tentatively suppose it was around 1775. According to a document in Kabul library, Shah Khairullah's domain started from the Kanjut, Hunza to extend to Pule Behsud near Jalalabad, in present day of Afghanistan. Along with this, some parts of the Darel, Chilas, Kafiristan were also included. Goritham, the ruler of the Gilgit, was also a tributary ruler of Shah Khairullah's domain. Mughal Beg also confirmed the most of the area in this geography, but he does not mention the area from Arandu to Jalalabad. According to Siyar, Arandu and Jalalabad were not included under the Shah Khairullah's government. It is possible that Shah Khairullah may have conquered an area of Pule Basud near Jalalabad, then the opponent may have reoccupied this area again. Relation and policies of Shah Khairullah towards the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. Shah Khairullah's grandfather Khoshwat I and his son ruled Upper Chitral, and some ruled also in both Upper and Lower Chitral at the same time. Shah Khoshwat I is said to have been the founder of the Khoshwat kingdom in the Upper Chitral. He ruled in Upper Chitral till the time of Shah Mahmud Rais return in early 1700. His Ataligh was Rathas, a son of chief of a Kafir tribe in Arandu. He and his son Ataligh Murad were the powerful chief during the reign of Shah Khoshwat, and his son Shah Faramad and Shah Khoshwat gave him sanats which they This is the genealogy of Shah Khairullah. According to Mustafa Kamal, one of the famous slogans in the uprising of the Muhtaram Shah I and Shah Khoshwat against the Rais government was why we should support the government of the people from outside. Why should not we make a government of the local people here? This is the very important point which recorded a local historiographer in Chitral. The people of Chitral strongly supported the rebels. In this rebellion, along the local Muslim people and the infidel populations of the Chitral also supported Katurwan and Shah Khoshwat against Rais. As a part for this, during the reign of Shah Faramad, son of Shah Khoshwat I and brother of Shah Khairullah, Asmatullah, father of Asmatullah, many people settled Chitral from Bashgal. In the light of the above, we can say that the ancestor of Shah Khairullah had close relations with the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush region. They were given key position in the state. We also assume that they were present in every sector of the state during his ancestral time. Now, the Kafir population before the reign of Shah Khairullah. In judicial council papers and the personal documents of some people show us that there were some Kafir inhabitants in Uchnu, Nishku, and Terij in Upper Chitral, present Upper Chitral, around the reign of Shah Khairullah. Apart from this, according to Gulmurad Hazrat and Amir Hamza, during the reign of the Shah Nasir in early 1700, there were some unconverted Kalasha inhabitants in Sonogor, Mastuj region. While some Kalasha Kafirs inhabitants existed in Arkari, Moh, Begusht, Ojor, Oyon, and other areas of Lower Chitral before the reign of Shah Khairullah. And even later, the whole population, most of the population in the most places of the Kalash Valley are in Drosh, southern parts of Chitral, is also inhabited in majority by the Kafirs before the Khairullah assumed the throne. The Western region of the Chitral, Kafiristan, present-day Nuristan, and Dir Kohistan were entirely Kafir. Kunar and Arandu were mostly Kafir. According to the Mughal Beg, there were Kafir population below Punyal down to Gilgit proper in Khairullah's time. Shah Khairullah and the Kalasha community. We have to discuss to here two communities in that time, Kafir communities in Chitral. One is Kalasha, one is the Nuristani type Kafirs, which we don't know, as Alberto says, Peristani religion. So the Kalasha are now the oldest and non-Muslim group in the Chitral, and with a few thousand inhabitants in the three valleys of Rumbur, Birir, and Bumret, we shall now come to the relationship between Shah Khairullah and Kalasha. According to the oral tradition recorded by Professor Peter Parks, Alberto Cocopado, as well as myself in the village of Khorkashande near Chitral, the Muhtaram Shah too was a staunch opponent of the Shah Khairullah, and he had promised the Kalash community that in the return to power he exempt them from the forced labor and other taxes. In conflict between the Shah Khairullah and Muhtaram Shah Ganik Karujai, who were in Bumbaret, hid Muhtaram Shah in a cave at Acholga and helped him to escape. It doesn't work. This is the sanat of the Shah Khairulah's time. And this is the cave, which is mostly used by the Kafirs in that time against Shah Khairullah. This is the cave, very famous cave. Okay. Who were hide the Muhtaram Shah in the cave of Atholga and helped the escape from there. When the Shah Khairullah found about this, he killed and both imprisoned their brother in Gobor. When Gabur, when Gabur was released from the captivity, he brought Muhtaram Shah back from Bashgal and killed Shah Khairullah's son-in-law Sherjang in Bros. The king Khairullah had increased the Begar forced labor required from the Kalasha community from 5 to 30 men. In the time of previous time, the Kalasha had 5 every time they go to the work, but now he increased 5 to 30 men in every day to do forced labor. When Shah Khairullah invaded Bashgal Valley, 2 of Kalasha soldiers, Amir and Adrakan, secretly helped Shah Katur. Later, when Shah Katur ascended the throne, Amir was made the governor of Kafiristan. When the Shah Khairullah reached the Bir Nisar on his way to invade Kafiristan, he found a Kalasha Dehad there and asked him about his journey. He prophesied that the Shah Khairullah's campaign would be unsuccessful. So Shah Khairullah became angry and ordered the Dahar to be killed. Shah Khairullah, 2 soldiers were going to kill these Kalasha, but on the contrary, he killed them both, and from there he reached Shah Katur in Kafiristan. These events are reflected in the several other sources. First of all, the Siyar's Shahnama. According to the contemporaneous source, during the last days of Shah Khairullah's reigns, Khairullah was once in Mastuj when an infidel named Dimu came from Kafiristan, and Shah Khairullah asked him about the situation of Kafiristan. He said that all the people of Kafiristan were in contact with the Shah Nawaz Khan and his brother. Shah Nawaz Khan and his brother was opponent of the Shah Khairullah. He further added that they collected revenues from the areas and sent it to them in Bailam. Bailam is a village located now in the Kunal Valley. According to Siyar, the people of Kam and Narsad were particularly mentioned by Demu as the assisting Shah Nawaz party at Bailam. Upon this, Shah Khairullah became incensed and immediately ordered the army to gather so that their delivered would be given an explanatory punishment. Khairullah made big preparation to punish Kafirs. Troops was also collected from Darel and Chilas. Thus, the thousands of troops were gathered. The army marched from Mastuj and entered Kafiristan after staying Jinjiret for 2 or 3 days. It was snowing heavily, and these days Shah Khairullah's minister Mir Abdulaziz told Khairullah that the campaign was hopeless and that they should go back, but he did not accept the advice. Siyar says that Shah Khairullah's attack on the Kafiristan was reported to Katur opponent in Bailam. The two brothers sent a messenger for the help for Pashtun ruler of Dir, Qasim Khan and Muhammad Ali. They came via Lawari Pass. All the opponents of Shah Khairullah came into the action. Thus, all his possible return routes were completely closed. Route were blocked from Bailam, Ursun sites. Shah Khairullah's campaign in Kafiristan was great difficulty. The weather was severe. His forces reached the area of Kamdesh, but the Kafir present there were also preparing for war against him. At this point, Shah Khairullah was informed about his opponent had come from Dir and Bailam and blocked all the roads leading away from there. So he became very upset and called Mir Abdulaziz to express his regard not following his advice. Then the retreat from the Kamdesh began. And this way he arrived in Ursun and found that his opponent had blocked the way. Shah Khairullah was very upset and the battle started and heavy shots were fired and both sides, hundreds of Afghans were arriving. Eventually, Shah Khairullah was captured alive by the Afghans and brought before the Muhtaram Shah, who immediately killed him. It is narrated that Shah Khairullah wanted to talk Muhtaram Shah to before his killing, but he did not give him a chance to speak. Muhtaram Shah spent his whole life wondering what Khairullah wanted to say. After the murder, Muhtaram Shah went to the Mastuj and 50 of his men to capture his treasure. In Mastuj, Muhtaram Shah released his sister who had been made prisoner by Shah Khairullah. No detail is available about the actual quantity of the treasury. We may remark the Khairullah attempt to invade Kafiristan was a daring hazard. Many attempts had been made earlier to attack Kafiristan. Even Amir Taimur, at the end of the 14th century, ruler of Chitral, had also invaded the area and failed to prevail, including Khairullah's ancestor Muhammad Beg and his uncle Faramat, but he did not learn from the lesson. He chose the wrong time of year when the weather was very harsh, and he did not follow the good advice of his minister, and he penetrated deep into the Kafiristan without realizing that it could be surrounded from all sides and be lost. If he had just left some forces guard in Beg, in Arandu and Drosh, he would have been saved. He fell a victim of his own mistakes or misfortune. Furthermore, further details about these events and Khairullah's relations with the Kafir can be gathered from the various other sources. About the assassination at Bros of Khairullah's son-in-law Sherjang by two Katur brothers. We know it was the result of vast conspiracy which many infidels took part, and some of their family members were killed and burnt by the forces of Shah Khairullah. A cave in Bros is still pointed out today that as the hiding place for which the Muhtaram Shah Katur planned this attack. Ghulam Murtaza Nai Tarikh Chitral mentioned a sanat of Muhtaram Shah II issued after the victory in the favor of Abul Bashar, a Kafir who had been provided food to the conspirator and had later on converted to Islam. From the other sanat found in Bros, we know that he was the appointed Travelu and the sort of the Travelu in the areas of Ashuret and Shishikuf. Khairullah's treatment of the Kafir opponent was oftenly very harsh. When any Kafir joined the Katur during his exile in Chukiyatan in Dir, the brother in his house would be killed or their body would be burnt. We find many such accidents in the book of Munshi Rahman Nizar explained, Munshi Rahman Nizar, when the head was cut off from the body and burned. Although a study of the various unpublished sources shows that the Shah Khairullah did have some supporter among the Kafirs, as I quote, Nizar, Zafar, and Asadullah Beg. The majority of these people supported the Katur prince, whether they belong to Kalasha or the Kafir of the Bashgal or other parts of the Kafiristan. There are several elements that may explain this, why the Kafirs are supported Katur, not Shah Khairullah. There are some reasons. First, Shah Hussain Gahvi and Professor Peter Parks recorded Kalasha tradition that mentioned two rulers of Chitral by the name of Babur Khan Rais and Tajik Shah. Both of them did a lot of injustices to the Kalasha people and imposed begar forced labor on them. Both may have two names of the same ruler, namely Shah Babur mentioned in Bahrul Isra that Holdsworth brought to attention years ago. During the reign of the Shah Nasir Rais, who was probably Shah Babur's descendant, the ruler of Bumburet, Raja Wai, was defeated. According to the Ghulam Murtaza, the Shah Babur and Shah Nasir were Ismaili ruler who, according to the tradition, oppressed the Kalasha heavily. This may have triggered an hostility towards the Ismaili ruler that would later extend to Khairullah, another ruthless Ismaili ruler. When in the 18th century Shah Nasir's son Shah Mahmud Rais invaded in Chitral and dethroned Muhtaram Shah I, and they later kept his son Shah Khairullah, Shah Afzal and Shah Fazil in Kamdesh, Kafiristan. This Shah Afzal was father of Shah Khairullah, and this Shah Afzal was father of the Khairullah's opponents, who could count on the Kafir support because of this relationship. Furthermore, even the Muhtaram Shah himself and his brother Shah Nawaz were fostered in the Kalasha Kafirs of Drosh and Shishikuh. It is clearly because the strong fostered relationship that the Kafirs of the southern Chitral and Kafiristan supported the Katur princes in the war against Shah Khairullah. And for this, it worth remarking that even later the son of Muhtaram Shah to Tajamul Shah was fostered by Sheet, a Kafir headman of Bargamatal in northern present Nuristan. During the reign of the Shah Khairullah, one of his special policy was to convert any religion or sect into the Ismaili sect, and many Kafirs were also converted into the Ismaili sect, especially in Upper Chitral. On the contrary, the Katur ruler did not interfere the religious affairs of the Kafirs in their territory. And you know, I think here I explained this. The Katur rulers interferes the religions of Ismailis, but they did not interfere or forcefully converted to any Kalash or Kafir. But also, I have later on here a document that Mehtar Shuja Mulk is condemning the forcefully conversion of Kafirs in the farmers' Kafiristan. There is a clear evidence of the tolerance of the Katur family towards the Kalasha Kafirs of Chitral, their subject. Due to this matter, the influence of the Katur family was high in the Kafir areas. Finally, Baba Muzaffar of Shishikuh was a spiritual figure who converted to Islam from the Kalasha religion. It seemed that he was dishonored during the time of Shah Khairullah. It is possible that his infidel nation in Shishikuh and Drosh may have turned against the Shah Khairullah due to the discretion of the tribal hetman. Outcome after the Outcome after the fall of Shah Khairullah. During the reign of Shah Khairullah, Chitral and Gilgit became an Ismaili state. In it, the people of other religion were made Ismaili. For this reason, Mir Shahrizad, the governor of Drosh during the reign of Shah Khairullah, told Mughal Beg that at that time the entire population of the country was Shia. And you know, Shia is here is not, I think we should clear about the Shia word. And Shia word mostly used in the Shia for Shia, but in Chitral Shia is used mostly till now for the Ismailis, not for the real Shias. In Chitral, the word was often used to refer to the Ismailis because the Ismaili is also a branch of Shia. Thus, after the end of the Shah Khairullah's rule, the biggest loss was to the Ismailis in Chitral. The state papers of the Chitral, the plight of the Ismailis were described, and it seems that they were pressured to convert the Sunni school of thought until the creation of Pakistan. As Kal Jarmar put it, after that of the Khairullah, most of the noble supporters were either killed or exiled, their followers sold into the slavery together with their families. This was a shock to the strong Ismaili community of northern Pakistan, as Jarmar quote. On the contrary, Kalasha and other Kafir in the Chitral were treated very leniently. They also had Begar and other state responsibility, but were not forced to convert like the Ismailis. For this reason, the Kafir population of this entire area is in the present only in Chitral. After the forces of Mir Abdurrahman Khan of Afghanistan invaded Kafiristan and forcefully converted the Kafir there, Shuja al-Mulk Mehtar of Chitral wrote a letter to him to condemn this action. Because of this, the Amir of Abdurrahman Khan's general Wakil was very angry, and Mehtar Shuja al-Mulk wrote to him again. The correspondent is now in Kabul library. It seems clear that the tolerance of Katur ruler of Chitral, who succeeded Shah Khairullah towards the Kafirs, must have been due to the cooperation alliance with the staunch prince, with their staunch princes, while the ill treatment of the Ismaili Muslim had to do with their cooperation alliance with the Shah Khairullah. And in conclusion, Shah Khairullah reign in Chitral was quite long for that time. During his 15 years of rule, he had different governments and military policies on the basis of the various sources. The period of his reign, which was incorrectly recorded in the various books on Chitral, can define from 1775 to 1790. In this study, we have seen the areas in Upper and Lower Chitral had Kafir population during the reign of Shah Khairullah. We have identified them for the first time in the light of various documents. We have also seen how the ancestor of Shah Khairullah maintained relation with the Kafirs of population of the Chitral and other region. For first time, we have presented the important figure of Rathas, the Ataliq of Mehtar Khoshbakht, who belonged to a Kafir family of Arandu. During the reign, Shah Khairullah maintained his relation with the ancient family of Chitral. A study of the administrative chart okay. During the Shah Khairullah, he maintained the relations with the ancient families of Chitral. A study of administrative chart showed that the most of his officers belong to the ancient families. They are not immigrants. They are ancient families of the Peristan. The members of the Badakhshi families in the state were not close at all. When they completely occupied Upper Chitral and Lower Chitral, relations began to develop. Kafir population of Chitral, the Kafir of Chitral were divided. Both the majority of them supported his Katur opponents, due to which Shah Khairullah used to punish their families' members. During this time, Kalasha Kafirs suffered an increase in their state service of Begar. The Kafir population of Upper Chitral was also forced to convert into the Ismaili religion. According to the folk tradition of the Kafir, which have been recorded by the various writers, there were Chitral Kafirs in the army of the Shah Khairullah. Enlisting the Kafir population of Chitral into the army was also a part of Shah Khairullah policy. In his reign, he had a policy of keeping news about the Kafiristan in the present days of Nuristan. That's why his Kafir assistant Dimu informed him about the situation there. Against Shah Khairullah and his opponent hedged a secret conspiracy through Dimu, thinking that Shah Khairullah would be invaded into the winter season and they would be punished by the surrounding his army in a harsh and inhospitable terrain. And as a result, Shah Khairullah was killed. We have also explained in this paper the reason why the majority of the Kafir did not side with Shah Khairullah, who was the unpopular among them. After the reign of Shah Khairullah, the condition of the Kafirs in Chitral improved. Among those who supported the opponents of the Shah Khairullah, many were rewarded with large land, and also and their Begar was suppressed. This is the only preliminary study of the Shah Khairullah relation with the Kafir and his policy. It's hoped that more work will be shed further light in the future.
Thank you very much, Hidayat, for this path-breaking paper, I would say. But for those of you who are not very well acquainted with the history of Chitral, a couple of clarifying notes are necessary, I think. The late pre-colonial history of Chitral is extremely obscure, because several narratives have been circulated during colonial times. There has been perhaps unconscious cooperation between local historians and British writers who constructed fantastic narratives about the history of Chitral. So this research that Hidayat is now carrying out, looking for written documents from the last centuries of pre-colonial time. I think they range from the 1600s to the 1800s, and about the oral traditions, is very important to reconstruct the real history of Chitral, which is not known at all, of this, the last centuries of pre-colonial time. Now, the story in this paper concerning Shah Khairullah is interesting because it explains in a way how come the Kalasha were left kafir, unconverted, by the Chitral rulers, under which they were for at least a couple of centuries at least. There were, in Hidayat's story, we see two main conflicts, which are first the conflict between the Rais dynasty, which was mainly Ismaili, and foreigner coming from Badakhshan. They were foreigners who were Ismaili refugees from Badakhshan who came into Chitral, the ones who probably controlled Upper Bashkal that I mentioned on the first day. There was, according to Hidayat, and I must say also his father, who was interested in these things, the conflict between the Kator dynasty and the Rais was like a nationalist rebellion of the local people of Chitral against the foreign rule, and led by Sunnis. The Kator were mostly Sunnis at least, against Ismaili, with this nationalist slogan, why should we have foreigners ruling us? We want the local rulers. Consider that Kator is the name of the Kafirs in Timur's chronicles. That is a very interesting point that has to be investigated. Some believe that some of the Katur were probably still Kafir at the time of their conflict with the Rais. Okay, at that point, can we go back to the genealogy? The genealogy, the two Katur brothers that were allied against the Rais had support from the Kafirs, from the locals, the Ko, who were not Kafir, but also from very many Kafirs. They ousted the Rais, who then came back. That was a complicated story. But once the Rais were ousted, then the two lines of the Katur, who were descendants, no, that's not the genealogy, who were descendants of two brothers, Kushwakt first and Mukhtaram Shah first, they came into conflict at the time of Khairullah. Khairullah at that point was Ismaili, had become Ismaili. Hidayat believes that possibly he, that's one of the reasons why the Kafirs, most Kafirs did not support him. But Khairullah had some Kafirs, as Hidayat said, in his army. So both parties at this point, the Ismaili and the Sunni, the Kushwakte and the Kature, had Kafirs. But the majority of Kafirs apparently were with the Katur, and they must have been a determining component, a decisive component among the supporters of the Katur, because they were responsible basically for trapping Khairullah in Bashkal and kill him. So when the Katur rule was established with the support of the Kafirs, the agreement was that the Kafirs could stay Kafir, and the tributary obligations were lightened until the time of Imam Mulk when they became worse. So it's a complicated story, but the support of the Kafirs to the Qatar is basically the reason why they could remain Kafir partly to this day. From Hidayat's paper, we learned that there were many, many more Kafirs, even in Upper Chitral, in this very recent time. And this is not speculation.
Yeah.
It's based on documents.
Private sources.
So I think we must thank him. Taj, please.
Congratulations for really good research. That's really, really great, something coming out of Chitral, especially with the manuscripts that you have mentioned. I want to ask one question, and I think Alina Bashir would be the right person to contribute to this. It's just linguistic related. There are two, we always speak about kafirs as kalash kafirs, but co-kafirs, because when they the religion changed to who are the co-speakers then? They couldn't be just anywhere arriving there. There's Kalasha language and there's a Ko language. So the Kalasha and Ko had similar religion, or the Kafirs that you said in Jinjaret, in other places that were still there in 17th century, were they Ko Kafirs or they were Kalash Kafirs?
I think I don't believe the name of Ko right now, because as I have the manuscript of Mirza Muhammad Shakur Gharib, there is the ancient sources. He himself belonged to Mulk Valley, the land of Ko, but he did not write Khowar, he write Chetrari. So in Jugur, in the pre-Islamic time, there were two types of kafirs. In the judicial council, there is two names reserved. We very few times reserve kafirs for Kalasha, but use Kalash.
Yeah. But the half of the population is Ko too.
But this Ko is not like a group of the Muslim converted. But there are also some like Kati people, some like Kalash people. They are also altogether given the name Ko. Yeah. So in Mirza Quran books, Persian books, there are two types of categories kafirs. One is kafirs. This is also, if you go to the Badakhshan, and there is also a period which is called Kafir Dawr, near Shaghnan, etc. So they mostly use the kafirs for the kafir of Kafiristan, and in the kafir of Chitral mostly use Kalasha, especially in the southern part.
But all the, for example, I know for sure that when we have Chaumos, Khowar people will say Chitramas.
Yeah.
When we have Joshi, they will say, how would you say?
I think in my 20 years of research on the Hindu Kush areas, mostly the part of the Chitral, upper and lower Chitral, they are inhabited the same religion. But in the some portion occupied by other type of the kafirs, which migrated from the Bashgal. But still, if you go to the Sonour, you go to the Yarkun, they are Kalash. They proudly themselves called it. They call them Kalash.
They are speakers of Ko language.
But in Chitral, if someone converted, automatically his first thing is after Kalima.
I would like Alina Bashir to clarify that the origin of the Ko and Kalasha language, because they are, how are these two languages then are similar? Did Khowar evolve later after conversion, or was Khowar communities living there before Islamization?
I think you have two separate questions involved here. First of all, you're asking, who are the Ko people? Rahmat Karim Beg has asked the very same question, and he concludes that no clans or tribes within Chitral refer to themselves as Ko. So he says, we don't know who are these Ko people. Maybe this is just a sort of invented cover term by some other person. Okay? That's about the question, who are the Ko? The question about the languages, Khowar language and Kalasha language, the predominant view these days of linguists is that at one time, Kalasha and Khowar were one single language because they share many common traits, even today, yes. And then later, these two languages diverged. And the language which became present-day Khowar was influenced by a lot of other languages, by Turkic, Burushaski, Wahi, largely Wahi, and Persian, various stages of Persian and Iranian languages. So Khowar has now become different from Kalasha, mainly in phonology and lexicon. The grammar remains very similar. So.
Wolfgang Holzwert has asked to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. It was so dense, so interesting, and we would have hours to talk. But two things. One statement regarding this question, Khowar. The first time it occurs, according to my knowledge, is in a Pashto manuscript by Mullah Massuluk al-Ghazad.
Yeah.
When is that, Wolfgang?
It's written around 1650. It's describing all these Ghazawat from Swat Valley up to these Nuristan areas and towards Shiraz. And in Defenses of Peristan, you say it's lost. It's not lost. It's still there in Kabul, Afghan National Museum. And it does not report so much about the Ghazawat itself because it's more preoccupied with the duties of Muslim people to actually to do Ghaza. Yeah? But there are at least 2 or 3 sections, very small ones, where we get some information on where they go. Complicated place names. The Kunar Valley place names, when I Googled them, you see there was a fight between the Americans and the Taliban or so. But coming back to Khowar, it mentions a system of ethnography of these holy warriors or whatnot, yeah? And it says the Afghans and the Arab and the Turk and the Persians, Arabi Ajam, they are Naukar, which in this context means military servicemen, military people. And the Khowar and the Hinku and the Padan, or Britain, I don't recognize it. They are Mastur, which means servants, menial people, working. So in this sense, it's not Ko, it says Khowar, and it's unaspirated. It's simply K and wow. But this is, according to my knowledge, the first time it really occurs. And then these people, the Khowar, are distinguished from the Kafirs on which the raids are being led to. This is only a statement. Yeah. And the question was regarding this sanad you found in Kabul. I would be very interested because I was told it mentions these people from Chilas and Tangal that have been invited by Shah Khairullah, and which, according to our view, would have been non-Muslim at that time. Yeah. So you have 2 sections of Peristani non-Muslims confronting in Chitral, and finally shooting out a conflict which decides does Chitral belong to the Central Asian side of the border because the backing was from Badakhshan and from north, or does it belong to South Asia, backed by the Khan of Tir? So I would like to know what is actually written in this sanad.
Okay, first of thing I would like to clear about the Kho. And recently in the 4th Hindu Kush Culture Conference, Dr. Mirbais Khan has cleared...
Wait, Hidayat, let's hear what Augusto had to say, because maybe so you can answer everything all together.
Okay.
Yes, this I think Hidayat can confirm. Recently in Chitrali told me, we from Middle Chitral don't call ourselves Ko. Yeah. We call Ko the people from Upper Chitral, but they themselves don't use the ethnonym Ko for themselves. And so he was asking me, where does this Ko come from.
Okay.
The other remark at the fourth Hindu Kush Cultural Conference, and Hidayat was there, Izraruddin brought an interesting paper about families of Central Asiatic origin in Chitral.
Yeah.
And there was a discussion about identities. And he, at one point, correctly said, in my opinion, for me, whoever speaks Khowar is a Kho.
Yeah.
Because his study was showing that a large percentage of the population of Chitral came actually from other places.
Yeah.
But, of course, now they spoke Khowar. So when people asked questions and objected, his answer was, but for me, who now speaks Khowar is a Kho.
Okay.
Let me add one more thing, so you answer that also, and then we must go to, we have our lunch break. That the Kho existed independent of the name Kho is attested by the fact that we have at least 3 different periethnonyms from the Kate, who call them Bilon. The Kalasha called them Patwa. Patwa.
Yeah, but that's a name for after conversion.
I don't know. I don't know. The Burushas call them Arnia, and that's not after conversion, because it is listed by Bellio among the Kafir tribes in the late 1800s, Arnia, which is their perietonym. Now, on the basis of what Wolfgang has said, I would suspect that Kho was actually a Pathan word, maybe, the Pathan name for this group. Is that possible?
You have this old...
the microphone.
Kupa for this area of Chitral, it's there already in antiquity. Yeah?
It's only Khu, you think. Like Kohistan.
No, not Kohistan.
Not Kohistan.
Kupa.
Yeah, I think first I would like to draw the history of, a little bit history of the Kho. We have learned the book of Mountain Stewart in 1815, and he used Kobi for the Chitralis, for about the people of Jalalabad, Kobi. In Shahnama, there is a word Yulane Kuan. It means Kho warrior, not Kho. But this is the one theory. Another theory is a very new theory, is presented by during the last Hindu Kush Culture Conference by Dr. Mirbaiz Khan, and he said that Chitral, there are 2 settlements. One is Sarhat, called Frontier. Another is Kuh. You know, the people of Kuh speak something, and people of Sarhat call it Kuheku. So this is the started one of the co-evaluation, the word of co-evaluation. The third thing is most of the population are migrated from the Central Asian areas, from south of the. Very few people are now ancient families is left. So therefore, it is most probable that any who speak Khowar became Kho. This is the last point. I think so. It is not a original name. It is just name of geographical and linguistical community which call themselves Kho. But you are very difficult if you go to the Buni and you call them Kho. Most of the people, but poets proud to be himself called Kho. But rest of the people very reluctant to use Kho. And he says the Torko and Mukho are Kho. We are Biartek. We say Biar is the left side of the Yarkun River.
And so to add to the mystery, we must remember that there was a famous, terrible massacre of the Kho people that is remembered in the Kho and Kalasha tradition as a total massacre of the inhabitants of Chitral. To add to the mystery that we must keep for us and go to lunch now.
Yeah.
And we can discuss this during lunchtime.
Okay.
Non facciamo la pausa. Pronto, prova, prova. Okay. Excuse me. Today we have less time, but Max wants to make a statement.
It's a short one. I would like to express my unhappiness with the name giving to my people, so to speak, to the Paroni. It was given by Morgensterne, referring to the name given to the Paroni by the northern parts of the Kati habitation of the Kati people, sounding very similar. So he picked up that, and it was, of course, because of the status of Morgensterne, it was taken into academia, but the Paroni themselves don't know it. So if you call them Prasun, they would not be disturbed. What do you mean by that? So I wanted to express that. I had forgotten to say it before.
It happens. It happens. Okay. Thank you. Now, I must announce that, unfortunately, this afternoon we have less time because the technicians need to take away their equipment 1 hour earlier. At 5:45, the equipment will go. We will have... we can stay afterwards and we can answer questions, but it won't be online and it won't be recorded. You know. So an idea could be to have all the questions at the end, for example. Let's just see how it works. So all the speakers who in this session are allotted only 25 minutes, not 30, should try to keep it low, closer to 20 minutes than to 25 minutes. And now, just before starting, I want to thank officially Ismail for sponsoring this conference. It would not have been possible without the sponsorship of Ismail. So I thank especially the president, Professor Adriano Rossi, who's here, and all the staff that has worked on this conference. You've met them, but they did a lot of work on the logistic. It was not perfect. We had some problems with the hotel, but keep in mind that Rome was full and there was many constraints on the choice of the hotel. It had to be close to this venue. It couldn't be expensive because the funds given to research in Italy are very limited, and it had to have room for everybody. So unfortunately there was some inconvenience, fortunately only for some and not for all. But Ismail did the best it could do to make this conference possible. So we are very grateful. And it will do more because the proceedings will be published by Ismail. Okay, now I leave the floor to Jakob Hauermann.
Right. Thank you. So this presentation that I'm going to give today is one that I originally held at an Indo-Europeanist conference, but Alberto has asked me to say more or less the same things here again. Because it will be of interest, I think. I've changed a few things from the original presentation because I don't need to explain to you all what Nuristan is, for example, but maybe some remarks on linguistic methodology would be helpful. But otherwise, this is essentially the same presentation. I have to say my expertise is in linguistics, and this all will be based on linguistic arguments, but I couldn't stop myself from giving my own interpretations in other areas as well, where I don't know as much, and you all probably know much more. And so I would welcome it if you can correct me where I'm wrong, or give your own interpretations, whereas I hope you can trust me on the linguistic data. So for terminology, first of all, usually we say Kafiristan and Kafir before conversion, and Nuristan, Nuristani after conversion, because this term Nuristan, Nuristani has only appeared after conversion. But here, for my purposes, Kafiristan and Kafir will be too imprecise, because I will be talking really only about the areas speaking Nuristani languages. And because there is no pre-Islamic term for this area, I have to say pre-Islamic Nuristan, which is sort of an oxymoron, but I am going to use that anyway. Okay. For fundamental assumptions, just some basics from historical linguistics. The idea is sound change is regular, the so-called neo-grammarian postulate from the 19th century. What follows from this is that we can predict what words should look like according to established sound correspondences, and we can reconstruct unattested ancestral stages of languages by rolling back sound changes, and we can recognize and distinguish regularly developed forms that are inherited or irregularly developed forms that may have been borrowed. And the other thing is, which is sort of a bit of received wisdom in linguistics that is maybe not completely true, but the basic idea is an existing concept is rarely given a new borrowed name if there is no change to the concept itself, which makes sense, but is that actually true? I don't know. We can discuss this. I'm open to that maybe not being completely true, but it's also part of what this all is based on. Okay, so if we're looking at this all from the perspective of historical phonology, of sound changes, so we have to see what are the special sound developments of Nuristani that really define this family of languages. And that is the complete loss of Indo-Iranian aspiration contrast, and then certain mergers of Indo-European palatals, where we had various palatal sounds in Proto-Indo-European, and then in Proto-Indo-Iranian, the ancestor of all Indo-Iranian languages. And these develop differently in Nuristani from Iranian and Indo-Aryan. And we see that structurally the same sounds merge in Nuristani languages as in Iranian languages, but phonetically these are affricates, which is not attested in any ancient Iranian language. And another thing is that Proto-Indo-Iranian S is preserved in Nuristani, which it isn't in all attested Iranian languages, where it has become H. And then there's the unclear development of the so-called Ruki rule of the sibilants after the sounds R, U, K, I, which is also a special feature of Nuristani languages. And then we have a large proportion of probably quite old Indo-Aryan loanwords, which makes it more difficult to find out what are actually the regular developments, because we have a very high proportion of loanwords here. And then morphology is mostly inaccessible as a source of evidence. That's what I said originally in that presentation, but yesterday I said something else. Well, okay, I'm going to skip this. More importantly, where did the religion come from? So we have no linguistic evidence of Zoroastrianism in the Nuristani languages. And that is, you might not even expect linguistic evidence of a religion, but actually in most Iranian languages we see some influence of Zoroastrian terminology on the lexicon, even where speakers are no longer Zoroastrians themselves, because they converted to a different religion. So, and in Nuristani, actually, we see the usual normal words, for example, for God or for ear, are actually cognate to what we find in the Iranian branch as the so-called Devic words, as the sort of this demonic vocabulary that has been given an evil meaning in the Zoroastrian religion. Like, for example, Deva in Avestan means an evil being, a demon, whereas Deva in Old Indo-Aryan is positive, a god. And this is the same in Nuristani. So, and here the Avestan meanings are actually innovative. So the Nuristani meanings are not something that especially connects Nuristani to Indo-Aryan, but it's just the older stage of this semantic development. So we could suspect, based on this separate linguistic status of Nuristani, that perhaps the religion of the Nuristanis before Islam was also somehow an isolated, independent line of transmission of ancient Indo-Iranian religion, and this is actually sort of the common opinion at the moment, as far as I can tell, because people rely on what Fusman has said in 1977, and basically the same thing again in 2012. And he bases this on linguistic arguments. That's why I can even say anything about this. And this, why would I look at this again if Fusman has already discussed it? Well, in my opinion, Fusman's linguistic argumentation is not very sophisticated. If we look at this quote, as I said originally, I showed this to Indo-Europeanists, and they would immediately see this and probably laugh. Yeah, I mean, the idea here is, he says, if the etymology of this name of the god, which I'm talking about, is correct, then the difficulty to explain the vocalism makes it a purely Kati word, so in basically meaning an inherited Nuristani word. If it is not, the name is even less likely to have been borrowed. So if it's not impossible to explain, then it must be Nuristani. That is basically his argument, and this really cannot satisfy a historical linguist. Okay, and then we also have some historical arguments. I'm not quite sure that I'm right in what I'm writing here, because I'm just taking this from various sources, but it seems that previously people have thought that Kafiristan was quite an isolated place, and then, but more recently we've seen a complete picture that there may have been periods of isolation and periods of openness, and something we can say is that Muslim rule over the Kabul Valley would have been securely established only from around the time of the Ghaznavids, and then only the contact to the Indic religious world would have been sort of cut off, or would have become less close. And then, so my two central claims are actually that linguistically, Nuristani languages form a branch that is separate from Indo-Aryan, as I said, based on these sound developments that cannot be explained from a stage of the Indo-Aryan sound development, but that the pre-Islamic religion of Nuristan, as far as the terminology is concerned, of course we can discuss if this really has an implication for the religion itself, the terminology, but at least the terminology originates within the Indian cultural sphere, and more particularly in Indo-Aryan languages. Okay, I'm going to skip over the sources because you all know them. So I'm only going to discuss a few deities here because time is short, but maybe I can elaborate more on some things in the discussion, or also write everything in more detail in the final paper, but I'll just present a few examples here. And one is this god Mone, who is often quoted as Mon, but this is not quite clear to me how it comes that the name is quoted as Mon. Perhaps in some cases we have Morgenstierne wrongly analyzing this A as a case ending, but then also we have it in the Azar manuscript as Mon. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. But Mone is actually the form that makes more sense, and there's also the one that I think is was recorded by Strand, so we have the Kate form Mone, Nuristani Kalasha and Ashkun. We have Made, Mande, Paruni, as I maybe should say, Mandi. And then we have also things in Indo-Aryan Kalasha. We have Mahandeu with this epithet, also Kushala, and this seems to also be related to these terms. An epithet that is found is in Kate is Kshule, which means clever or wise. So Kshule Mone. This is southeastern dialect of the Kom. So in the later sources that we see is equated with Muhammad as the prophet and vizier of the highest god Imra. He seems to be the second highest god, the first creation of Imra, also described as his brother, described as a fighter against evil demons or giants, who destroys their castle, and in one particular myth, he appears in the form of a man with a golden or iron bow and arrows, or as a bull in various hymns or myths, or as wearing a juniper robe and a juniper hat. Morgenstierne has connected this to Old Indo-Aryan Mahadeva, the great god. This is, of course, not a very specific epithet, but is one, as far as I know, is especially associated with the god as today known as Shiva. Fusman in 1977 claimed that this term, that these names in Nuristani languages are actually independent Indo-Iranian inheritance, which he retracted then in 2012, which was probably a good decision, because in the case of inheritance, from the word cognate to the word maha in Nuristani languages, there we would expect development to a voiced dental affricate z instead of the Indo-Aryan ha, of which we would see a reflex in this word, but we don't. On the other hand, the ha is not a sound that we find in the Nuristani languages, because the sound developments have not led to this sound coming into being, and so it makes sense that in the process of borrowing, a ha would have been dropped, and that could explain the forms. And so this etymology makes sense in terms of the nasal being there in the middle of the word. We see that in words where a nasal is followed by a vowel and then a plosive. Yes, I have my own timer. Thanks. It is very common that in the Indo-Aryan languages of the region, but we also see some reflexes of this in Nuristani, possibly as borrowings or maybe not. This nasality spreads through the vowel, or nasals nasalize a following vowel, and then the nasality becomes a segmental nasal before the following plosive. So we have, for example, reflexes like kate nani for a large river, from nadi, or something akin to Old Indo-Aryan nadi, where this would have gone through some sort of a stage, nandi, nandi. And the same we see in the name of the Afghan city of Nangarhar, from Nagarahara. So there is no need to postulate a form with a nasal there for the ancient form, as Fusman does. The dropping of the h is expected, as I said, and then in Kate, the long a to o and the cluster n to n are both regular developments. So this etymology makes sense. And now for the interpretation part, there are some indications, I think, in the sources that he might have originally been the highest god, this Monet. He shares attributes of Shiva, the bow, the bull, and his role as a destroyer of the castle of demons. And the Shiva Mahadeva, with these attributes, as far as I can tell from the literature, is a post-Vedic god. Right, so not even Vedic, earliest Indic religion, but post-Vedic. So I don't have a lot of time left, but I will try to skip through this a bit more quickly. We have Indra, the wine god, especially of Kalashum Waigal and Wama, who is associated with this garden at Wama, which the most likely etymology would be from Indra, the Vedic king of the gods. And here I have a quote from Brockington. Indra maintained a degree of supremacy in more popular belief longer than most Vedic deities, but in later Indian religions it seems that he is especially associated with intoxicants and pleasure, so this association with wine seems to be a feature of this later Indra. Yes. Then we have Gavish or Gish, this sort of a god of war, especially of Kati-speaking regions, who's been equated with the devil after conversion and said to be the only god who did not convert to Islam. So this was the most anti-Muslim god in a way. Here, Morgenstern has suggested Gavesha, a reconstructed form, but I think it's absolutely possible to derive it from attested Vedic Gavisha, which is an epithet of Vedic Indra. We can connect this to, so it means someone who strives for cows. There's also this Gavishti term, which means battle, sort of cow striving, maybe referring to cattle raids originally. So my hypothesis here was perhaps this is the martial aspect of Indra, which has become a separate god here, because there is also some indication in the myths that he's called the brother of Indra, and that they came together from Hindustan. Phonologically, we can see that the retroflex sh would not be expected here for a Nuristani language, because we see, for example, vish, poison, has this palatal sh, which, and gavish has really no. Yes. I'm going to skip through the rest, unfortunately, just to see, just really quick to mention this. This is a new suggestion from me for the name Discerni, where I think what is presented as a folk etymology, usually the segmentation into di and sri, sky and soldier, which is usually given by speakers. This may actually be, or this is more likely to be the correct etymology than the one given by Morgenstern, because of the stress pattern and sound developments. And so my suggestion was to connect this possibly with the term kechari and this Tibetan. We have a similar calque in Tibetan. Yes, but I have to come to an end. Unfortunately, I would have said a few more things, but so this is basically what I want to say, and we can discuss more about the individual etymologies. That the pre-Islamic religion of Nuristan was not an isolated, independently transmitted survival of archaic Indo-Iranian religion, or an unchanged preservation of Vedic religion, or Zoroastrianism, or Buddhism. It seems, based on the linguistic evidence, and this is not the whole picture, of course, we need other kinds of evidence as well. Yes, my time's up. But this is something that seems plausible to me just on the basis of the names, that this might have been various localized forms of early medieval kinds of Hinduism, if we can call it that, that have been separated from new developments in India after the Islamic expansion. So, and then why are the gods so different from the ones that we see in actual modern Hinduism or earlier Hinduism as well. I would say that this may have been due to independent developments in an isolated local context over 1,000 years, so that these gods become more difficult to recognize. But maybe I'm wrong, so we can discuss this.
Thank you, Jakob, for this extremely interesting presentation that would raise I don't know how many questions, but I suggest that you write them down. We'll have questions at the end. I think it's the only solution. Or I could allow one question. It's Bernard Sergent that really has a question.
What is the etymology of Dissanal of Morgenstern?
Yes, he gives this this term. This is. I can go back. Yeah. Well, can I go back?
The red.
Yes. Morgenstern connects with a question mark, which it has been taken as fact, but Morgenstern gives a question mark. He gives this Vedic goddess Dishana, which is very obscure. It's not clear what this goddess even is in the Vedas, and then this. At most, it would be possible to derive Disani from Dishanika, but this doesn't work with the S, and it doesn't work with the stress. That rhymes. Yeah.
Okay, so please note down your questions. Now we have to do the same for everybody. So for each presentation, there will be one question now, and the rest we'll gather them at the end. That's the only way. Thank you for this very interesting, that raises many questions, very brave and presentation that challenges established.
Which picture?
I can state it from here. This is absolutely made by the parodie of Picasso. This temple is totally foreign made by the
Right. Yeah, the temple I showed because of these bird images on top, because of this, there is also an association of these kechari with birds. So that I thought was interesting that on this Disani shrine you also see the bird images on top. Yes, thanks.
Okay, please, we have to protect the following speakers, otherwise the last speaker won't be able to speak. So that was extremely interesting, raising many, many questions, and also a very brave presentation challenging established authorities. John Mock, on the third Tam of Hunza, on the title Tam of Hunza rulers.
Is there a slide? Oh, okay. I just wanted to mention before I get into the talk what Alberto had said. Our institute, the American Institute of Afghanistan Studies, we've reinvigorated the old journal Afghanistan, and it's published by Edinburgh University Press, and people on the editorial board are Max's ex-wife and Warwick Ball, archaeologist, and lots of people. The URL is there if you want to look at it, and the editor is Bob Cruz. He's professor at Stanford, Central Asianist mostly, but you can write to him. Welcome all submissions of any kind, always looking for publications. It's very nicely done by Edinburgh University Press. So just to bring that to your attention.
I'll just add that East and West of Ismail has also resumed publications since 2020. Some journals are on the table.
Okay, this is just sort of a thought piece, because I'd like to get feedback from people, which you can give me later or anything like that. But I've always wondered where this title Tam for the Brusho Mirs of Hunza and Nagar came from. And I'd read in John Biddulph, he said that he was told by a Nepalese gentleman that it's a Chinese title, etc., like that. And it goes Chinese, and I know nothing about Chinese. So I happen to know the Chinese philologist at University of Pennsylvania, Victor Mayer, who's done a lot of work in lots of different things. And he invited me to put a guest post on his website called Language Log. Some of you may know it. It's a pretty active and interesting site. So what I did is I presented the different sources that were ascribing Chinese to the people on Language Log. So there was Biddulph, and then we find a guy named Henry Haworth, who in 1889 wrote an article called The Northern Frontagers of China. You may have read it, I don't know. He was discussing Tang Dynasty relations with Uyghurs. He wrote, the Chinese emperor at this time is called Tum Vutsum. And he also wrote, during the reign of Tum Yitsum. So according to the great source Wikipedia, which I had to turn to, Emperors Wuzong and Yizong of Tang ruled actually from the first from 840 to 846 and the second from 859 to 873. Now Haworth cites as a reference in 1780 book by the Jesuit Claude de Vizelu, whom Louis XIV sent as a missionary to China in 1687. And that's where this information came from. So I put this stuff up on the Victor Meyer's Language Log and got some comments back. A guy named, and I only know these people from the web, I don't even know who they are. A guy named Michael Watts said, there does seem to be a very strong match between Tum Yitsum and what would be Tang Yizong in modern Mandarin. It would be interesting to know how closely it would match Tang Dynasty pronunciation. I take it Tum Vutsum was Tang Wuzong, confirming, I guess, what Wikipedia said. I also wonder how Uyghur people would have known the name of the currently reigning emperor if Wikipedia is to be believed. He also doubts Wikipedia sometimes. Tang Wuzong and Tang Yizong are what are called temple names, and those are only given posthumously in Chinese, so the time thing is difficult. And another guy named Chris Button said, since Buddhashasky seems to have a velar nasal coda, wouldn't it be weird for Buddhashasky to treat Chinese nasalized N, nga, as ma? So from those, I sort of took it that the arguments of Haworth and de Vizelu would require, one, the Uyghurs to know the posthumous temple name of the 9th century Chinese emperors, and the Burusho to somehow have done the same or learned it from the Uyghurs, which I don't know, how'd they do that? And second, for the Chinese word final velar nasal to become a labial nasal with no sort of environment that might promote assimilation of it. So the upshot is we thought, well, the Chinese etymology seems to have some issues with it, and you etymologists can take this further than I can. But another source that was proposed was Sanskrit. Now, the esteemed librarian of the Baltit Fort, Ijazullah Beg, wrote, in Buddhashasky, a king or ruler is called Tum, and the palace where the king resides is called Tang. In my personal view, the etymology of both words originated from Sanskrit, because in Sanskrit, stambh connotes pillar, and stan means a dwelling place, as in Hindi, where Tum can mean pillar and to hold on to things, and Tang can mean a dwelling place. So Ijazullah's terms are also attested by Stephen Wilson in his book and by David Lorimer in his work, but neither of them mention the etymology. So I turned to Turner's Comparative Dictionary of Indo-Aryan Languages, and CDIL 13682 Stamba, pillar post, has Waigali, Shtama, Kati, Stom, Prasun, Ushtyabu, sorry for my pronunciation, for tree, and Bashkirik Tam and Torwali Tam and Kashmiri Tum, all for pillar or post. So all the CDIL entries are phonologically similar to the Buddhashasky Tum, but they're semantically quite different. And I wondered, why should the neighboring Nuristani and Northwest Indic languages retain the Sanskrit meaning of pillar, post, or tree, but the Buddhashasky alone make the metaphorical shift to king? I couldn't really answer that one as I thought through it. And likewise with stana, Avestan is place or abode, a place of abode. And CDIL 13753 entries, they range in meaning from dwelling place, cattle shed, police station, and shrine. And again, there's no semantic match with Buddhashasky, nor really a phonological match for the velar nasal of the Buddhashasky tang for the place. So the semantic shift that's required if we accept Sanskrit as the origin of the word tham, it wasn't attested in any of the neighboring Northwest Indo-Aryan languages and everything. So I couldn't find any sort of supporting evidence there. It would stand unique as an alone and a thing. So I wasn't certain about it either. An additional Sanskrit etymology was also proposed from Gandhari Prakrit. It was suggested by F.W. Thomas, the late noted philologist who wrote, "The Bruja, who, as I have shown, were the early inhabitants of Khotan." He said the Aja, which is another language that he's discussing, word ten for God, is no doubt identical with the Tam in Khotanese language. And there he cites the Khotanese words Shotamga, and then he goes on, as in Linguistic Survey of India, etc., etc. And the Tam, prince, chief of Buddhashasky and of Shigar and Kapalu, must be identical with this Khotanese word. So I wondered about that, and I turned to Stefan Baums, who has his Gandhari information up there. And I looked at, he'd just published an article in 2018 on some new text from Nia, and he has that very word that Thomas had cited, Shotamga, and it means finance officer, not a ruler. And both Brushan, Brushal, and Khotan were administrative military units of the Tibetan Empire from the 8th to the 9th century, so they were linked together, no doubt. But I could see no basis for assuming that either government, either in Brusha or in Khotan, would borrow a non-Tibetan Gandhari word, administrative term, from each other, or that the title of a finance officer in Khotanese Gandhari would shift semantically to ruler in Buddhashasky. There are perfectly good words in Khotanese for ruler that are separate. You don't need to come up and borrow the word for tax collector. So that left me with two more possibilities still to investigate, an old Turkish etymology or an indigenous one. So first the Turkish stuff. Edwin Parker in 1987 published an article called China and the Pamirs, and he wrote, Hunza and Nagar, his rulers, according to Dr. Littner, used to bear the Chinese title of Tam. There is no such title in China, but it is conceivable that the somewhat contemptuous word Tu Mu, or headman, which is not a title, may be meant, for until quite recently, the headman of the Kamchuti, i.e. Kanjut, sent a small tribute of gold to Yarkand. And then in another article called A Few Chinese Notes About Chitral, Hunza, etc., he wrote, the head eye, or Tumu, having much the same shade of meaning as a boss, is in one place called Mir Raja. And there he's quoting Curzon, who made a description after he met the Mir of Hunza. And in other places called Kamchut. Here, clearly, we have a third form of Kanjut, and also the origin of the mysterious Chinese title of Tun, which I don't know where he got Tun, but I think he meant Tum. But Parker's Tumu, to me, seemed more likely to be cognate with the Turkish Tumanbegi, chief of 10,000, which is listed in a recent publication, well, not so recent, by a guy named Hodong Kim called Eastern Turkey Royal Decrees in the 17th Century in the Jaring collection. Some of you may know this. And Kim cited Gustav Raket's 1912 Eastern Turkey Grammar, which is a more basic, fundamental one. And he says, as Raket has already remarked, Tumanbegi, Mingbegi, Yuzbegi, Onbegi were originally military titles, but as the Mughals moved into the Tarim Basin, and there, i.e. the Turkic tribes, nomadic tribal bonds became gradually weakened. These titles seem to have been transformed into those of civil officials governing local districts. So the old Turkish etymology, which Parker may have been alluding to, and which Hodong Kim more clearly elucidates, found support actually on the Language Log blog from none other than Victor Mayer, who, I don't know if you know him, I mean Tokardian, all these things he does. He says, Tuman is the earliest name Xiongnu, i.e. Han, Chanyu, which was the leader of the Xiongnu, reigning from 220 to 209 BC. He said the name Tuman is likely related to a word meaning 10,000 or a myriad, which was widely borrowed between language families in, most plausibly, the order indicated by the following representative list of forms. Modern Persian, Tuman, Toman, Tuman, Mongolian Tumen, Old Turkic Tuman, East Tokardian Tmam, West Tokardian Tumane, which possibly even includes Old Chinese, but note, however, that our only certain evidence this number word already existed around him before the person Tuman's lifetime would be the Chinese. Not until many centuries after he lived are there other languages, and the word was then first attested. So to me, that the name of the very first Xiongnu Chanyu leader, Tuman, could continue through millennia and multiple language families to find a home in Hunza was really remarkable. I mean, I guess it could happen. I guess it's not implausible. So maybe it's a consideration. I don't know. But we also have the idea that there could be an indigenous source. So the Burdushevsky title Tum was maybe first noted by Alexander Cunningham in his book on Ladakh. Subsequently, Biddulph presented an extensive genealogy chart of Gilgit, and Sterek publishes even more detailed genealogical charts in her book that draws on Lorimer's work, showing the interconnections between Hunza and Nagir. So Tum apparently first appears in the Moglote family of Nagir, where Luli Tum had twin sons Moglot, who ruled Nagir, and Girkis, who became the first Tum of Hunza. So the title Tum, of course, is also known from Shigar. It's been said to have been brought to Shigar, and this is from the Shigarnama that Sidney Schuler did. The prince of Nagir, Cha Tum, who had been defeated by the prince of Hunza and fled over the Gunto La, geographically that doesn't make sense, to Shigar, where he called himself Amacha, which of course is a Sanskrit etymology, Amatya, and became the prince. After Amacha Chatam came Burgotam, Yulgotam, Ramu, Fakhruddin, Ram, Razitam, Aitam, Tanzitam, Goritam, Gazitam, who became Muslim. Right? So, the title Tum also appears in the genealogy of the Makpon dynasty of Skardu. Makpon, of course, is a good Tibetan loanword, Makpon general, where we find a Gauri Tum there also. The Shigar story gives a Burdushevsky origin to the word. The Skardu genealogy gives no antecedent like that, but perhaps the Skardu kings just borrowed the military title and turned it into a civilian title. So Skardu can have that, that's fine, right? The use of Tum, however, in Bagrot offers no direct linkage to Hunza or to Nagir. It's found in Munshi Ghulam Muhammad's Festivals and Folklore of Gilgit, a famous book, describing the Rato ceremony in Bagrot. And he describes it this: after the people assembled around the Devai Maron, which is 5 large boulders and 5 small boulders marking a plot of ground, a ceremony called Rato, or Chili, which is juniper as we know, was performed, while the oldest man present, or the headman of the village, sat quite close to the stone and addressed it in the following manner: O iron-like Rato, O Shri Bhagatam, we have come to thee to express our wants. So Bhagatam then leads us to the ancient and obscure Raz of Gilgit. So Sterek has said, they say that Kisar's son Bhagatam, whose son was Bhagatam, the Bhagatam had a son Agartam, and Agartam's son was Sri Bhadat. They say that Agatham put his daughter in an iron fort which he built on a boulder situated in the middle of the Gilgit River, and they call this boulder at the present day Agarthamgiri, which means Agatham's boulder. So, last but not least, we have the story of Trakan in Gilgit, where Trakan was born, placed in a box in the Gilgit River as a child, was rescued at Hodar in Chelas, and at the age of 12 was recognized as the rightful king of Gilgit when, and this is what it says, the birds uttered the following words, Burshasky words, to the great astonishment and delight of the people. Baldas Tambai, which means there's a king at Baldas. So I've chased my tail all around the Burshasky here, and on all of this I've come from Nagir to Hunza, to Shigar, to Skardu, to Bogrot, and back to Gilgit, and then back to Hunza and Nagir. And I find this word tam persisting, but I have no explanation of where it came from unless I were to adopt one of the other etymologies that I've discussed. So I'm still not really knowing the answer to this question, but it's sort of an interesting problem, maybe one of those connected problems that Tucci was talking about. So I just want to share it with you, and if you have any insights, anything you can think of, or leads or anything, let me know, because I'm retired and I have time to pursue these things. Thanks a lot.
One question, if there is one.
Anybody? No, good. Oh,
there is one.
Jacob.
I would just say one thing, this relation between the word for the ruler and the word for the palace with, I think it was vowel length, the difference that you
There was
mentioned?
vowel length and also the nasal at the end. Tum is a labial and tang is a velar.
Oh, I see. Okay. But it seems to be some sort of a morphological relation that maybe is more likely to be from Burushaski than from another source.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah.
sort of, you could try to trace that in Burushaski morphology somehow.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of am leaning towards the idea that it's an indigenous word, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that occurred to me. But thank you, because you know a lot more about this stuff than I do. Thanks.
Well, I don't know anything about Burushaski, so.
But you know the etymology, so that's good.
Thank you very much. Now we have Birgit Sperber, who is going to show us a film. She just disappeared. She was sitting there before. Then we go on with the next one. It's the film by Winnie Maggi. The film by Winnie Maggi. Quello che dopo è il film di Winnie Maggi. The next one is... Oh, there she is. It's you now.
My presentation is a film which lasts 22.5 minutes. And after that, I have a one slide which I use as a conclusion. So, and also I have a handout, if you haven't got it yet, which tells more than the film does. So, please start now.
कलशास्पति पायस जरूरियत हवेलो बाबा Asa penea lo kalasha ik neba. Onca mal bu şirin izleri mal penea hava lau dünya ona zindagi ista zindagi ne.
Poi ita haya har mulikunda pucheva. Mumta kadameshtak.
Apa ya?
Mãe cara. Dari ka goi dari mãe.
Proškai darim anašipe užsienkai tai dangam nemanijau ita vaigauta.
Ta shandura dai bioti puchi manita. Dentro na da lep chuchu anita viga lep chuchu anu chirga. Resien vachia agora. Ales taga pai até a vai bioti gala gangawata vai bioti. Até muito nesta puchi leshava mimondita. Gala vai gala. Well, pai puchila mai batai dharik ruskai khai dara mai fasili jua anashi speu bribo bishai badula stapea eu bribo bishai to bribo yangai kai mishai kada musu na vataia ju atiesta brudik mai le tara paudita
Goia le shio mai kadur karelula. Mai tara pauda ya. Ta paudai. Onde vai gau du shish egodim sempre esta onde an vai man. Ek shish dudim ego shish sempre esta.
Bushis wala wala paio bobadulai. Kiki du asigri tada mbai si baba si tasa paio nun ikak nun.
खास कलाशा साचो बल्लारी बोप्रूफ दवालात रंग बेरंग फासुले में छुमालस फाकत पोशाटा एगो श्रृंग अस्ता अजातु न बारू दे तो श्रृंग रुए खास दे है पोशाटा गायरो मालस तमाम स्वर्म ओमै छु Warago kemama.
Patu mau mai Quran. Abi mai ki oma de ar ki hoje está de praga ta bandaya. Siemi cari, Roma onde está bode laune. Mahadev Roma onde está, esteja nela sa.
Koji se vižun pragata?
Esteja. Pura kalimba, šalje pani. Šalje pani, se praga. Ne da stu bogaran, dura pesokva kule. Dura šenki, ton kharčaju, dura kharčaju, pai kharčaju. Baru paru kasih bersucia. Asa aguguri dia nasi terus tadi gula. Dos dia boka. Sisinan tu dengan darah pai. Lagu tu dos.
कलशास्पति पायस जरूरियात हवेलो बाबा बिको तले लवा कलशास दस्तूर मलदार मुझ एक जंदार को छीना वही सदाका दे कलाशा किए नारी प्रागता एक पे जो शियोनियो तो एक बात हमारी विलोती बात हिस्ती सूचकारी Tasa thara ojistayu. Palashas de haruma bandaya o suchas thara ojistayu. Such karikastaya. When we praying, we sacrifice a goat. Just if you pray with empty hands, it's maybe reach up in the sky to God very late. You might accept it or not, but the soul will, if you slaughter an animal goats during sacrifice, then the message will arrive to immediately, it's very fast. Ama strijon diramoski nedek Sha shonda kamun shon shienti mai korona ki sumalik nashta. Sumalik nashta sebo haidara jauna devlet manasta. Mojbi inda yula sumalika sarju inda yula ek moj hondoan se puchude. Sumalika pati kiya taran kiyo na goya na kiya khana na bo goy maneta kalasha strija bataita tasa bata pujiya la ta kiya na pashis goy maya taso shiala laina sat ashungela sat Ane shatrapa kurbata ite shuri te ashungela shuri chomuna puri tichi. Shatara to strijo na tala biramos bankaya. Saki khoda sprush banda istara. Amaichu. Iti jalinda ikini kasi sumjimpina ki shetemondende onu savi navi misharia mishari kalwa jende kala zamana uneli neshi shonja kakadar thau tu onu tagar ta kula ujo kula batala ka dastu kula bandan dastu kula ka una dala sesta jana na batu nashi para tasum awai tasata kundati modi manasi tasum kashtagan mundi manai yudu kuragan Mujik shavala sunur gela mai mujik kore mai mujik gora kirik tara gela mai mujik kore Pai tu
Chashakari, Chashakaya, Chakriya Kajak, Chakriya Kajaya, Totek Sabalkari, Sabal Chakadaika, Prenomochin, Prenomochita, Toarim, Vaya, Shadalagas Batisha, Purunai, Ijabuju, Bomot, Sisimalamsum, my boy. Ninjinyari popadalo. Tagalo pruštaj.
Homa koshani una pocha mani zarurati. Tara homa paisa de toai jaake me pai pe me aisa. Homa mulku nasak ki phak bo mas barai ya vikalasha. Patu shamun ne kai. وغير اسم काम औलाद बिरू मदद काय कारी का स्थार हो मत हरा देख नहीं कोशानी अस्पाती ये रिश्या सब प्रचोन है पांडीरो मजारूला Palasha pai boko kiai palasha pai bokaru kalashas dastur la ka obashe tutu abi ogoe disasta de disrai de mandat bokaru paisa le di ave disajakaru se uma ejakaru se bota é disajakaru kalasha se ti to uma patu ne ko kalasha ko mit pelen ala tu paisa geren po paisa yugo ai paisa geren gade yuwa wai ne ko shani huma dastur ware abi zat khoji abi mojana ke zat kari abi mojana ke madat kari abi sang bihari kalasha tan mojuna kalasha sal ekti bhatu ek ko ko boer disizat se bias thara yu Halakas gue gauta thara yu halakas yu seta sum madat karu kasat kona promuna koshani yu kia yu se madat karu homaya kadera gue kadera sao prom bandal ne jone uta sa bandal kasu shulao na wao kasu kia karawao kasu kia karawao shimi gona prom kia shia na Homa mulkani kia mutabar kadera ka lau sheli sau pura kari sau kikai kuchi kama kari ke ame goi pe bandai homa kalasha sheli am dasto
Koshani kari mastemaya jat
Muktia cha gaderi chao.
Dai chuta kayo kia saras kayo kia sual kada kia se paru golle ne paru god pari pe gis thawa lo thavu Acho que tudo é muita coisa.
Ramu oma kalasha dastura de chaumosa de tichak tiu shishawa de goi kutramu goi edi sumer waktu ne edi tisian dar bandaya dar kalasha masapi edi kai shas thara chaumos purai shamun ekam sinana. Tara Saras Day Dura Jahukai Amaya Karin Shara Karin Bira Karin Ashasta Karin Masalakas Tasau Kai Mahira Puri Kai Kai Tasa Num Kutramu Sudaya Ka Anduna Ka Istijabura Kadi Chuinari Kai Aya pai chui onin sha onin bubu patoi onin masista khai jidai goen jiman adu nai tase bazai te bubu patoi bazai dosh kaite dhruki ek amotya kaige te kruaile si tromi jo purusgurak bata shato grichot abden ira karin pai karin Puro Bajai Karin, Puro Shara Karin, Puro Saudastur Karin, Manshiamu Kasta Karin, Ozasta Karin, Egasta Karin, Sauchur de Pura Kanto, Purus de.
Then they will choose man who is best in drawing. Otherwise, we believe if the legs no good, horn is no good, if the goat is Sharabira is limb, the goats become limb. There's always the men try to make it everything good, properly good. So they choose good men to draw it good. Everyone can make it, but they just think if you make it broken leg and this thing, it's same thing happened to goats. So always they will do it good, then the goats have a good life. Who start good painting, then this year the baby goats not dying. Everyone has lot of baby goats like this, we believe.
Se dastur shara piano javon moja sharabira toda no minde. Shara sitites hoje está suda bazar e shara está. Dita se shara bijo hoiso que varuja, nagara le. Varuja to bien rania sa sharabira phado.
If we miss the high pastures, then we have a lot of trouble. We can't continue our religion because everything based upon goats and animals. So therefore, we are very much in trouble in the moment. The Muslim thinks that this country only belongs to the Muslims, to the pure people. They consider us the minorities impure. So they wanted to have a bad time. So they wanted to just trying to have finish the minorities, not by the government, by the fundamentalist groups in Pakistan, which is going up now.
If I shall conclude something, about the importance of the goats, I will say that now you learned the names Onjesta and Pragata. It is so that in the in the Kalasha religion, in the Kalasha world, there is a very fragile balance between the two. No, I wanted this slide. I was using this slide. Yes, this slide. In the slide, you can, if you look at the lower part, you can see that these two, the left one is, you could say, it is Onjasta, and the middle one, it is Pragata, and these two balance each other. But once there's too much Pragata coming into the Onjasta part of the world, then disaster can happen. So you can say that normally there are purification rites that are done with burning juniper and holding pure bread if it is a women, and also keeping different rules. But once the bad things happen and disaster threatens or comes, then the goats have the most important function, because the goats, they can do the real purification, and like that, the goats can restore the world. So that was conclusion to that. Okay.
Thank you, Birgitte, for this beautiful film. I know the whole film. It's ethnographically very good, and especially it highlights the most important aspects of Kalasha culture. We won't have time for questions because we went over the 25 minutes. Write them down. We'll have time at the end. Now,
may I just say something? The person you saw last is called Saifullah Jan. And you know, I took out his words from a longer passage, so I forgot to take his name as well. But his name is in the titles afterwards. But he has devoted his life to fighting for the rights of his people. And he still does. And he is not well anymore, and he continues. And the surroundings, they are kind of harassing them economically with carrying on appealing court cases for years after years after years. And lawyers are very corrupted in Pakistan also, and very costly, and travels to and fro and bringing witnesses and stuff. It is always so costly, and it's kind of economic harassment. So, okay.
Thank you, Birgitte. I think now we can go on to the next speaker.
May I
Thank
just
you.
say one more thing? I would write everything. I mean, I can't publish a film, so I would make a paper, and you can see the film is made along with Yasir. He's the oldest son of Saifullah, and I will make a paper with quoting him and quoting the other, and it will be a paper in the name of myself and Yasir, because he is the most important in this work. So,
thank you. Now we are going to have a short film by Winnie Maggi. The film is 10 minutes. Winnie Maggi is an American anthropologist. She was a pupil of Frederick Barth, and she has done work especially on the female world, and she's published a very important book called Our Women Are Free. It's the only book that really deals with the world of women among the Kalasha. Just a second for another announcement. We won't have a pause, a coffee pause, but the coffee's there now between 3:30 and 4:15. Whoever wants to go can go and individually drink his cup of coffee. It's possible now. One by one, yeah, not everybody leaves at once, but one by one or two by two, but yeah. The coffee is available from now up to 4:15. Okay, now we can go on with the film.
In the beginning, well, you've asked me to tell you about the stories that fill my memory. Oh, there are so many words. In the beginning, my first memories, I was very little, my daughter. How old was I? Who knows, Zaira's age, a little older. As old as this one over here, Subaida's size maybe, Abida's. When I was their size, my memories began. I was naughty. Oh, what a naughty girl. My father was one of 5 brothers, and those fathers, I loved to play with them, and they loved to make me happy, my daughter. That's where my memories began, playing with my fathers. They'd come home from the stables, and first one of them would scoop me up and set me on his knees. Then another would pick me up and set me on his knees, and then they'd tease me. You'll become a wife, they'd say. I won't become one, I'd say. You'll become one, they'd say. You'll become one and leave us, they'd say. I won't become one, I'd say. That's where my memories start. I won't be a wife. That's my earliest memory. Then sing for us, they'd say. I'd sit on their lap and they'd say, sing. And I sang for them. I remember that. I made up songs. Came, same, onjana, I'd sing. They'd laugh and laugh. What kind of song is that? Came, same, onjana. So one time, one of my fathers, he brought butter home, onjasta butter, purified butter. This, you all know this. This isn't given to women, it's given to men. I cried, why won't you give me that butter? You're giving it to all these other people. Why won't you give that to me? Butter, I've always loved butter. I looked for my one father, a man who was really sweet on children, but he said, that butter is onjasta, it's onjasta butter. That butter is not for little girls to eat. Men eat that butter. I remember I was crying. Why won't you give me that butter? I did not care that it was onjasta. I cried and cried. I was such a naughty little girl.
Tale pistia ko to phagumeda thiman male phagumeda thimani to
to sak batadata sudatroem.
So it was Gulparik. You know Gulparik, when we usher the spring in with flowers? At that time we'd take walnuts, we'd take dried mulberries. Everyone would come up valley to Sachigor Torn. So Golama Ayas and I, you know Golama Ayas, now she's Muslim, Golama Ayas. She and I came down the valley and Court Desha Kazi was playing there. He wasn't an important man like he is now. He was nothing then, littler than us. Just a little puff, that Court Desha Kazi. I was so naughty. He was playing with a stick. I told him to bring me that stick. He wouldn't bring it to me, so I took it. There were a bunch of little kids around. Whose size? Like Patizar over there, Gulnazar's size. They started yelling at me, "Throw it in the river! Throw it in the river!" I did. I threw it in. But then Kazi, he jumped in after it. He was so little. The water carried him away. Oh, I'm going to be in such trouble, I thought. So I took off. I ran home. When I got to my house, everyone had left for Gulparik, taking walnuts and dried mulberries with them. My mother, she was in the storehouse gathering walnuts. She saw me. "Everyone has gone up valley. Why are you still here?" she asked. "Who, me?" I said. "I'm on my way." I was so tricky. I didn't tell her about the Kazi. I wouldn't tell her. She'd beat me. So I left, and she was right behind. Up valley were so many people. You wouldn't believe it if you saw it now. Our traditions, now we've thrown them all away. But then, oh, everybody kept them. Tradition. Then, by the river, we saw Kazi's father. He was holding a dripping little Kazi, his pants all wet, his shirt all wet. "What happened to him?" my mother said. "Why are you carrying him around all wet like that?" my mother asked. "What happened? I'll tell you what happened. Your daughter threw him in the water. Whatever else happened. Your daughter threw him in the water and took off. Whatever else happened." Oh, my mother was mad, and she was also a little crazy, a little mental. She shook me and tried to push me in the water. My one aunt, so you know her? My one aunt, she grabbed me away. "Don't treat your daughter like that," she said. My aunt said she'd take me to her house, but I wanted to go on to Gulparik. I've always loved our traditions. Even though everyone was mad at me, I couldn't stay away.
Fakumida Tito Tale Pistiaco to Pacum Garimana, Johnny Mana, Havelio Pikiro, Shieli, Talana Pacumiani.
So then they started talking about giving me as a wife. I thought to myself, it's just words. When evening came, the men came to take me away. Everyone in the household started making bread. "Time to make bread," they said. "We're giving her as a wife." I cried. Then my oldest father said, "I didn't give you away, my daughter. Your mother's brother gave you, your mother's brother." "How can you say my mother's brother gave me? You gave me." "No, your mother's brother gave you." So I took off. I ran away to my mother's brother's house. I spent the night there. The next morning my fathers came to take me home. My mother offered me food. I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't eat it, so my mother beat me. She beat me, so I took off again to my mother's brother's house. So then it went on and on like that. For how many years? It was a few years. I must have been Kwanzaa's age. One night, it was during Chalmos, another girl went alashing. She eloped with a boy from Kalashagrom, where my husband's family lived. The other girls from Kalashagrom tricked me. They lied to me. They said we would just visit, but when I got near my husband's house, they tried to push and shove me in the door. They were trying to set me in my husband's house. I wouldn't let them. I ran away, down the mountain, across the field, back to my father's house. I wouldn't let them set me in his house. Later, men came officially to lead me to my husband's house. I went willingly. You know, my daughter, I can't believe it, but I've apparently forgotten who it was who took me. Anyway, I was there, 2 years? 3 years before I started menstruating? And 2 years after that, Washlam Gul was born, and then my first son, Hayat. When Hayat was about her size, about Gulabi's size, it was time to do the Goshnik ceremony for him. At that time, his father, their grandfather, brought a second wife in on my head, taking Nurayata Aya Alashing. I'm leaving, I said. I'm going to my father's house, I said. Don't go, my mother-in-law said. I'll die if you go. I'll jump from a cliff and kill myself. Many people told me to leave. All my fathers told me to leave. Let your mother-in-law kill herself already. Why should you care, they said. But I had the children, and you know that I was free to leave, but I'd have to leave my children. So I waited. I waited for my son's Goshnik ceremony. But then, when they were finally exchanging bride wealth for Nurayata Aya, more people came to me. And here, this is Wynne speaking. For the next 25 minutes of this tape, Washlam Gula Aya describes all the people, both men and women, Kalasha and Muslim, who came to her with advice and encouragement, saying she should stay, saying she should go, but always ending with, it's your choice, your heart. So here she goes again. I'm going, I said. I started to leave. There were so many people in the house. The house was full of people. My father-in-law came to me. His face was ashen. He got on his knees. Don't leave, he said. You are the girl I sought. That other is just a girl of his whim. Don't leave. I won't give him anything. All my land, my houses, my fields, my goats, all of this I will give to my grandson here, to Hayat. To my son and his new wife, I'll give nothing. One small field, the small house in Kalashagrom. The rest is yours, your sons, my grandsons. There was a Muslim man there who could write, and my father-in-law wanted him to write down his words, but I said no. Enough. Your spoken word is enough. If I had let him write it down, I would have had everything, but I didn't let him. I have enough. 1 month later, Nurayata Aya gave birth to Nurayat. She'd been pregnant when he brought her Alashing. And after that, well, we all lived here together. We didn't fight. We didn't argue. Nurayata Aya gave me earrings and a bracelet to appease me. We had enough. What? There is enough wealth in this world. I was patient. I sat, my daughter. Maybe it was my fate. Their grandfather was restless. He did this and that, ran here and there, started a store, traveled. He lived a big life. But I sat. I was patient. I made a life here. Chitrali Muslims say this: if you are patient, you'll be rewarded. That's what they say. If you are patient, aluwao pachu, a surprisingly sweet and creamy dessert made out of fermented wheat.
Some shukuru, my chu, onjo aji shirin sharan zindagi to asa yasira was my diagonal. Dunia ma sati was limgulia ya so when sai she Kodai mai prushtara mai sapur misali mai tali wa pajawaji sai she
We thank Winnie for this clip. It's a clip that's it's extremely interesting. It tells us about the life. I think the microphone works. Yes. Yes. No, well, we thank Winnie. She was. It was very nice of her to give us this film. It tells us about the life of a woman. Now we have Tom Crowley, or Crowley, I'm not quite sure how his name is pronounced. We have his PowerPoint, only that he's online now? Okay, yes, because now he's online. Hello, Tom?
Hello.
You can hear
you got me?
Great.
Yes, I can. And you can see and hear me, right?
Yes, wonderful. We can see the PowerPoint and we can hear you. So thank you for participating. Go on.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much for the introduction, Augusto. And you can say Crowley or Crowley. It's up to you. My family tend to say Crowley, but yeah, it can be either.
Sure.
Right, I will start then. So, since the year 2000, there have been at least 6 publications touching on the subject of Kalasha DNA. With a Kalasha population of only around 4,000 people, that works out to roughly 1 publication per 600 people. This must make the Kalasha per capita, in terms of genetics, one of the most intensely discussed ethnicities on the planet. And here are the publications. So all those scholars at some point engaged in the question of Kalasha genetics. But this intensity of scholarly inquiry concerning the distant ancestry of the Kalasha appears unjustifiable when we consider that Kalasha people look the same as the populations living around them, speak a language closely related to Kowar and more distantly related to neighboring languages, and of course, historically, were not culturally exceptional in the context of the greater region. The idea, however, that the Kalasha have come from a faraway place has proven to be very persistent. So why is this the case? Well, I would argue that the answer to this question becomes clear if we ask exactly where that faraway place is imagined to be. So there's a long history of people in Europe imagining that they have kindred spirits in the mountains of Asia. A medieval legend, for example, told of Prester John, a Christian king ruling over a Christian dominion somewhere in Asia, perhaps in the Himalayas. So this image here is from a 15th century Portuguese map, or 16th century rather, Portuguese map, actually shows Prester John in East Africa, which is somewhere else he was imagined to be. But you get the impression of this Christian king in a context that would have been alien for the medieval world, the European medieval world. In the case of the Kalasha, and especially in the case of their neighbors in what is today Nuristan, the idea of Europeanness really became established in the middle of the 19th century with the arrival of the British. Alberto Cacapardo suggests that since at least the 17th century, there were also stories circulating in surrounding Muslim regions that there were Christians or Europeans in Peristan. So there appears to have been a confluence of stories of Europeanness from British and from more local commentators. So the idea of what I call Kafir, and I'm saying Kafir here in inverted commas, the idea of Kafir Europeanness really gains momentum in the wider British imagination at the hands of Rudyard Kipling. Kipling realized the potential of Kafiristan for captivating his audience, and he made it the center of perhaps his most enduring short story, The Man Who Would Be King, and that was published in 1888. The story's narrative follows Kipling's 2 vagabond protagonists, Peachy Carnahan and Daniel Dravot, who make the dangerous journey to Kafiristan, where they forge a short-lived kingdom for themselves. And it was also made into quite a bad film in 1975, but it did star 3 of the most famous actors in the UK at the time. So from left to right, we have Syed Jaffrey, Michael Caine, and Sean Connery. Kipling takes the idea of the Kafir's Europeanness and he magnifies it, reimagining them as fairer than his English protagonists. And I'm using his language here, fairer. He gives them yellow hair and describes them as remarkable, well-built, suggesting perhaps that Carnahan and Dravot have stumbled across a community of original, and if we're to use the fatuous typologies of the day, uncorrupted ancestors. Their purity and concomitant whiteness is magnified in contrast to the supposed darkness of the populations around them. And here we can see a way of imagining the Kafirs, which was both inflected by and helped to perpetuate an ideology which justified imperial rule through racialized notions of difference. Alexander the Great also comes in and out of Kipling's narrative. And this again is a reflection of musings by contemporary British commentators. Stories of descent from Alexander and his army are of course found across Central Asia, but by the mid-19th century, in the British imagination at least, such stories have become especially closely associated with Peristan. And that's presumably because of the supposed Europeanness of the population. If we fast forward 100 years, we find the same motifs which Kipling used cropping up in a great deal of contemporary writing about the Kalasha. And I'm going to draw on British publications in particular. Johnny Bilby, for example, who is a travel writer and a tour operator, wrote the following of his first encounter with the Kalasha in the early 1990s. Surrounded by the rugged mountains of the Hindu Kush, I was sitting on a stool, drinking wine, surrounded by pagans, whose faces were indeed as pale as any Englishman's, who claimed their ancestry from Alexander the Great. I glanced up at the stars and smiled. The themes of the Kalasha's whiteness and their links to Alexander the Great also come up in recently published British newspaper articles. And here's a selection. It's also worth noting the titles of some of these articles, things like Taliban targets descendants of Alexander the Great. There's a sense of the menace from Islam in quite a lot of this writing. So we have the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people of the Kalash tribes, the Kalash having whiter skins than the Muslims who live around them, pale-skinned, blue-eyed. And then the Kalash of being an ancient people, descended from Alexander the Great, descent from the armies of Alexander the Great. Manifestations of the Alexander story are not restricted to written media. Buildings built by a Greek NGO in the Kalash valleys actually incorporate the story into carved motifs which decorate them. So this is the Kalasha door, which is a huge school-cum-culture center built by the NGO. It's the largest building in the Kalash valleys. And the decoration on the Kalasha door is typical of the NGO's buildings in that it mixes local symbolism with ancient Greek symbols. So here's a detail of it. So this, as many of you will know, this kind of interweaving pattern, or gokshing in Kalashamon, so the snaking horns, is very kind of typical of Kalasha architecture, and especially the architecture of their neighbors, the Kate, which is the origin of these kind of motifs. But also, we have here the beginner's son, associated with Alexander and his dynasty, and then we have Ionic capitals as well on the columns. So this is a view from one of the verandas of the Kalasha door, looking out. To the left, we have a column which was salvaged from the Jester Khan, which is the clan temple of Krakow village. And then to the right, we have, again, an Ionic column, the fluted Ionic capital and the fluted shaft of the column. And finally, here is the entrance to the first building built by the NGO, and in fact, the first Kalasha school in the valleys, again in Krakow village. And there's the beginner's son again at the apex of the pediment. And it's almost as if Alexander built the school. So why was the NGO so explicit about making links between the Kalasha and classical Greece, and especially Alexander? Was it just the playing out of a fantasy, the sheer whimsical pleasure of it? Or was there another motive at play? Certainly the story of the Kalasha and Alexander has been widely disseminated in Greece. The title of this paper, The Nymphs of the Hindu Kush, for example, comes from an eponymously named Greek documentary which made overt comparisons between Kalasha culture and that of ancient Greece. But the timing of the building projects also reveals a political motivation. The majority of the NGO's buildings were completed between the mid-1990s and the early 2000s, a period which coincides with the Macedonia naming dispute. In 1991, a new government based in the old administrative capital of Skopje declared the Republic of Macedonia a sovereign nation and officially ceded from the former Yugoslav bloc. For its flag, the new state chose the Vagina sun, and there's the flag. Both the name Macedonia and the use of the Vagina sun clearly evoked the new nation's vision of continuity to the ancient kingdom of Macedonia. For many Greeks, however, the name and the flag presented a deeply provocative challenge to their national identity, since they believed ancient Macedonia to be Greek and in no way the patrimony of the Slavic-speaking people who made up the majority of the population of the new state. Furthermore, it was also feared by elements of the Greek administration and public that the name and the flag of the name and the flag of what was then the Republic of Macedonia might presage a territorial claim on the Greek region, which is immediately to the south of the country, which is also called Macedonia and also uses the Vagina sun as its flag. And there's the flag there of Greek Macedonia. So Greece immediately demanded that the Republic of Macedonia change its name and flag. And when the latter refused, a dispute flared up between the two countries, and Greece put a trade embargo on its northern neighbor. Although relations improved somewhat following an interim accord signed in 1995, tensions continued to simmer until the Prespa Agreement of 2018. Against this backdrop, Greek television, and especially Greek Macedonia's dedicated TV channel, gave significant airtime to coverage of the NGO's projects and associated initiatives. And that included a 3-month tour of Greece for Kalasha delegates that was organized by the NGO. In response, the then Republic of Macedonia launched its own initiative in Hunza, a place that's also associated with stories of descent from Alexander or his army. In 2005, MISR 16.9, an organization with strongly ethno-nationalist agendas, led an expedition to Hunza, which resulted in a film that made repeated links between Alexander, Hunza, and modern-day Macedonia. The film generated considerable interest back home, and in 2008, MISR 16.9 invited a delegation from Hunza to visit Macedonia. The delegation was led by the mayor, or titular ruler, of Hunza, who was promised places for Hunza students at Macedonian universities, and he was even gifted a plot of land in Macedonia. So by presenting themselves as patrons of the Kalasha and Hunza respectively, both Greece and Macedonia hoped to bolster their claims over the patrimony of Alexander. Thus, a somewhat surreal situation developed in which two countries in Southeast Europe leveraged the imagined heritages of two communities in northern Pakistan to demonstrate ownership of the legacy of a kingdom and a ruler that existed over 2 millennia ago. So there's a final set of atavistic themes, which are also associated with the Kalasha in the imaginations of some outsiders. These themes equate the Kalasha's perceived ancientness with the idea that Kalasha lives are in some way more authentic and closer to nature and fundamentally happier than modern people's lives. So this excerpt, which is again from a British newspaper, illustrates what I'm talking about quite well. So we have the Kalasha surviving almost in this imagined sense of stasis rather, for thousands of years in a nest of idyllic valleys near the Afghan border, as that threat from Afghanistan, threat from Islam. The Kalash valleys as a paradise lost. It's very evocative. And then the Kalasha being charmingly liberal. And this idea of liberalness also crops up in quite a lot of British journalism about the Kalasha, and particularly being liberal in contrast to their neighbours. So this conflation of the Kalasha's perceived whiteness, their perceived liberalness, and then the spectre of a menacing Islam, resonates closely with European nativist discourses, which frame Europe as white and Christian, and increasingly under threat from A, Islam, and B, darker-skinned immigrants. It's unsurprising then that the Kalasha have been leveraged by the far right in Europe. In 2018, for example, Nicolas Bay, a French MEP for the National Rally, which was formerly the National Front, started lobbying the European Parliament to pressurize Pakistan to better protect the Kalasha. And predictably, the Kalasha have also attracted the attention of at least one neo-Nazi online forum. So if we return to the question of why the Kalasha have so persistently been understood to be from somewhere else, of why they have so persistently been framed as ancient Europeans, well, an important part of the answer lies in how valuable this idea is for contemporary Europeans. Their existence is equated to the existence of things which many people think they've lost. In the Kalasha, therefore, or rather in how they imagine the Kalasha, people find a kind of comfort. They find a way to access what they think existed only in the past, be it racial purity, a Europe without immigrants, a time when the influence of Greece and Macedonian culture was spread across the Mediterranean and much of Asia, or a time when life was closer to nature and simpler and happier. The power of these ideas is reflected in how readily they are implicated in the pursuit of political objectives. But equally, their power has also been harnessed to commercial enterprises, for authors writing travelogues and blog posts, for journalists and for filmmakers. The idea of the Kalasha as ancient ancestors acts as a hook to draw their audiences in. Whilst for tour operators, it means a steady flow of customers. And because it works so well, the story is repeated again and again with little variation. But how do the Kalasha respond to this way of imagining their past that has so little to do with their actual history? How do they respond to all these external claims on their heritage? Well, as you might imagine, many Kalasha resent them. I've spoken to a Kalasha person who said that the Greek NGO had a monopoly on our culture, and another who said that the buildings built by the NGO were attempts to create a false archaeology by injecting the built environment of the Kalash valleys with Alexandrian symbolism. Equally, however, for some Kalash people I know, foreigners' fantasies present opportunities which would otherwise be hard to come by. For example, many Kalasha went along with the idea of Greek origins to get closer to the NGO and gain employment from it. And here's another example. For the great Kalasha storyteller Kazi Koshnawaz, the myth of Alexandrian descent represented potent material to weave into his narratives. By telling stories which resonated with foreigners' own sense of identity, he gained vast new audiences. The most eloquent illustration of this came with British historian Michael Wood's visit to the Kalash valleys for his TV series In the Footsteps of Alexander. Kazi Koshnawaz told his stories to the camera, and when the series was aired, his words were hungrily taken in by hundreds of thousands of British viewers. Here's a translation of the nub of the Kazi story as published in the book which accompanied the series. Long, long ago, before the days of Islam, Sikandar-i-Azam came to India, the two-horned one whom you British people call Alexander the Great. He conquered the world and was a very great man, brave and dauntless and generous to his followers. When he left to go back to Greece, some of his men did not wish to go back with him, but preferred to stay here. Their leader was a general called Shalak Shah. With some of his officers and men, he came to these valleys, and they settled here and took local women, and here they stayed. Despite the obvious utility of alignment with the Alexander story, however, it would be wrong to suggest that in Kalasha hands, its use has been universally cynical. The idea of Greek descent is central to many Kalasha people's ideas about their own origins, and more generally aligns to a feeling of kinship with Europeans, which is held by many Kalasha people. Thus, we can see the idea of distant European origins, and especially Alexandrian origins, becoming entwined in the Kalasha's own identity discourses. This came across to me quite clearly when a Kalasha friend speculated that because our women are free and strong, maybe we are descended from Alexander. And here the Alexander story is combined with one of the essential tenets of Kalashanas, Former Strija Azat Asan, Our Women Are Free. That's the title of Win Maggie's wonderful ethnography as well. The idea is that one of the fundamental things which demarks the Kalasha from Muslims is that Kalasha women are freer than their Muslim compatriots. Amalgamations of narratives like this demonstrate that it's possible to understand discourses of Europeanness alongside cosmological binaries like Andreshta and Pragata as part of the toolkit to which Kalasha people maintain the bulwark between themselves and Islam. But before I go too far down this binary line of thinking, I want to show you this last image. So on the left is a general shot, and then on the right is a close-up of the top part of the image on the left. So this is the Andreshta Va, or the pure place in Batrik villages, Chestakhan temple. And above the ram and sheep heads and the sprig of juniper, and splattered with the librationary blood of sacrificed animals, are the moon and star of Pakistan and Islam, and the Vagina sun, linked by a heart. And this is Kalasha work. These symbols weren't included at the behest of funders. And what it demonstrates is that nothing the Kalasha do is hard and fast. The Kalasha are always in the process of bending the rules, of borrowing from the outside and updating what it is that makes them who they are. A great deal of Kalasha practice might be about marking their difference from Islam, but that doesn't mean that if it feels right, you can't have a sun and moon in the heart of your temple. And as a final note to reflect on, I want to just remark on how different this flexible attitude is to the exclusionary stances of people who've used the Kalasha for their own political ends. So to sum up, and to tie this paper into the overall theme of the conference, we've seen the various uses which one idea of the roots of Peristan have been put to. We've seen how European yearnings for a series of idealized pasts have been projected onto the Kalasha, and we've seen how the same yearnings have been bent to political or commercial ends. But equally, this is not a simple story of cultural appropriation, because the Kalasha too have been part of this process, fostering the fantasies of outsiders and incorporating them into the ideas by which they define themselves. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Tom, for this very interesting presentation. It's definitely a new approach on the Kalasha, something very much in line with the trends of contemporary anthropology. And I think it's a work that had to be done. How Europeans see the Kalasha and how they projected their own needs for an identity. I would have some stories to tell about all this, but I won't. There is, maybe at the end, there is room for one question.
I just very briefly, I'm Alberto Cacoperdo. Hello, Tom. Very briefly, I want to make this point, why we invited Tom Crowley or Crowley here. You're practically the only one who is reporting on the Kalasha, because this, as I've said earlier, is not a conference on the Kalasha, but for the Kalasha. But your point is important, because this kind of processes that you have described are likely to have taken place for centuries before that. Now it's the Greeks, in the past might have been, who knows, the Turks or whatever. there has been a negotiation between the Kalasha and all the Peristani and their surroundings for centuries and perhaps for millennia. So I think for that reason this kind of analysis is relevant also for the past of Peristan.
We must leave room for one question, if there is one.
Sarebbe meglio in questo caso fare le domande adesso piuttosto che alla fine, visto che abbiamo l'interlocutore lì?
Sì, perché non è detto che effettivamente poi ci sia ancora. Yeah, she's asking, he's online. Maybe it would be a good idea to let the people ask their questions because he may not be online. Correct, Tom?
Yes, I don't know what the schedule is. Is there a question and answer session later on in this session?
Yes, but that won't be online, so it won't be
okay,
recorded. So, questions for you now.
Okay, cool.
Are there any questions?
I have a question. Hello?
It's a question from, I think, is it Richard Strand?
Yes, yes.
Richard Strand online, Tom. You have Richard Strand addressing you.
Thank you. I just wondered if your wonderful survey here has had any, included anything about the Christian missionaries and their influence in Bumbaret back in the 1970s and 80s?
That's a really good question, Richard. And I actually, yeah, so in my thesis, my PhD thesis, I actually left out any mention. In the end, I actually left out. I did have a discussion of the influence of Christian missionaries, but because I didn't want to put any embargo on its online publication, I left out discussion of that. Yeah, because so it could be more widely accessed, and I kind of deemed that a bit inflammatory.
Yeah, well, it's a problem. There, it is inflammatory there, but I think it's very interesting, the whole.
Most certainly, yeah.
Little
period. And there's a kind of a flexibility moving between Christianity and Kalashaness, which is impossible currently, like to move between Islam and Kalashaness. I mean, if we went back a couple of centuries, it wouldn't be so impossible. But I'm sure, I guess, but now it certainly is. But yeah, with Christianity, you do have that kind of people have kind of moved from one to the other and then back again.
Right, and of course, you were discussing European motivations. I think there's certain motivation there that hasn't been discussed.
Well, what's that?
Well, the religious conversion motivation.
Oh, sorry, I see. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
There is two questions.
That's all for me.
It's fine. Rich, we have two more questions here. Birgitte and Liljegren. Short questions.
I can tell you that the myth about Shalak Shah, I recorded it in '83. I mean, long before the Greeks came. But on the other hand, there are also Kalasha who say that he was, that Rushnawaz did not tell the truth. I mean, so there was a dispute already at the time. And about what Richard Strand says, it was a well-known fact in the valleys that Krakow, it was Christian, or most of it, till the Greeks came. So like that, they found out that it was better becoming Greek instead, because it paid off better. But there was actually a Kalash Hotel. It was kind of a stronghold for Christian missionaries at the time. And they were I mean, it started as linguists, and there came the American linguists at the time wanting to spread out the gospel. Yes, and I know them all, and they also took Kalasha children to Christian schools in Faisilablad. But now they totally deny that, and some of those who were actually Christian at the time, they are now some of the very big Kalasha. because luckily, I mean, if you become a Muslim, there is no way back. But if you become a Christian, you can just forget about it and return to being Kalasha. So that was just some additions. And I can tell you something more, which is also funny. It is not only the Macedonians and the Greek. I was in 2000 at a conference in London where Saifullah Can was also present. And at that conference, there was a man from Bulgaria. And it was, I mean, just after the crack up in Russian dominance. So he had a poster with a lot of arrows going directly from Bulgaria to the Kalash. And it said something like, now we have thrown off the Slavic oak. So now we can at last we tell the truth. They are our forefathers. And then he invited Saifullah Can in the evening to the Bulgarian embassy, to the ambassador, and they said that Saifullah Can, he should find a gifted Kalash to study in Sofia and to learn the Bulgarian culture, and then afterwards he should go back, this young man should go back to Kalasha and find all the similarities between the two cultures. And Saifullah came to me and said, that would be something for my son. And I said, no, Sofia is a horrible place in the moment, don't do that. And then it never came out. So it's not only the Bulgarians, but that is also interesting about minorities. There is a guy, I forgot his name, but he's from Chitral. And he is living in New York and has lived there most of his time, but I have met him. And he has told the United Nations organization for this matter that he belongs to a threatened minority, the Kru minority. And so he is performing at these conferences in New York, and he has been wearing the Kalasha leggings, Kutawati, performing like that. And he has also been to Macedonia, I think it was Greek Macedonia, and has been hosted like an important guest, because also the Kru come from Kalasha, and of course they take anybody for granted who come. There's a lot of fun in that. So in my view, the next Balkan War, it will be about the right to Alexander.
Okay, thank you, Birgitte. I think Hendrik can ask his question, and Tom maybe will give an answer to both.
So thank you very much, Tom. This is Henrik Liljegren, Stockholm University. I appreciated your input a lot, and I think that is it should lead us as scholars and researchers to be even more self-critical also. And I think this is partly a question to you. I read what you're saying also as a warning of exotification. I mean, both exotification and what is perceived as a more authentic perspective or more authentic way of life as compared to, for instance, other communities in this region. I myself come across that several times where people have sort of questioned my own interest in a group that is not sort of exotic enough. You see what I mean? You should go to the Kalasha valleys, or you should go and investigate Burushaski. But I persisted and said that we should actually, it's our duty as scholars to actually investigate what is least studied. And I think that points back to us again, that we shouldn't forget all the other interesting things laying there in front of us. I'm not saying that we shouldn't continue investigating what is in the Kalasha valleys, but to me, it's an encouragement also to go on looking at this whole region, very rich region. And at the same time, I can see the tendencies coming up in other areas as well, where people capitalize on misunderstandings. I've seen the term Dardistan coming up in contexts quite recently, where I question how it's being used for sort of political gains political reasons. And I think we as scholars should be very clear on our own motives and where we draw the line. So, but again, thank you. But I appreciate if you have a response on that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for both questions. In response to what Birgitte was saying, and also nice to see you again, Birgitte. Yeah, that's. I mean, I've got stuff about New York actually in Lakshman Bibi, and and there's the whole thing going on with the Greek National Day parade in New York. But that's a whole another set of wonderful stories. There's so much material there. Yeah, and then in response to the second set of questions, so I think that the work the Cacapado brothers has done has really over several decades helped to unpick this idea of the Kalasha as this kind of bounded place, which also inflects how they're imagined, right? This idea that because the Kalasha are currently culturally exceptional, they've always been different and therefore must be from somewhere else. And I think this work and this conference is a really good manifestation of that, but what's the bigger picture? How does this community fit into a much bigger picture and a much bigger, wider, deeper, and very localized history? Is great. But I think anthropology in the past has been quite guilty in the case of the Kalasha, probably because it's so easy to work there as well, because people are so open. I mean, I've kind of done this as well, right? You know, I'm someone else who's written something about the Kalasha. Just to kind of, again, perpetuate this idea of the kind of Kalasha in isolation, the kind of Kalasha contra monde, and also kind of not explore these kind of liminal areas of what's Kalasha, what's not Kalasha. So yeah, I think that's a very good thing to highlight. This kind of fixation on the Kalasha doesn't really represent reality, and it's a bit counterproductive in terms of, you know, what the kind of goals of scholarship should be. And in terms of the kind of politicization of the Kalasha and the kind of leverage of this idea of whatever idea of the Kalasha you want to have. I mean, the Nazis were there as well, right? Of course, they went through Nuristan into the Kalash valleys. I think it plays out differently in the Kalash valleys to you know, other minorities in other parts of the world because of their borderland setting. So the hegemony of the Greeks was very partial in the valleys, and they were pushed out by a Taliban attack that came across the border. So this border plays a role. The hegemony of Pakistan is also relatively dilute within the valleys. It was dilute enough so that the Greek NGO could exercise you know, a lot of agency within the valleys for some time. So the idea of a kind of minority versus the monolith of the state is a bit more complicated there. There's the kind of Kalasha are faced with quite a few different kind of vying identity discourses rather than kind of them versus one big one. And I think that gives them kind of a bit more flexibility to kind of pick and choose. So they can take a lot of Greek stuff. Kalasha person can take loads of Greek stuff on board, but without kind of succumbing to, you know, a kind of big hegemonic Greek national identity, because they're also part of Pakistan, and the Greeks probably won't be there for that long. Yeah, so I think the kind of the kind of binary model of kind of minority versus big hegemony is a little bit more complicated. It's kind of complicated by the Kalasha's history and their geographical setting as well.
Let's go on. Thank.
I just want to say the Kalasha, they had a big sense of humor, and that is important for surviving. They laugh so much about all this attention and everything.
Yeah, this is very, very important. They do. I can agree. I think Tashkhan will agree as well. It's a very important quality that they have. Okay, I think we must continue, Tom. We must go on because today we are on a tight schedule. Thank you very much. Now the next speaker will be. We're again online. We have Sviatoslav Kavierin and Robert Tegethoff, who have presented a video, but they will be online after the video to answer questions. So there too, like the lady. said, we'll have to accept questions now instead of the end. Okay, we can go with the video.
Dear colleagues and friends, I'm very sad that neither I nor Sviatoslav could be with you in Rome today to present our work on the Bengali language. But it's of course very nice that it's so easy today to record and present remotely. Now, unless I have very bad luck with my internet connection while I'm traveling, I should be in this meeting right now to answer questions, etc. afterwards, and so should Sviatoslav. By the way, this is, as it were, the second generation of Russian-German collaboration on Bengali, which is quite nice. All right, so let's get right to it. These are the 4 sections of our talk today. Let's start, as it were, with the beginning. Bengali is spoken by a small ethno-linguistic group on the outskirts of Nordistan, indigenous to the Digal Valley, a tributary of the Pech, which then later flows into the Kunad. Digal Valley is located in the Chapadara district of Kunad province. The next valley to the north is Kurda, populated by a peculiar group of Pashai speakers. And further north, there are several valleys where the Nordistani language Ashkun is spoken. In the colonial era, the village of Gusalak, right at the mouth of Digal Valley, was known to be partly populated by people who had left Nordistan proper and converted to Islam. So in the past, there was quite intense contact between 2 distinct Indic-speaking populations and Nurdistanis here. Nowadays, there are several families from Nishaygram living close to Grangada. When the first Russian expedition visited the area in 1924, Gusalak had already been Pashtunized, as it were, and the porters, who were from Wama, were too scared to approach the area, which they considered to be perilous. Currently, all speakers of Grangali live in a single eponymous village surrounded by Pashtuns of Sapi and other tribes. And all of them, or at least all men, are fully bilingual in Pashto. The village of Grangal itself consists of several hamlets, and its residents hold sway over a considerable territory, including pastures, forests, and mines. Frequent marriages to Sapi women have been reducing the language's usefulness even within Grangal village itself, and thus the language's vitality. Here's a nice picture from the 1963 Soviet expedition showing what I guess must be wet rice agriculture. And here's a newer picture taken by Swiss journalist Franz Marti of the Digal Valley, where it joins the Pech. The Grangali language was not discovered until quite late, when it was already a fading language being replaced by Pashto. The story of its discovery begins with another small language, thought to be extinct, but probably still alive, though at the brink of extinction, Shumashti. In Peshawar in 1929, Georg Monstian recorded the speech of Dost Muhammad, an informant from the Upper Shumasht Valley, which is a tributary of the Mazar River near the northeastern Pashai-speaking villages of Chilas and Aret. And he determined that the language, though influenced by local Pashai varieties, was closely related to Gawarbati, a language spoken on the Kunar, right, on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, that was already known from some brief information in Vidov's Tribes of Hindu Kush and the Linguistic Survey of India. Here you can see some map of Pashai varieties, and you can see Shumasht towards the east between Chilas and Aret. Seeing as the Shumashti speaker was not aware of any tradition regarding migration, Monstian actually estimated that Shumashti and Gawarbati must have split quite a long time ago in their original homeland, which he considered to be Bajor. Wolfgang Lenz, a member of the German Hindu Kush expedition, was the first linguist to actually personally assess the area. He noted that Shumashti was spoken by about 20 households in Upper Shumasht. He also reports information in a language called Jimake Jiba, or also Jimiaki, Jumiaki, or Jumiaki, said to be spoken in a place called Grangal, which Lenz correctly identified with the major village of the Digal Valley. Monstiana's Pashayi informant from nearby Kurangal also named Kurangal as the location of this language, which is said to be not Pashayi, but instead identical with Shumashki, and also with the speech of some 100 or so households in Ningalam, a little bit further down the page. Lenz's informant actually knew a couple of sentences in this language, and Lenz judged it to be indeed related to Gawabati and Shumashki. And he later judged this Jimiaki to probably be a language brought there to actually be spoken in the Lindalam Valley in Chabadara, which is just one valley downstream, by Nisha'i migrants. And it was later confirmed, I think, I'm not an expert on Nuristani languages proper, that it is indeed probably a dialect of Kalasha Allah. Monstiana's Kalasha Allah informant, however, thought that this Jumake Jiba was Pashayi, and he was probably just confusing Kurangal and Grangal, which is a mistake quite easy to make, seeing as they're close to each other and the names are very similar. Zemiaki, it appears, is still spoken by about 20 to 30 individuals, while most of the community has shifted to Pashto. But they're said to have preserved their Nuristani identity, and the village name, Jamlam, is said to point to their ancestral village of Jamach in the Waigal Valley. This is a picture of part of that village. And this image from the 1963 Soviet expedition again shows that same valley. It might even be taken from up on that same ridge. It's hard to say. To give you a better geographical overview, on this map you can see basically plumb in the center. You can see highlighted Shumasht. Just north of that, Zemiak, or Zemiaki. Northwest of that, the village of Galangal. Further to the east, the Kurangal Valley, and to the north of that, on the river page itself, Ningalam. There's that same map with languages superimposed on it, and you can see these kind of dark patches at Shumash and Galangal, and also a kind of striped portion at Zemiaki. This map is maybe a little bit clearer. This is a map by Karl Wood. And you can again see Shumash, and then basically across the ridge, Grangal, Lindalam to the east, Kurangal, and Ningalam on the page. Yeah. Speaking of this confusion of Grangal and Kurangal, we actually have a list of purportedly Grangali numerals collected by a Yasali researcher, which turns out to be just Pashayi, probably Kurangali. And Henrik Liedegren has also reported the same confusion of the two names. On a side note, and this is probably the correct ascription of names to places. On a side note, actually, both the Kurangal Valley and the village of Ningalam were centers of American military action in the 2000s and early 2010s. And there's this very good book, actually, by Wesley Morgan called The Hardest Place, which offers some pretty interesting information about the region and its people, while also, I would say, being suitably critical of how an American intervention there was operated. But back to linguistics and back to Georg Monstiana in 1929. Now, after leaving the Shawar, Monstiana traveled to Chitral, where he's actually sitting in this picture that was taken quite a bit later in the 60s. And when he was in Chitral in 1929, among other things, he collected Gawabati material. He published it quite a bit later in 1950, along with some very limited material he had collected in 1949 from one of the last speakers of Ningalami, this language of these 100 households in Ningalam on the page. One Ali Khan, who was an old Malik who had forgotten much of the language that he once spoke as a young man. And again, Monstiana concluded that Ningalami, again, is related closer to Gawabati and Shumashti, closer to the former than to the latter. And the speaker confirmed that his ancestors had emigrated from Garangal. And remember also that Lenz had earlier already assessed the speech of Garangal and Nicalam was almost identical. So Monstian actually figured that probably languages of this type, this clade, were probably once spoken throughout the lower Middle Page Valley. And the character of them these days, where they're all spoken in one village, or only a small portion of one village, or with Gawarbati, 5 villages, all surrounded by Pachto and Pashai, certainly confirms this possibility. Now, Monstiana did not pursue this language group any further, but the mantle was then taken up by Georg Budrus, who on his return trip from Prasun country in 1970, worked with Muhammad Jan from Garangal for 2 days. Now, unbeknownst to him, Alexander Leonovich Grünberg had already collected some material on the Soviet-Afghan expedition of 1963, and then later he hired the same informant, called Jabbar Khan, for the next geology expedition. And he published some of his findings in 1971 and 1973. Budrus' speaker confirmed that Nigalami and Garangali were very similar, though certainly not the same, but that he could communicate with speakers of Shemashti and Gawarbati only in Pashto. Now, Budrus notes how interesting really this whole entire group is, based on mostly on lexicon, while also of course hinting that all of our assumptions regarding these Dardic languages are usually based on very little material and might well change if we get more. And funnily enough, while we're still, until we get new and improved Gawarbati materials, which I believe we're going to quite soon, Garangali, strangely enough, is actually now our largest repertoire of information for this group. Budrus also concludes that the endonym for the village name is actually Gongal, and the name Garangal is used in Pashto and Pashai. There's no exclusive autonym other than just Koistani. And Lenz's Gelangel and Grünberg's Gelangal, he couldn't replicate them, and I figure it's probably just a misheard retroflex R, because at least in Garangali, this retroflex R often has a kind of lateral release and sounds more like Orla. So that's fair. Now, like we said, Grünberg and Budrus both independently published some of their findings. And in fact, several ethnographical texts on the area collected by Grünberg and photographs were later published posthumously with the assistance of his former student Lutz Zehak in 1996. But by the late 70s, Grünberg and Budrus had already begun pooling their materials and working on a shared manuscript to be published later. Here they are, hard at work in St. Petersburg. Now, over the years, a grammar and a text collection were completed, but they were still undergoing editing when Grünberg died suddenly in 1995, which was especially tragic because while the manuscript basically shows that Budrus certainly had a better ear for the Indic kind of sounds and brought historical comparative analysis to the table, he really relied on Grünberg's first-hand recollections. And yeah, so unfortunately, the way the manuscript looks is, like I said, it's completed, but it's bristling with all these questions that Budrus was just dying to ask Grünberg. And sadly, he never could. However, in the end, we do have a sizable and a very well closely analyzed grammar text manuscript that, for all its imperfections, it still greatly expands our knowledge. So this material went to and fro, but basically ended up in Budrus's storage unit until he gave it to me basically as a gift for publication in February of 2020, before he died. So it took quite a while to catalog all this material, which was in a bit of a state of disarray, but what it contained was basically the following. You have a complete grammar sketch, in Russian of some 40 pages, typed, but all with Budrus's extensive handwritten corrections. 28 texts and 412 phrases, again with Russian translations and lots of annotations. German translations, all handwritten. We can think of this as basically the manuscript sensu stricto. Then we have additional notes and drafts by Budrus, including glossaries of some earlier lexical collections, and then his quite sizable dictionary. And we also have tapes, mostly just of the phonemes of Garangali and some verbal paradigms, but also some texts. Now, after thoroughly cataloging and collating all these materials of well over 300 pages, I began the process of digitization, which meant first scanning everything. Then for some of these with the typo scripts, we could basically run optical character recognition and then give it an editing run. But the handwritten parts and the handwritten text translations, of course, basically just have to be typed out. I'm quite happy to say that after about 2 years of hard, though intermittent work, we've now completed a draft of the grammar, translations, and almost all of the texts. Excuse me. I'm also going to make a small glossary for the publication, but the full dictionary material is going to have to wait, fortunately, hopefully, for the near future. That's it, basically, very briefly, for the manuscript. Now, a new outlook on Garangali language. With Ningalami and Shumashki almost certainly extinct, linguists generally assume that Garangali would probably be extinct as well, seeing as it was already limited to the small Digal Valley in the beginning of the 20th century. But Sviatoslav did some sleuthing for information and informants on Facebook, and eventually got into contact with Qiyamudin Khadem via WhatsApp, and the conversation then shifted to the messenger app Telegram. Now, Khayyam is from Garangal village itself. He's in his mid-30s, and he's been working at the agriculture department of the Nurdistan province in Parun for more than 10 years now. And while those of you who do fieldwork know that nothing can really replace being there physically in the field, this hasn't been an option for Nurdistan or indeed most of Kunar for a while, and won't be for some time. So for the time being, there's a very practical solution. There's a messenger app like Telegram. It's actually really valuable because it allows for exchanging and storing all kinds of digital media. So not only could we communicate directly with, or could Sviatoslav communicate directly with Khayyam, we can also share texts and maps and photographs, old and new, and also audio and video files. And at least for someone like me who hasn't had the opportunity or the chance to learn Pashto yet, it even lets me translate parts of the conversation and also communicate with Khayyam. And Khayyam actually sent us some snippets of Garangali conversation from the village. And then after the tapes recorded by Grünberg were digitized in Cologne and Moscow independently, we could actually send them to Khayyam to be shared with other people in the village. And not only that, but the son of Jabbar Khan, of Grünberg's main informant, was actually still around him quite recently. May he rest in peace. And he actually got to hear his father's voice recording before he died, which I think is one of the more kind of touching remote fieldwork stories for my time. In this nice little picture, we see Jabbar Khan, Grünberg's informant, here on the right. And man on the left is one Azam Gul, who is actually, we think, a maternal grand uncle of our informant Khayyam. This beautiful old mulberry tree, unfortunately, has since been torn down. This is a former location, and you can see these lovely terrace agriculture, Digal Valley. A brief aside, I recently got to work with a speaker of Sauji in Islamabad earlier this year, and he was pleased as punch when I got to read him out Budrus's old Sawi tales from the 50s. And this was just of great interest to their language community, which is actually very vigorous and very active. So we've planned to transcribe some of these into the current Saoji script and maybe provide some Pahto translations starting in November. This is another way in which digital media really enables these synergies between language communities and researchers. And again, because my Pahto is very, very limited, and so is my Saoji from its English, and both of our Urdu is quite poor, digital communication actually works best. And I would make the point here how important it is when we're digitizing and publishing these archival data to reshare them with the communities they come from in the first place, which is actually, it's very easy these days. But unfortunately, I think it's still a relatively rare thing and basically disincentivized by a lot of existing academic structures. Well, Khayyam was very eager to provide us with information on Garangal and Bengali, but his kindness is best indicated by the work he undertook to send us a new glossary of Bengali. He sent us a word list of some 29 pages, sorted into 19 categories. All words had Pahto translations, and we had English translations for a little bit more than half. And although Khayyam's use of the Pahto script is pretty clever, a written word list is, of course, of a kind of limited use to a linguist, which is why we're so thrilled that Khayyam actually sent us voice recordings for every single item. We actually play a little bit of that here.
Shana, Shana, Ansi, Ansi, Anch, Anch, Nachu, Nachu, Muk, Muk, Dan, Dan, Zip, Zip, Bisto, Bisto, Kon, Kon, Mahadak, Mahadak, Tuk, Shana, Shana.
Nice. All right, so I set to editing this word list. First, I transliterated each entry blind, kind of to familiarize myself with his orthography, and then I went into the recordings and tried to transcribe this also blind to get a bit of a hold on his phonetics. Now, next, of course, we had to translate a good portion of these Pahto glosses, which is actually surprisingly difficult, not just because I'm bad at reading and typing Pahto, and Google is very, very bad at translating it, but also, of course, because Khayyam's orthography is probably not very standardized. And Northeastern Pahto has the most homographs of any variety, really. Also, a lot of these words, despite my best efforts, I could not find them in Aslanov's dictionary, which is pretty much the most compendious dictionary of Pahto. But I found some of them in other dictionaries that I guess focused less on like kind of Kandahar Pahto. At any rate, the next step, which we've already begun, is comparing these words with Burgos's Garangali glossaries and his dictionary and the other published materials. In fact, we've already started that, and I can indeed confirm that the language is indeed Garangali. It's not Kurangali Pashai or anything. Perhaps very briefly on Khayyam's pronunciation and orthography, and seeing as Pahto is his dominant language, a lot of this is probably, does not reflect Garangali in, say, its original state, back when it split off from its linguistic relatives. But some of you will be a better judge of that than I am. So just very briefly, nasal vowels are very salient. I'm not entirely sure how contrastive they are, because often there seems to be, they seem to be simply allophonic. In general, there is a very rich allophony in the vowel system, but I think the basic phoneme inventory is probably relatively basic. You might have as few as 6 phonemic vowels, which I call this A, E, I, O, U, and E. You might also analyze the A and E vowels as being long and short A, but I think that this schwa-like vowel has the most allophones. There might be 2 A vowels, one of them being quite rare, so it could be like something like a reflex of an O diphthong. O and U, though probably phonemic, are not often easy to keep apart, which is something already Greenberg and Budros noted. There is a very salient U vowel, but it seems to be always just U in front of an E. And there seem to be no phonemic long vowels or diphthongs. There is a retroflex distinction for k, d, and r, not apparently for the affricates and sibilants, which could very well be Pashto influence. There's no trace of any aspiration. T, I find is interesting that it's very dental, so it has fricative allophones sometimes. There is a slightly unclear sound, which I just call P2 for now. So wherever where he writes her, it's always the plosive, but sometimes he writes either F or basically wu. And sometimes this is a plosive, sometimes it's more like a kind of weak w or a very weak p. I think these do go back to old plosives, so I need to check whether this might, be this attempts basically by what we might call a speaker of non-elegant Pachto, like non-Arabized Pachto, to approximate what might have been like a f or a f in the language of earlier speakers. There's a similar thing going on in Gawarbati. Final stops are always unreleased and basically in the process of getting lost. Most final sounds are neutralized, apart from a r, which has a bit of a devoiced fricative sound to it. There appears to be word final stress, at least on nominals. This could just be an artifact of the list form, but I think it's borne out by the older Grengali materials, and I think there's something similar in Gawarbati, so this might be authentic. Like I said, Kayam's orthography is very clever. Nasal vowels are very carefully written, so medially it's simply this N written before, especially before sibilants, so where it appears to be this allophonic, the nasal vowel pronunciation, final nasal vowels, he writes either N or N, and then the corresponding vowel carrier. Here's an example of this, what I call P2, which, as I said, varies in pronunciation. And then he also has this letter, which I call S2, which is simply just an S with what looks like an Arabic number 3 above it. I've never really seen that before. I know that there is another, this might be some local variant of the Arabic th letter. I'm not sure. At any rate, it's definitely the same sound as regular S. One historical phonological oddity. So the languages of this group all, apart from Gawarbati, fully merge the reflexes of the stop plus r clusters. And in both Shumashti and the older Grengali recordings, the voiceless series becomes sh and the voiced l. In Kayam's Grengali, on the other hand, these seem to have merged into l, perhaps under pressure of Pachto, though I do have at least one token of ch, one of sh. This must be secondary somehow, but I don't know if it's just contamination with a loanword or something, or maybe really like a complex conditioning sound change. One oddity that I find kind of interesting is that a final stop seems to be retained in the word for path. Boutros notes that all these nasal plus dental clusters have merged into n, such as in Iman and Basan, which are the same in his recordings and with Kayam. So I'm not sure whether this is somehow secondary, whether it could be, it doesn't seem to be influence of a loan word. Maybe it's simply just a retention of this final stop of monosyllables. I mean, Galami, which split off from Grengali not so very long ago, does retain these stops after nasals. So it might very well be that this is a recent change that has only affected Polyslavic words. Anyway, that's all we have to say on Grengali and our online fieldwork. We went a little bit over time, I'm sorry about that. Be sure to get in touch if you have any questions or comments or any proposals for the linguistic prehistory of the Lower PH Valley, or if you feel like helping me out with a couple of those nasty northeastern Pachto losses. Thank you very much all for your attention. Thank you for your questions and comments, and thank you especially for the opportunity to have this presentation here. Thank you very much, everyone, and take care.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you, Sviatoslav. Unfortunately, this session is shorter than the ones in the past days because the technicians have to go. So we only have room for one question that must be short, telegraphic, and also the answer, unfortunately, must be very short because we have less than 1 hour and 2 more presentations. Hendrik?
Okay, thank you very much, Rob and Sviatoslav. We'll have opportunity to speak later, but my question was about the final clusters. You had one speaker that you consulted, or did you have a chance to check that with several people through your main informant? I'm thinking of the possibility of variation, individual variation, and dialectal. I'm drawing that from my Gawarbati studies that there is quite a lot of variation when it comes to that particular issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we are at the initial phase of digital fieldwork, let's call it so. And I was asking Kayam to record some other people, to record some stories, record some conversations, not only the classic monologues of a single informant, but unfortunately it did not yet work out. And as you can see, Kayam has done so much for us, so we should be grateful for this initial amount of his input already. But further, yes, we plan to ask other people to tell something. Thanks for reminding about this option. Yeah, it's really important. And also I want to arrange making some annotated texts or parallelly translated, because we still had only lexicon. Yeah. So it would be great also if you could provide us some tips for such field work, because of course we can't have everything on my mind, and also it happens so that that's me communicating with the informant in Persian language online, and Robert is basically doing all the other stuff afterwards, and he's not communicating with an informant. So I would be grateful to receive your tips and all the recommendations. Thank you.
I must accept Carl Wood's question because he's an authority on the area. He's one of the few people who have visited. So, but short the question and the answer as well must be short.
Okay, I have one question according Shumashti. Yes? Shumashti, I think in local language is Shimit. And, for Aret they say Oret. It's true? But then my question is, what's the difference between Aret and Shumashti? Because these are very close villages to each other. So I have been there in Aret and in Shumashti, and I did not recognize any difference in the language of these two villages. I know Morgenstern also told about Shumashti as an own language, but that's my question only.
Oh, that's very simple, because there is Bar Shumashti, which is Upper Shumashti, where the separate language exists, or at least existed recently, at least in the 90s, when refugees from Shumashti were coming to Grangal, so they were having some contact, some communication by then, but not in the recent years. So I was asking Kayam to visit this mysterious Zemiaki place, which he did, and also to find some Shumashti people, which he did not yet done. Yeah, but what we can conclude, checking for example, the hamlets or villages in Darainur, we can see those people in Oigal and other places on the top of the valley. So they were newcomers coming from another side of the mountain, and settling at the top place, which was not obtained. We can actually see the same situation in Kalasha valleys, where Nuristani people obtained or occupied, settled in the upper portion. So the same way, I think people of Shumasht proper, who speak Pashai dialect, they seem to be the earlier settlers of the area, and these people speaking distinct Kunar group Shumashti language, they seem to have come later, and let's hope that their language and cultures exist until now. And actually, I was having the same question to you, Carol, that whether you visited Upper Shumasht, but seemingly you did not.
Did you visit Upper Shumasht? Did you visit Upper Shumasht, he's asking.
There's only one village, Shumasht. It's a very big village. This is like Waigal in Nuristan. There's only one village, Shumasht or Shimet, and this is a very great, big village of some 200 or 300 houses, and there is no other Shumasht. There is one branch of this rivulet is going to Shumasht, and the other to Aret, but there is only one village, Shumasht, and people told me that the native name of the village Shumasht is Shimet. That's the only thing I can tell you. But if there's only one Shumasht, there are no, because this is a very, very difficult village, a very narrow village. This Darai Mazar going towards Aret and Shumasht. And then at the end of one day's journey, you are arriving there in Shumasht. And there's no other Shumasht. You can't say Upper Shumasht or Lower Shumasht or Lower Shumasht or and so on. That's not possible. There's only one very dense.
Okay. In that case, we can observe perhaps the situation when some neighborhood, some part of the village is populated by the speakers of alternative language, just like people from Nishigram have settled recently in Digal Valley, right in between of hamlets of Grangal, which consists of several hamlets. In between there are several houses populated by Nishay people. Who still speak it. So the same way those people speaking Kunar language could exist there. So this has to be tested somehow, but at least in the 90s, the language similar to Grangali existed, and they could communicate. And well, somehow Georg Morgenstern attested it as well in Peshawar from the labor worker, migrant worker. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Robert. We have to go on, unfortunately. The time is really short. Thank you to Karl also for his contribution, and to Sviatoslav. It was nice having you for questions and answers.
Большое спасибо, рад всех видеть. До свидания.
And now we go on with the next speaker, Ilaria Scerrato from Rome. And the title of her contribution is Some Observations about Zoomorphic Signs in the Graveyards of Swat Kohistan and Indus Kohistan. Ilaria Scerrato.
Sorry, let me know how can I
Con il verde avanti, con il rosso con questo
sorry,
con questo
dietro e il puntatore
quello è il puntatore.
Good evening, thanks a lot for inviting me to this conference, and I will start. So, today I would like to present some notes, some data on the zoomorphic markers present in the graveyards of Kohistan in northwest of Pakistan. The data emerges from the study of the material from the survey of a wooden architecture carried out by the team of ISMEO, Italian Archaeological Mission in Pakistan in the 80s. The idea of a research on wooden architecture in Swat began in 1959 when Maurizio Taddei and my father Umberto Scerrato and other members of the mission took an interesting photographic documentation. The systematic exploration was promoted by Giuseppe Tucci, and in 1968 and then in 1970. These two surveys were led by architect Giuseppe Zander and then by Luca Mariani, with Francesca Bonardi as a photographer. Then research was resumed in the 80s and was led by Umberto Scerrato with Francesco Nosci and at the beginning Robert Powell and Giuseppe Tilia, and then by Nicola Olivieri. So the research on wooden architecture also included the documentation of the typologies of schist tombstones with graffito or carved bas-relief decoration. In addition to the schist stones that marks the Islamic tombs, the Ismail Service have collected a big documentation of the tombs characterized by wooden architecture and wooden markers. And the data on Islamic graveyards in the northwest of Pakistan collected during this field survey have not been published no far in an organic way. I started studying and organizing the available material at my disposal. That is photographs, photographic proof sheets, and survey diaries. Today I will present in particular some examples of grave zoomorphic markers documented in Swat-Kohistan, basically from Kalam and Utrot, from Dar el Valley, from some villages in Dar el Valley, and from the graveyards in Jalkot in the Indus-Kohistan. From the surveys, we know that the grave markers in schist were characteristic and widely exported from the village of Charbagh, on the south, in the middle Swat Valley. And they were widespread in middle and part of lower Swat and reached the Torwali area in Madian, where some stone markers combined with the wooden one was photographed on some graves that you can see in these photos. And wooden tombs have also been documented in Middle Swat, for example, from Kutanai, that is a village on the left bank of Swat River. The grave markers in stone usually have a trapezoidal shape. 2 in number are fixed according to the major axis, more or less obliquely in the mound and projected outwards. The 2 markers on the tomb are different from each other, and this aspect is also found in the grave wooden markers. The Islamic tombs of Swat-Kohistan and Indus-Kohistan, from the simple ones consisting of only 2 markers to the richest and most complex ones, including railings and cenotaphs, are, or maybe better, were characterized by the use of wood, generally very carefully carved. This is in 1959 in Kalam, that is in Swat-Kohistan, 2 ziyarat were documented. They have, as you can see, a flat roof from which pinnacles emerge at the 4 corners, and the walls are made up of large wooden boards. One of the ziyarat, that is called just ziyarat A, had the front only partially closed and characterized by a bracket capital. A roof beam ends with a horse head. The other, called ziyarat B, has a similar structure, but the entrance is closed by a wooden door. In this case, not only the roof beams end with horse heads, but these also decorate the 2 sides of the entrance. In Kalam, there were tombs marked by wooden structures, sometimes with sloping roof, with 2 wooden markers, one of which is S-shaped with phytomorphic decoration that can be interpreted as stylized birds characterized by a tuft on the top of the head. The other marker had a hook shape, always with vegetal decorations. During the survey in 1980, the Ziyarat A was in bad condition and large number of these wooden tombs had disappeared. In the valley of the Gabral River, west of Calam, the Utrut Cemetery was photographed in 1963 by Francesca Bonardi. The tombs are marked basically by large pebbles and 2 wooden markers at the ends, by wooden enclosures formed by tables decorated with vegetal motifs and 4 pinnacles at the corner. And other more impressive tombs are of the box type and have a sloping roof on the top, of which are inserted 2 small S-shaped markers. One of the tombs in Utrut emerges for the size and typology. The tomb, which is not clearly visible in the photographs at my disposal, seems to be delimited by a wooden fence of boards and is covered by a canopy. With a sloping roof, at the top of the slope, a stylized horse head emerges. When the Ismeo survey came back to the valley in 1980, the wooden architecture of the cemetery of Utrut is completely, not completely disappeared, but in very few tombs remained. And the interesting ziyarat that we have seen was disappeared. In the Darel Valley, during the survey in 1980, some graveyards with wooden architecture are documented, in particular near villages of Manikiala, Dodokot, and the area called Shikebal. Some tombs are highlighted by large white pebbles or by stepped structures with wooden beams, earth and stones, and marked at each corner by a small wooden pinnacles, very small. You can see here. At both ends have the 2 wooden markers with a sort of hook shape. Most of the tombs are characterized by wooden enclosures with engraved and openwork decorated tables and with angular pinnacles near the Dodokot. Some tombs are characterized by a sloping roof on the photo on the right. We can divide the grave markers in almost 5 groups. The 2 grave wooden markers often have very elongated hook shapes. We can seems a bird's neck, head, and beak, sometimes with a small tuft on the head. Other markers are very stylized and with more geometric lines. In the areas near Dodokot, for example, and those inside one grave with fences, they are not inserted into the box, but hooked to the wooden fence, as you can see here. In the double sloping tomb, the wooden markers have a rougher manufacture. One is S-shaped and the other is a double S in a sort of mirroring position. And then in the cemetery of Dodokot, a tomb has been documented surrounded by a beautiful wooden enclosure and by 4 pinnacles with plastic carvings of considerable height, about 2 meters, and one of which ends with a bird, probably a dove, all round. Darel Valley is an area with the exclusive presence of wooden markers. However, a notable exception was found. In fact, here we can see a tomb in the Masud Baba graveyard in Manikyala Pain. A burial was identified marked by 2 stone markers, one of which is very recalls the wooden S-shaped markers in wood. Okay, during the survey in Kohistan in 1982, the large graveyard of Jalkot near Dasu reserved an interesting surprise. It is a graveyard where almost all of the documented markers are in stone, and a very large part are carved and decorated. The necropolis of Jalkot in 1982 extended for about 1 kilometer along the Indus towards the south and was behind the mosque. The tombs were distributed in many clusters, natural and artificial terraces, obtained with extensive containment works. The gravestones were mostly simple signs, and they were accompanied in part by wooden enclosures, largely disappeared at the time of the survey. There was a large group in which the markers were carved in very rich variety of shapes. They were made of a fine-grained schist. According to the little information that was collected during the survey, they have not been manufactured anymore, at least since the 40s, and the necropolis was most likely no longer in use from an equivalent age, considering the level of the ground and the sinking of large part of the pits. I show you, today I show you the markers that have shapes similar to animals. Most likely they have bird shapes, probably. In this first group, you can see some steles, some stones that in more or less not realistic way could represent a bird. In the first example on the left, the animal has a small tuft and is very stylized according to wooden patterns. In these stones, these two, they are a sort of hook, but probably they could seem a bird also. This is the only example of S-shaped stone in Jalkot. The type is well known in wooden models, in the tomb sculpture that we have seen from Upper Swat. Probably the informant said that in the past there were more numerous in Jalkot, but we don't know exactly. This group, these gravestones are attributable to ornithomorphic models. They seem to represent only the head of the bird. In this group, this is a compact group of stones that could be interpreted as stylization of a Norse shape, or once again, extreme ornithomorphic abstractions. We can find an interesting comparison proposed by Umberto Scerrato with some wooden markers from Swat, from Barikot, photographed by Giorgio Stacul, probably in the 70s, probably. That you can see. Oh, sorry. Dove devo tornare indietro? Sì, volevo dire, this is the stone markers from Baricot that look like similar. Go ahead. The last group is very. The last group is represented by only few damaged stones. They are real abstract open world sculptures in which a remarkable plastic feeling is revealed. It is difficult to specify the subject of these markers, but they too seem to be connected with the bird representation. For this last group, we can propose a comparison in a remarkable analogy with two stones from Chakesar in Puran. That marks the grave of Dushan Khan in a small cemetery near the Ghazi Jumat. The Jalkot cemetery is interesting as it seems to attest to the use of stone in markers of the tomb following that of wood. The stone markers in the decoration and shapes are inspired by wooden models. The use of wood with markers stylized in animal shape in burials is widespread in Peristan, all we know. As we can see, these photos from publication by Edelberg, for example, we can, and I don't know what happened to this photo from book of Klimburg that shows a Gurtani tomb below Acenu, and inside the tomb we can see the one big wood markers with a hook shapes and probably a sort of bird representation. And these are wooden markers from Pashai area, from the publication by Karl Wood, very, very, very famous. But this, the use of wood has a long history. We can cite the famous description of Curtius Rufus concerning burials in wooden coffins encountered by the troops of Alexander the Great in Paropamiso, and above all, some important archaeological data of the protohistoric tombs in Swat from the excavation of Godera IV and Udegram made by Ismeo Archaeological Mission from Massimo Vidale, Luca Olivieri, and Roberto Micheli, and others. Here we are an hypothetical transformation of the burial. And we can read the traces of wooden architecture above surface suggest the important graves were well marked on surface to be easy maintained and reopened for rearrangement of the human remains, because there was the habits of the secondary burial. Jalkot seems to be more exposed to the influence of the spread of Islamic practice coming from the south, from lower Middle Swat, from Puran, of using the two schist slabs as tomb markers, very abstract in shapes, but inspired by zoomorphic wooden forms, by wooden shapes. In the Rel Valley and in Swat-Koistan, the use of wood lasted longer. Zoomorphic markers were widespread, but informant in the 80s did not know, or they no longer wanted, to give any explanation of the shape of the grave markers. We do not have a certain data on the decoration and symbols of ancient graves. However, we can hypothesize that the use of animal-shaped signs, such as the horse, were also widespread in the pre-Islamic period, interesting in the well-known testimony of Robertson. We know very well this photo. He reports among the coffin in Kamdesh the construction of wooden funeral architecture, actually very simple, with undecorated coffins, sometimes protected by small wooden canopies and wooden effigies of men on a throne or a horseback, erected 1 year after the death, in memory of the man. Even today, among Kalasha, who are the last heirs of Peristani culture, the presence of wooden horse head is associated with deities. Also, horse heads were documented as decoration on the front of the Lamutai Mosque in Dir. And a pair of birds is carved, for example, in this bracket capital in Loijumat in Galigai, in Swat Valley, near a village near Barikot. These highly stylized elements in the graveyards could be interpreted as images of birds or horses, and probably the interpretation is open, but we have to consider both animals, horse and birds, have connection with the world of the dead and with the gods, as both Yetmar and Tucci have suggested as Iranian legacy. So deepening Indo-Iranian legacy of the Peristani culture, as suggested by Augusto Cacopardo in his publication, will certainly help to better understand the vision of the death and the funeral ritual that was once shared among the Peristani population. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Ilaria. Well, I think this is an important contribution. We know little about the pre-Islamic religion of Swat, the Indus Khoistan, and these areas. So these material elements are extremely important, and the explanations Ilaria was giving are very, very useful.
Thank you.
We have time, maybe for one question, if there are any questions. It's true that we don't have much time because we still have another presentation. So, if there is one question over there, Professor Anna Viligenzi.
Just a very short question. There is any program to share, for instance, a kind of photographic archive, because this would be really very, very important for all of us, because the wooden tradition actually brings us back to also to proto-historic time. So actually it's really a very, very interesting tradition to follow from different viewpoints and also from different fields of specialization.
Thank you, Anna, for this question. It's a good question. I am working on the material at my disposal, as I said. So you have seen some slides are made with photographic proof sheets, because I don't have the positive one. I have just the little one. And my program is to publish as soon as possible. At the beginning, just for the proceedings of this conference, and then I would like to continue this work and to publish as soon as we can. I need probably to share this information and this data for a better understanding. Thank you so much.
A very brief, there is a question. There's two questions, a bit too many.
Too many.
You must, very, very short. Hidayat? No question.
No.
Birgitte, very short.
Do you know why birds were used so frequently? I mean, do they imagine that the soul flies to the sky like a bird or something? Do you know that?
This is an important problem for interpretation these signs. That's why I present this material to have some suggestion about this, because probably there are the birds are connected with the soul and the after death rituals, but is a subject that we have to study much more better. Yes, much better.
Sorry. About birds.
Mm.
I was going to mention this point because we have seen the birds in Jürgen Fremgen's presentation earlier, and I get the impression that this motif is, to my knowledge at least, not present. Where is Max? Correct me if I'm wrong. Either in Nuristan or among the Kalash. So I would have the impression that it might be a motif typical of eastern Peristan, that is the Gilgit Valley maybe, and Indus Khoistan, Swat Khoistan, and
yes,
so on.
probably in some photographs that it's not clear, it's not visible in this presentation. I don't know why. There is a tomb where inside there is 2 wooden markers, and one is visible, just one. I don't know the other, but the one is a hook shape, and just similar, quite similar to the markers in Swat Khoistan. Very similar. So.
From where? Sorry, from where?
Sorry, can you give me another? Just
Sure.
probably is a Gurtani tomb in I show you, I don't remember, from Klimburg, from the publication 1999. Okay.
Let me finish my point.
Yes.
However, there is a Kalasha myth about the foundation of Sajigor. I don't know how many of you know this myth, in which the bird Mandawar, who's
It's an eagle.
Probably an eagle, appears in a very prominent, with a very prominent role. I can't explain the whole myth, but this belongs to Rumbur, and it is commemorated every year at Chaumos in Rumbur, and it is obviously a messenger from the other world, the Mandawar. On the other hand, last point, the photo that Stockel made in Barikot, that one I have doubts if it's birds, because it reminds me very closely of the finials of the backrest of a horn chair that we have photographed in Mingal, the middle village Musbiori, in the formerly Kalasha Valley of Biori, now Palula Valley. Sorry, no, Mingal is the lower village, so the Biori Pain.
Veloce.
And it might be marker horns.
Yes, could be, absolutely.
There is another
yes,
question.
Right.
There is another question by Klaus Peter. It must be very brief.
It's more a comment. I remember that Asko Paupula mentions that in the Indus culture, very, very long ago, the peacock apparently functioned as a soul bird, transporting the soul into to heaven. And he presents some evidence. Or another example from Himalayan Hinduism, there it is a widespread custom that in the time of Shraddha, which is celebrated usually in September as a memory for the ancestors, people put the pindas, balls on the roofs, and they wait for crows to transport them to the ancestor to feed them. So birds really have...
it's a great symbol.
That was Klaus Peter Zoller.
May I make one more suggestion? This is Jason Nealis.
Jason Nealis.
So I think it would be very helpful to develop a kind of alphabet or a thesaurus of the motifs that we find in wooden architecture across Kohistan to Nuristan, because it would really facilitate comparisons with the rock art of the Upper Indus and Ladakh and other areas as well, which I know was one of the desideratum of Karl Yetmar when he initiated the Pakistani-German research team.
Right, right, thanks.
So we are developing a image annotation tool that might be helpful for such a project.
Okay, thanks.
Daria
Thanks
is
a
here.
lot. Yes.
Once the technicians go away, we can continue the exchange with her. Now, absolutely, there is John Mock, because the technicians are leaving at 5 to 6. So he has just the time to have everything recorded. Otherwise, it wouldn't be recorded.
Thank you very much to our technicians who have been so understanding and patient with our long-windedness. Thank you guys a lot. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, they certainly deserve.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I previously wrote that the name Sri Badat was likely derived from Brahmadatta and linked the cannibal king of Gilgit, that's Sri Badat, to the cannibal king Brahmadatta in a Jataka tale that we find recorded. The parallels of motif and the tale type are undeniable between the two stories. They're very closely parallel. However, as Hans Hock pointed out to me, the derivation of Badat from Brahmadatta is not without some questions. Historically, as we know, the Indic initial consonant cluster, Bra, is typically retained, as is readily observable in modern words in the languages that we all know. I mean, Kowar Brar, Russian Brat, Wakib Vrut, Frere, I mean, all of these things, we see that. And as Ruth Schmidt and Omkar Kaul have pointed out, the retention of the Old Indo-Aryan consonant clusters in the initial position is characteristic of all dialects in the Northwest, except for Kohistion. And again, turning to Turner and his wonderful dictionary, shows that the word for brother in both Gandhari and Nuristani languages behaves just the same. I'm relying on Turner there. Hence, the loss of the consonant cluster of Brahmadatta would be anomalous, in my opinion. The Hatun inscription of 671, which was first described by Stein, records the name of the Palola Shahi dynasty as Bhagadatta, which seemed to be a more promising place to perhaps derive Badat. And we also have other instances, I mentioned earlier, Bhagatam, and Bhaga and Badat both might be derivable from Bhagadatta. Again, looking at Turner, his entry for good fortune, Bhaga, comparing it with also his entry for prosperous or happy, Bhagin, he shows that derives into Pashai, Shumasti, and Gauri, Bai. So losing the aspiration is easy enough. And his entry for sister, Bhagini, for which the loss of the intervocalic consonant ga is attested for Northwestern Indic Dardic in Baini, right? The word for sister there as well, losing that. Hence, to me, it seemed that getting from Bhaga to Abba is not so exceptional. He also attests that Datta is a Northwest Indic form still today. So the derivation of Badat from Bhagadatta, I think, is perhaps on more solid ground than the derivation of Badat from Brahmadatta. So I am not really retracting my previous analysis of how folklore works or of the significance of context in understanding these things. What I am proposing is that re-examining the other side of the coin, so to speak, and looking for historical origins of legends is equally interesting as trying to remove all history from it. and leads us to rethink and re-examine old material in a new light. And I have a few images, if you guys can put some of them up, just to show some things. So I talked about the lineage that was described of Bhagartham to Agartham to Sri Badat. So I actually in 1996 was able to photograph the Agartham Giri, which lies in the Gilgit River, interestingly right where the Karga Nala comes down into it. And this is a picture of it. The legend goes that Agartham built an iron fort on it and he kept prisoners, maybe his daughter or someone inside of it. Next image. So here's one of the other faces of it. So you can see these carefully carved openings there. I mean, this was a really worked stone. Now, I did this in February when Iqbal Walji had some rubber rafts for rafting the Gilgit River present, and I was able to get out there and see these things. Any other time of the year, this thing is underwater. You can't see it, which I think is why no one ever photographed it. So we do actually have an Agartham Giri, so maybe there's something to this, lineage of the Gilgit Raz that we have. Next slide, please. Here's another side of it. Again, you can see how carefully worked this thing is. I mean, it would be interesting now to try and analyze it, maybe people who have architecture, and try and figure out what sort of a structure could have fit with this, how would it matched. But next slide. Can I do that? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, oh, sorry, I'll go back. There we are. So, I mean, the Karga Buddha, again, it's hard to take a picture of this thing. I had to climb up there. But you can see that these stoneworking sorts of skills, holes in rocks and things, were certainly present in the area. They were doing something with these sorts of things. Karga, massive Buddha there. And, of course, taking us back to, if we are really thinking Bhagadatta, which is our Paloli Shahi kings, then let's look at the exceptional work that they were capable of producing and everything. And this is Nandi Vikramaditya Nandi 715 with the inscription on the bottom that our great scholar Hanubat has translated. And I want to just point out that the donors are here. Oh, geez, what did I do? There we go. Here they are. Here's our king, right? And here's his wife, the Shama Devi, right? And you see how he's dressed. Look, he's got the crossed motif across his chest. Look at the hat he's wearing. And here is his minister, who was the salvatory friend. And the thought is that he may actually represent an early Barusho type of a person. Look how he has a different beard and different dresses and a turban and everything. And he's named also and all. So I think when we start looking at all these materials, like I was saying, looking at things, old material in new ways, we get new ideas. This conference has been full of new ideas, very stimulating. And I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm happy to be with you and meet you and say thanks a lot. So.
Well, thank you, John, for coming, participating, and contributing repeatedly. Now he's presenting 3 contributions, doing a lot of work. There may be some questions. We do have a few minutes for questions before the technicians. Elena Bashir. John? Microphone? John, you must answer the questions. Also for you. Also for you.
So is Ilaria still here? Yeah. Okay, so my question is... Sorry. So in the materials you presented, the horse heads are remarkably similar to those you see in Kalasha valleys in Bombaret, for example, in Brunn, village Brunn. So how wide, and you showed them from Dir and from Swat, how widely distributed are these horse heads in wider Peristan?
From the material at my disposal, I know the presence of a horse head in Swat Khoistan and also in Dir. have you have seen in a mosque, and also yeah, I have to finish to work of course and to organize this material, but for now I know this part of northwest of Pakistan. At my disposal, these are my known.
Okay, thank
you.
Elia, please tell us how many photos you have.
Not so much, because a lot of photos are in Museum of Civilizations in Rome. They are in the premises of the museum, because you know when the Museo d'Arte Orientale was transferred in the new museum, the new MUCIV, as you know, Museum of Civilization. So this material is not easy to see. But I know that Ismeo now has a project for the digitalization of these photos. There are many.
Altogether?
I don't know, what, thousands, 3,000 probably, a lot of. But fortunately, I have a lot of these proof sheets at home, because my father worked at home a lot. So we have at home a lot of material, and so I, not so much, but I can do something.
Birgitte?
I have a suggestion that because there must still be old people who know what the meaning was of these birds, for example. So I suggest you write a school in the place and ask the teacher to involve the children or the bigger children, because now there are young generations who are educated or getting education, and they would love that, I'm sure.
Yes.
So I mean, if you can't go yourself and ask, you could ask them.
Yes, this is very good idea. Yes, absolutely, is an innovative idea. I don't know if the people remember or know something about the symbols on the graves, because you know now these graves are disappeared. There are, if you go in Kalam or in Utrot, the graveyards are rebuilt. I have seen some photos online. There are some wooden enclosures, the new one I mean, but no, absolutely nothing about wooden markers.
We have another question down there.
Thank you very much. This is, for me, it was very exciting to see this, especially the horse heads, and also I was very intrigued by the birds. So I don't know, maybe it's not related, but after the third day of the funeral, the Kalasha go to feed the crow. Crows, they make small, tiny breads that they have to be fed, and suddenly the crows appear out of nowhere. And since we were talking about the connection of these birds on the,
but now they do now.
Yeah,
nowadays,
still do. It's called Kushurikistik.
It's called
Kushurikistik. It's to feed the. So supposedly it's to give it for the dead person, but it's the crow who takes it
you know,
to the other life.
Among Kalasha there are not bird symbols, but
there's a ritual ritual feeding of the birds.
It's interesting. Thank you.
If I can make a comment about the horse heads, in the Kalasha shrines we find the horse heads. I had this idea that this could actually represent a chariot. I thought, but this is an idea, nobody had ever said it. But reading carefully Graziosi's diaries, Graziosi is the Italian scholar who visited the Kalasha twice in the early 60s. I found it written that people, a single person he was speaking to, actually had given him this explanation. When he asked why these horses on the shrine, that was the answer. This is actually a representation of a chariot, and we imagine the god as seated on a chariot. That was, you can find it in Graziosi's diaries. Up to this point, the technicians are still here and things are being recorded. We will continue after they leave. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I have a question. I have a question for Jakob. Where is he? Oh, there he is. It's only one single point of your extremely interesting presentation about the names of the gods. Indra. You underlined the fact that in the Vedas, Indra is represented as a drinker of soma, the hallucinogenic drink. While in the Hindu Kush, of course, there is no trace of that. In the Hindu Kush, he's imagined as a great drinker of wine. And you said that this makes you think that the Hindu Kush Indra is a later Indra. I actually thought that it could be the other way around, that the Hindu Kush Indra could be an earlier representation of the god, could be tied to earlier times, because wine production is in the Hindu Kush is very ancient. Actually, the Hindu Kush is very close to the original cradle of winemaking, and there is an aboriginal vine in Nuristan. It's ideas, how can you tell? I thought that actually the Hindu Kush Indra, I'm not talking about the other divinities, but just Indra, that was so prominent among the Indo-Aryans. Why should it be a later addition? I would be inclined to think that that Hindu Kush Indra might be the original one, and the Vedic one could have developed later in the plains. What do you think? I'm sure Klaus-Peter will probably have something to say about this as well.
So I don't know that much about the later history of the Indian religions. So I'm sure other people will have more to say about this. But first of all, on your point that the wine drinking Indra may be the older one than the Soma drinking one, that I'm not so sure about, because we have the cognate of the Soma also in the Iranian tradition, the Hauma. So this must be common Indo-Iranian. And then the other thing that, and this is just something that I've taken from the literature on religious studies, which may not be the newest results, I don't know. But what I've found is that people were writing that the Indra, who is the king of the gods and the supreme ruler in the Vedas, later on loses this position more and more. And in later works, he becomes almost an object of ridicule, who is always drunk. So the intoxication is there, I think, from the beginning with the Soma, but not in the same way, as far as I understand. But I'm sure other people will know more about this.
Klaus-Peter? That was Jakob Halfmann. Klaus-Peter Zoller.
I also think that, I mean, the Soma cult is certainly an Indo-Iranian innovation, perhaps connected with this Bactria margiana complex. There are some speculations. And alcohol, not perhaps wine, but alcohol as a sacred beverage has Indo-European roots. So the Sanskrit word for alcohol is sura. Yeah? And this has survived in some Pahari languages as sur. And So in Pahari society, sur, as an alcoholic beverage, has also some ritual functions, and especially in tantric traditions of northwestern South Asia, in Kashmir and so on, drunken goddesses are quite well known, and this is perhaps a continuation of alcohol as a sacred item, important in rituals. So I can imagine that this is really of quite high antiquity.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, thank you.
If we have time, c'è ancora tempo?
Loro devono...
Ma lui dice che ce la fa.
Ci sta un altro intervento? Vai.
Sì, ma breve. I must just put it there very briefly, but it is important about Jacob's presentation, which obviously is quite important, you know, that this Indo-Aryan, late Indo-Aryan influence on the gods' names. I'm not a linguist, so I can't judge. I must say I tend to trust Jacob's work quite a bit, but I must say that the names of gods really tell little about the structure of the religion and even about the functions of the gods. They can be shifted like names of plants, you know. If you find a plant name that is the same, that doesn't mean that it is the name of the same plant. They shift very easily from one to the other. Even in Italian, within Italy, you can find the same name applied to a dozen different plants. And I think it was similar to that with the names of gods. And more importantly, since, you see, my opinion, my hypothesis, as I said at the very beginning, is that Peristani civilization is a counter-civilization to the one of the plains. I think that though it is a counter-civilization, you see, in the book that I have written in Italian that will be translated into English, there is a chapter in which I compare the Onjasta Pragata, pure impure opposition in Kalasha Peristani with the same opposition, obviously, in India, pure impure. There are obviously several things in common. My argument there is that within Peristan, this opposition is put to the service of exactly the opposite result, i.e. an egalitarian society, while in India, it is put to the service of hierarchy. Now, I think this is a crucial point in comparison between Peristani cultures and whether Hinduism or Iran or whatever it is. And it doesn't mean that they cannot borrow names of gods. They can very well borrow names of gods, but keeping the same structure. Let's just remember how Hindus went as pilgrims to the lakes of the fairies in Upper Swat and even in Nuristan, we hear from some sources. So there was obviously something compatible and something opposite in a way between these two complexes. And that is just, you know, for future discussion.
After all, the name for God is a loan word. Kudai is a loan word.
Yeah, of course. They call God Kodai now. It's obviously a loan word. That has happened many times. I think we have to really...
Yeah. No, just to corroborate this assertion, I just recall that the comparison I made between the Kalasha and the Brokpa in Ladakh shows this, because the names of the gods are completely different. And the Brokpa names are probably recent acquisitions. But that is not the core of the system. If we look at the symbolic system of the contraposition between pure and impure, we find the same pattern in the Kalasha and among the Brokba, in spite of all the differences, especially the names of the god. There's only one name that is common. Okay, if unless somebody has something extremely important to add, they would be welcome in this case. I think we can we can release the technicians. They can start, but before setting them free, we must say goodbye to all the people that are following us online, to Paul Bucherer, to Richard Strand, to Michael Witzer, to Kandil Hussain, to Zafar, the ones I have seen. There's many people following us online and on YouTube. On YouTube, we don't see the names, so I don't know. Thank you all, and Kavierin and Tegetov, they're all following us. So goodbye to all of you. Thank you for following us from afar. Too bad you couldn't be here. And this, I think, is, you deserve an applause.
Absolut, absolut.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Okay, so, but if I can, I would like that the online streaming also keeps tracks of our big thanks to you both for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we did thank Ismail, without whose support this couldn't have happened. And the technicians who are resisting up to this time. Now you are free. Thank you very much. Our discussion can continue, though. It's not being recorded anymore. The people online will not be able to listen, but who is here present can